What's up, crew? Sorry about that. Man, listen, things happen in life and you just gotta roll with the punches. So I would have been live a while ago, but I just had a lot of things like the camera. I went to fix the camera, resize everything. I had my charts and everything all differently sized. Just a lot. Went back to Twitter. Twitter didn't have it up. Had to remake a Twitter. All that fun stuff. Welcome to the live stream. I am Justin. If you guys have any questions, tickers, throw them in the chat. We're going to cover some of the news right now. I'm going to get my cat out of here because she is just climbing over things. She's having her early morning exercise on everything from dressers to the desk to the window to the wall. All right. Hit the like button, subscribe. If you guys have any questions about trading, throw them in the chat below. One question I had posted up earlier was how long does it usually take you guys to do your technical analysis? I was just kind of curious, to see, on average how long it may or may not take you. Just want to make sure you guys can see everything. We have the live chat up. Let's do this. There we go. There we go. Let's see here. All right, so I am full screen. All right, let's get right into it. So we got some news this morning. But first, I know I may or may not have said it. But 1,000 likes, we're doing a giveaway. Or not 1,000 likes. We could do that too. 1,000 subscribers. We're doing a giveaway. If you've liked, commented, shared, all the usual stuff that that they ask. It takes a lot of work to put in to do these streams and to do a lot of things. So it shows us that you guys appreciate it. Keeps me coming back. Last night we had a little bit of had some things go on. So I didn't do a live stream last night. I was looking around and I said, you know what? Let's just see where we're at in the morning. So far, some of the things that I'm looking at are playing out right. Like a pullback on AMD to try to take the long. That's in my, that's one of my things that we'll cover today. It may be pulling back off the back of the Taiwan Semiconductor news, which I have up right now. We'll cover that. But hit that like button, subscribe, please share this. 1,000 subscribers, we're spinning the wheel. All right, I got a really cool giveaway. I think you guys are going to really like it. I'll probably split it up between 5 people, but we'll get more into that once we get there. Show some love, comment down below. Let's have a great week. My goal this week is to stick to my plan. Tesla last week, I missed the long on Thursday. So Thursday I had given out, I give out my morning watch list. I go through, we go through the news. We come up with a game plan together. And Tesla just had a wonderful day. Thursday or Wednesday. Yeah, it was Thursday. And I didn't take this because I did trade. I had a good week last week. A lot of winning trades. I was really happy with last week and the week before. Just nailing everything we mentioned and said pre-market, literally, for the most part happened, right? I missed a few. That's because I was busy trading something else. We got short the Qs, all right? We got short really early. We took profits very small. You could have got back in on them on Thursday with the big down day around little afternoon. And that was the goal, okay, is identifying where are the buyers and where are the sellers. That's what it's all about. That's it, nothing more. So, in the morning, we were not getting the, follow through we were looking for. It just was hesitating up here. So we got short through the low of day, and we said, all right, you got short right here. We tested low of day with VWAP. Pre-market lows, not pre-market lows, but that pivot low here, or just the consolidation low of pre-market. And we got this, it just felt like it was taking a little while. 369, 369, 369. Damn, she fine. Okay, you know what? Let's just give it another try. The market might be sitting sideways. And I'm like, guys, you know what? Where's the volume at? The volume's up here. So this week, do yourself that favor. Where is the volume? The volume came in up there, not down here. All right? The volume came in up at high. So I said, I don't know that we're going to make it back to highs, but even a test of, another test of VWAP, right? Something to see if we can bring an increase in volume lower. But for now, again, in the morning, up there was where the volume came in. So whenever we go to trade this week, we'll have our game plan and stuff, but go look for that. Like if you enter somewhere and you feel like, you're trying to give the stock time and it's just not doing anything, and you're like, man, I'm probably buying the lows. Listen, if you're new, you may not be able to like understand what I'm saying or feel it real time, and I'm not talking about, going off of gut, but yeah, when you have this many hours on a monitor and have seen so much, yes, there is a bit of a gut feel. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says. Because I have a plan, and I can tell you right now, this is exactly what happened. Why did we take profit and said, you know what, let's wait to see if we get another test and a rejection of VWAP, and if we get an increase in volume and or high a day, because high a day is where that volume came in at. The volume's just not stepping up. Like with this downside move to 444, this was our target, was down here, and it was just not giving it to us. The volume did not increase on this extension to make a new low, and that right there tells you, okay, you're going to have to wait for the sellers to step down up at VWAP, or you're going to have to wait for another test of high a day. Little things like that. So know and identify this week, where are the buyers and the sellers? Like, where are they truly? Okay. We know that this stock's pulling back, but where are they truly? Okay. This is literally verbatim what happened. And you know what? I had UVXY calls, and I took this profit short on the Qs, stepped outside, was a little frustrated that, and then just this happened. You can't. If you would have told me that we were just going to have a straight shot well past 440, I would have said you're crazy. I wouldn't have said you're crazy. I would have said, what's the catalyst? Is what I would have said. There wasn't a catalyst that I can remember of that day. Yields, okay? But the yields aren't ripping. Yields weren't ripping. We've just been in this area for the past year and a half, it feels like. If not 2 years. But anyway, I'm not going to go on. My goal this week, please comment down below where you guys tuning in from. What are your goals this week? And what are your goals this week? I just want to know, like, where, some of the viewers are tuning in from, too. So, let's go look through some of the news. First things first is Taiwan Semiconductors, TSM, has been awarded an $11 billion. See, I like when I'm on the right side of my... when I'm on the right side of my composition book for when I write all my levels and my trade ideas down, the mic and everything's not in the way. So, Taiwan Semiconductors, TSM. All right, TSM is off to a great start today. So what I'm going to do is here, they were awarded an $11 billion. They were awarded the infrastructure bill, like $11 billion. So let's go look and see how others are reacting. Okay, let's just see. Nvidia also had a price target upgrade. So Nvidia double topping at Friday's high. TSM is well above Friday's high. It's actually at Thursday's high. So Nvidia nowhere near Thursday's high. ASML. This could help ARM ASML isn't doing anything. Let's look at ARM. ARM's not really doing anything. I know AMD is pulling back, and this is what I expected. So this orange line, and which is going to be this line right there at 168, is actually the AMD long that I'm looking for. These dotted lines are my targets. Okay? These dotted lines are going to be my targets for AMD. Alright, I started this yesterday. Again, I was going to do a watch list. A lot happened late in the afternoon yesterday. So I do apologize for not doing a watch list, but life happens, okay? And I apologize. So, you know, I don't want to make that a I don't want to make it a something that happens like that. We just don't do our watch list on Sunday and we don't do Sunday night charts because it's important. All right, it's important to come up with some ideas, talk about the sentiment, things of that nature. All right, so that's that 50-day moving average. Let's get right into it. Let's keep going. So you guys know Taiwan Semiconductor has news. Oh shit, I did not say click the link. And then obviously Boeing. Shit, I knew I forgot something. It's all good. It's all good. All right, so this is your weekly performance. If you guys look, what do you guys notice? What do you guys notice about last week? Everything except gold, energy, and big cap tech were green for the most part. I mean, let's be real. Everything else, Tesla, Home Depot, Procter & Gamble, right? AMD, Nvidia, UNH, JP Morgan. You could add Apple in there, but all green. So the reason I point this out is because big cap tech is the last to go. Why? Why are they the first to go and the last to go? The first to go higher, the last to go down. Because they are liquid. That's the number one thing. One, they're the biggest companies in the world. You know, they have obvious large market caps, great products. But the far most important thing is liquidity. Institution can get in and they can get out. So they usually, you know, will start the rally. They'll consolidate. The rest of the market, like you guys have seen, will follow behind. And then normally, you know, if you're going to have somewhat of a bear market, I'm not saying we're going to have a bear market. It's just kind of funny. Gold, gold, energy, big cap tech up higher. Green, I should say. So, you know, that's an important reason why. And a lot of people don't want to, you know, they will sell, but they'll also pick them back up quicker than they'll pick something else back up if they do get sold, right? You'll actually see in bear markets, like before, you'll see these names kind of take off because money is finding a home there because they're looking for that last little bit of alpha that they can squeeze out of the markets. And if something ends up does or does not happen, you know, they can either stay in or they will get, you know, they don't have a problem getting in or out. That's just what I've been taught. It's what I see. It's what you'll continue to see. It's what we just saw. It's what we saw COVID. It's what we saw going out of COVID. It's what we saw coming out of the bear market. These names were leading, started to lead. They brought the market higher. They're up at highs, all-time highs. The rest of the market's trying to catch up. They've been consolidating. The other stocks, semiconductors, these other names are pulling back. Energy's going higher. You're getting a lot of risk. And why, you know, Meta's still up 8%. Microsoft green. This is on a week basis, by the way. This is a weekly basis, not daily. All right? So just a quick, you know, overview on that. Liquidity is very important. Can you get in and can you get out? Can you not get stuck in a limit order down and you're screwed? Okay, so Tesla, Taiwan Semiconductor, Boeing. That's the first three. We can check in on crypto real quick and we'll go through the news. Crypto, look at crypto. So we're going to put Coinbase MSTR right here on the list. It's going to be a good week, guys. I'm telling y'all. It's going to be a great week. I'm going to make it a great week for myself and for all of us. So, again, last week and the week prior, I've just turned like I had 2 slow months there, and it was just partially my fault. Maybe I'll have to go back and look to see what was going on in life and things of that nature. But dude, January was crushed. I crushed it January. February, March, a little slow. Coming out of March into April, just bang, bang, bang. Everything that we have said has happened, even from the gap ups to the gap downs. Right, putting those positions on and being a little girl and taking them back off, only to come in to see the markets, the Qs are, almost 6 points higher. So, all good. Anyway, let's go to the overall markets. All right, so the S&Ps, what I want to see and what I think is happening, I have to be honest. I think that this was our now what I want you guys to see here, I think this is a retest. Now I want you guys to notice that we pulled back a little bit lower, but we pulled back to the Fed day, and you have this resistance level here that was never tested as support. It feels like this level here at 515 was never made support, in my opinion. All right, you're coming out of the wedge, right? You're testing the wedge, and I feel like part of me still feels like we could pull it back a little bit. I think, I want to see what happens when we get up to 520 in the SPY. Okay, I want to see what happens when we get up to 520 in the SPY. For right now, we haven't even moved. We have not budged. Okay, we have not budged. You got to get above 519. Is that what I said? 519 or 520? 519 or 520. Now, what you could say is here's a test of that prior double top, and now we're headed higher. Well, guess what? You have a minor support here. Yeah, 520. It's like 520, 520. It's an area. You could even consider 522. It's like a few dollars, all right, on the SPY. So, I'm still waiting to see if we're going to reject Friday's close. Okay, which is right where we're at now, 518.75. Okay, 518.75. All right. This was the gap up that we ended up playing. I took mine off just because I had some green trades that day, and I didn't want to. I don't know. I just was a little girl. What's up, Ken? How you doing this morning? So that's what I'm going to watch for. I'm going to watch for 520, guys. I'm watching for 520, that low 520 area, and I want to see if we reject it. It's obviously going to depend on data, this, that, the third, but I still think whether the data is good or bad, I still think with the indicators, we need to pull it back. From a 4-hour to an hour to a 15 to a 20, or not a 20, but a 2-minute, 3-minute, I think we get a little bounce today. Or is this going to just continue to be a lower high? That's going to be the question. So I'm not going to make a call rate yet, but I will say if we do bounce, I would look for 520 to maybe 522. You know what I mean? To come in there and pull back. The markets are sideways, at least the indexes. So the indexes may not be where you want to be at. This is a nice recovery of the 20-day moving average. These are all the things that I'm seeing. We broke the 20-day. We're back above it. It held its support Friday. It's holding it pre-market. We're trying to bounce off of it now, but we are coming into resistance right off of that area. I think you gotta just, and we're just flat. We're flat, right? We'll see if we get any news later in the day. 519 though, 520 is what I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching that 520 level on the SPY. Friday's high, right? Friday's high. It's like 520 to 522. I don't think we get a crazy lift unless we get some type of news. We got to break out of this level, though. See if we break out above 519, and then we can start seeing if we get some direction. Let's just look real quick. Let's go to the Dow. See if any... Look, the Dow is flat. The Qs are actually down. You know, they're not down. They're flat, but they're more so down than the SPY and the Dow. So it looks like... And the Qs are below the 20-day, acting as resistance. Right? So if I'm looking at anything, I'm looking at SPY. Let me make sure that this is the Dow 20-day moving average. It's not, but it is below it. I hate to move that. And let's look at the IWM real quick. That way we can see what market, what index is leading or lagging, and we can pull up ARC. That way we know where we want to be long and short. I can tell you right now, it looked like Bitcoin had just made a rally and is pulling back. We can look at MSTR and Coinbase. MSTR is a Russell 2000 name. All right, let's do this. So I am still at the Dow, 15-minute. Let me look at the daily chart real quick. Man, you're going to have to get above and hold this 389 level on the Dow. 389. 389.50. It just acted as resistance all pre-market. The Dow, I'm going to be watching 389, 390. Okay, I'll be watching that 20-day above us. Wednesday and Thursday's low. All right, we got to get above Friday's high and Wednesday and Tuesday's low. You guys can see up here where this 20-day is. It's at 391.50, 391.45, 391.50. This is where we got to keep our eyes out and and see if it can break up above it. Again, the markets are flat. They don't really have a catalyst. We have a lot coming up this week, so it's not surprising. Now you can see, look here. Now here is the IWM breaking out above that resistance level I'm talking about for the SPY and the Qs and the Dow. Right? Here's the IWM breaking out. Why is that not surprising? Well, what did I just say? MSTR, Coinbase or Bitcoin is breaking out or made a nice rally. Therefore, MSTR and Coinbase, you know, if they're going to do what they're expected to do, they're going to rally with it. And that's going to bring IWM up higher. So that's something we'll look at is MSTR, Coinbase. If the overall markets start trading back to the downside, that's not enough to keep the IWM from falling. Let me just say that. All right. So if the overall markets do start to just pull back and they cannot do anything to the upside, they will pull back. And maybe not even in a major way, but just a few names is not enough to keep the markets or keep the IWM up. If you guys want me to give you the levels for the Qs and everything, I can and I will. Let's just want to give it just a couple minutes. It's 8 o'clock. I want to cover the news real quick. So we know what specific names outside of Taiwan Semiconductor, Boeing, and Tesla we want to be looking at. You know, crypto or Bitcoin, I would like to see a pullback to 70,000. 70 to 72. 70,000 to 72,000. Or like those two areas is what I would like to look at for a nice you know, a nice not resistance, but a nice support level. So let's see if you do get this pullback to 70. I'm not sure if you will. It just feels like it's trying to break out. It is overextended here. I want to hurry this up. Yeah, I want to see if we can catch this pullback. See, it's already broke and retested it. Bang, up and out. 71,572. That'll be first on the list because we're already breaking out. Look for 72,000 to 71,500 on Bitcoin. And we'll look to see if Coinbase MSTR is pulling back into that support as Bitcoin is pulling into 72,000. You know, we see it pulling a little bit below 72,000. We'll look for 71,500 is the two levels I would look for. Okay, 72 and 71.5 on Bitcoin to see if we can't get a hold there. All right, let's go to upgrades, downgrades, all that fun stuff. Breaking news. Yes, and Nvidia has an upgrade from somebody, and it's it's not quite going like Taiwan is. TSM. Blackstone to acquire Apartment Income REIT Corp. Um, REIT Corp in an all-cash deal to acquire Apartment Income REIT Corp. Okay. Model N to be acquired by Vista. Equity Partners for 1.25. Microelectronic STM Microelectronic announces status of common share repurchase program. So we have Boeing. It's down 1.1%. After that engine cover came off on Southwest Airlines, LUV. 737-800 fell off during takeoff. We all know that. So Boeing will cover the levels. Tesla rose and popped Friday afternoon. And obviously, so guys, we were so close Friday. We got the news for the first time. I'm going to give it up to Benzinga. You guys did a great job. When that news came out, Benzinga was quick. And that is the first time in a long time that I was actually able to use that use that and act on it and still be kind of early. Those contracts for I think it was like the 165 puts, guys, that ended up going in the money plus some were 25 cents. And I was that close. I was literally clicking and going. I was upset because it was a daily, it was a weekly, it was throwaway money for me. Let me just throw this is the type of news where the risk is worth the reward. I'm going to throw a very small amount in to make a lot. And that's exactly what happened. Those 25-cent puts ended up going to over $4. Okay? I could have even got it at 40%, but when that happens, to me, I'm like, I'm paying almost 100%. What if it flip? That's when it starts getting like, look, I wanted my 25. They said, hey, this is risky. It's a weekly. So that held me up. But we caught the upside. We got the news that, Elon was talking that news back. Bang, we got the 170s or the 175s. And we took those for a very nice profit. Some members were already in off of that prior double bottom, that prior support level. Just we were still able to make some cake. It was such a good week last week, even the week before. We've really turned it around. All right, so that's Tesla. Stock rose 2.3% after Elon Musk, CEO EV maker, said in a post on social media, the company will unveil robotaxi near the start of August. I think it was like August 8th, opening up potential more demand for its services. Taiwan Semiconductors, TSM. Stock rose 1.7% after the Commerce Department said it would award the company U.S. a $6.6 billion subsidy for advanced semiconductor production in Phoenix, Arizona. Man, you know what's crazy is I thought that CNN reported $11 billion. Maybe that's my bad. Coinbase up 5.7%. With Bitcoin, we were just talking about that. Spirit Airlines rose 0.2% after the low-cost carrier announced it reached an agreement with Airbus to defer all aircraft orders scheduled to be delivered in the second quarter of 2025 through the end of 2026 to 2030 to 2031 as it looks to save cash. United Airlines, so a lot of your airliners are starting to come into play. They're good stocks to trade. I enjoy them personally. I do. I like trading them, so I like that they're in the news. Stock fell. So United Airlines, UAL, stock fell 1% after the carrier postponed an investor day, which was scheduled for early next month, amid a review by the U.S. Federal Aviation Administration following multiple safety incidences. Ferrari stock rose 0.7% after the CEO Bandito Vigna said the Italian luxury car maker wants to increase its expertise in battery cells given their importance in its shift to electrified vehicles, but it has no plans to manufacture them itself. Novo Nordisk. Okay, we got some healthcare in here. Good stuff. Stock rose 0.3% after the drug maker refiled an application to the U.S. Federal Trade Commission for the approval of a $16.5 billion deal to buy the manufacturer subcontractor Catalent. CTLT. Catalent. All right. So that is some of your headliners to start the morning. Let's go right into it. If you guys have any stocks, throw them in the ticker or throw them in the chat, and we'll cover them, and we'll come up with we'll do our game plan. And yes, so we'll start with the obvious. We'll start with TSM. All right. I kind of want to start with Bitcoin and stuff, but let's go to TSM. All right, so if we take it back, TSM is up at all-time highs on the daily chart. Wait a second. 44. Yeah, it's pretty much. This thing might be a little overdone. So, it's a really nice consolidation here. It feels like it should have had more time. I wish they would have waited on this because it could have really given this stock a rally. Because it would have given the indicators time to cool down a little bit and allow some bullish inflow to be able to, give you more of an upside, but it is what it is. So you have some really nice resistance here at 142. I would be looking for 142, and I doubt you get it. If you do get it, that means the markets are pulling back. And that's when I would, I wouldn't be concerned. But that's a failed breakout from Thursday, and then this news comes out. Isn't that funny? That's a failed breakout from Thursday, that red candle. And then you get this news today. All right, so what I will look for, because you had that failed breakout up there, this volume should be a lot bigger. I feel like I need to get rid of all this stuff, guys. Let's see here. Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Let me make sure. I want to see where this is going on the daily chart. I'll go right back to the hourly. All right. Okay, so that's your pivot high from up here. Okay. I got to say, I don't think I'm too concerned with that. I feel like because that was a rally, take it back, rally, and a close green. I would more so be looking at that level right there. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that looks a lot better. Breakout, pulls it back, tries to get above and hold. You open up here at 144. You open up at 144. You tried to rally. Let me make it bigger for you guys. You try to rally, and you completely just took it back. And you ended up closing red. Your 20-day moving average starting to curl down, 50-day starting to flatten, but you should expect that with the consolidation. Look, it's still up at highs. That's really nice and bullish, so it has some nice news today. We're up at 144 again today, and you can just see that this level is just tough. It's above it, okay? You saw what happened last time. Where did the selling pressure come in at? It came in up here at 146. All right, it came in up at 146. So what we'll do is 146. If you guys can't see this, let me know. I will, I'll do my best to fix it for you. Um, it just makes it easier for me to get my stuff going. Um, you know, I don't know if I'm going to trade this. I need a pullback. All right, I need a pullback. I need the markets to try to rally with this. Um, I just feel like TSM is. And what does this mean for Intel? Right? Do we just consider playing the reversal on Intel off of this news? Um, I'm going to look for 146, 148. All right. 146 and 148 are the levels I'm going to be watching for. All right, 146, this pivot high. 146, which is a dotted line. Edit property. Let's do a dotted line. Bang, that's a take profit. And then 148. Is that 150? Let's see something as well here too, guys. So the daily ATR on TSM, which, and I have other names. These are just the names that have news, right? So your average ATR on this, 137, 143, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. So that's $6. So that's four. So we'll say $3 to $6. $3 to $6. $3.50 to $6. 39, 46. Damn, that's a $7 move. 144.50. 139. Yeah, we'll say 4. All right, so the ATR on that, in my opinion, we should do about $4.50 to $5, but I'm going to say $4 to $6.50 on the high end. We'll call it $7, but we should do about $4 to $4.50 to $5 today, possibly from high to low. All right, so keep that in mind. I think it's important to know those things. That way, you can have confidence when you go to take trades that you know that the stock hasn't ran away from you. All right. So what I would look for, guys, is I need a pullback to this previous pivot high here. All right. I need a pullback to this previous pivot high. If you can hold that, that's up to you. If you want to take it there at 146. Okay. If you want to take it here at 144, I mean, that's completely up to you. If you get a pullback to 144 and you do hold it, that's up to you. I would be watching right here at it's like 145. Yeah, it's like 145. Watch this level right here. This pivot low, this bear flag right here. I would be watching this whole area right there for a rejection. All right, I'd be watching that area 145 to like 144.60. 144.66. Call it 144.50 to 145. Watch that level to see if it struggles. You can already see it's just, struggling to get through. Look, it tried it once. See if it holds. But me personally, I need a pullback. Dude, why is it not giving me my lines? All right, I need a pullback to 143. All right, that's a 2. We're going to make this orange dotted line. That's the entry. That would have to be my entry. And the markets have to be strong. So 143. I think, guys, I'm going to look for a short. All right, I think I'm going to look for a pullback on this. Depending on the volume and everything else, I'm going to look for a pullback. So let me reiterate this. Let me go back and redo this because I want to show you guys. Um, it's going to dictate whether or not some of these other names, uh, go with it. Let's see here. Yeah, we need a pullback. I need a pullback to go along this name. So today I would be looking for a rejection on Taiwan Semiconductor. I would. I think, I don't know why they're doing this. I have an idea why they're doing it. They don't need to do it. These are the things you do when you have a recession. When you have a low when the labor market has low numbers. Not when the labor market's at all-time lows, but that's neither here nor there. Um so 144.50, like we said, 144.50 and above, maybe you get up to 146. I'm going to be looking for the rejection back down to 143. Okay, I'm going to be looking for the rejection back down to 143. I think this level here might be a little bit too much right now. So we'll say 146. 146. I don't think you get that high, though. I don't. All right. So 145. 146. No. No, my pen. I know I have more. Oh no, guys. I know I have more gel pens. I know I have more gel pens. It's hard to say what my cat did with them. All right, so 146 rejection, 145, 146 rejection on TSM is what I'm going to be looking for. And those targets are going to be the targets are going to be obvious. Okay, targets are going to be obvious. Um, I need to hurry up. Okay, 144.85. I need to grab a pen from my dresser. Give me 1 second. All right. I'm going to be looking for a pullback back down into what is this? 45, 43. That's $2. 42. So that's 350. Man, if we could get that 46, if we can get that 146 short, that's giving us our, because we need to look for $4 to $6. I need a pullback to get long this name. It's got a lot of strength right now. It's got a lot of strength. I mean, we'll see what happens where it's at. I think it's a bit overdone. Let's go to Boeing. Let's go to the daily chart, and then we'll go to Tesla after this. Nice try to break above the 20-day. It's just weak, obviously. I just don't know how much further they think that they're going to take this thing right now. I think you need a bounce. Oh my gosh, it's already down. I don't know. I'm gonna stay away from Boeing. But if I had a gun to my head, then I'd be looking for um, that support level down there. I'd be looking for that support level down at 180. I would be looking for support down at 180 to look for a reversal. So, I would look for the reversal, match it up with your daily moving average there, and that's really it. I can't, this thing can remain oversold, but you know, I think you come in with a gap down, you look for the bounce higher in the Friday's close. That's how I'd have to play this. I'd have to play it with the bounce higher. So you may be like, damn, you're reversing everything, but I needed to pull back. That's not buy triggers. When things are up at all time highs and all time lows, you need to let it reverse and show you the reverse and play the reverse, and it should pay you. Um, you know. Um, all right, so Tesla. This is where some of my focus is going to be today. You have all kinds of things going on here. We have wedges, we have bear flags. You start to think you have an inverse head and shoulder. This thing's just doing its own thing. Um, Tesla has been really setting up for a reversal. And it just can't get any strength. It shows signs of it. It shows signs of a strength. Sorry, I was trying to get a pen. I don't know where my other gel pen is. I have a pen here, but I just want to make sure it didn't fall or anything. So, I'm looking for a reversal on Tesla, and there you go. The dotted line was an entry point, so we like to put dotted lines for entries and take profits. That's a nice test of 167. What we could also do is look at the sector as a whole. What does this mean for Ford and GM? Tesla, we're looking for the 20-day moving average, okay? Let's go to a 15-minute chart. It's a nice test, man. Shit. So it's doing it pre-market. All right. Boom. Let's see. I'm looking for 172. I'm looking for that 20-day moving average, and I'm looking to see if we can't get up to like 174. I'd like to be able to get through the 20-day, hold it, but it looks like we got through it, and I wanted to get this pullback, but it's doing it too quick. So my whole plan going into the week was hoping to get a pullback and being able to take this long at 167.50. And you can see here, from me, the work I did yesterday, this dotted line and this square box is where I wanted to be a buyer. All right. Now, I don't know if there's been some sort of extra news that's came out. Look, is that not going to hold? 168.90. Yeah, it might. 5 minutes. Let's. See if we can open up down here, and I'm going to try to take the long. Unless there's some type of new news. I know you have this Brazil stuff with X and all that. I don't think that's going to hinder anything. Let's just see how the market takes it. Okay, the market may just say, you know what, we'll see it when we believe it. Is there any other news out with Reuters? Do they say, hey, here's the proof? Sorry, give me 1 second. Um, I have not gone over the small caps yet. All right. So we have TSM, 5 minute. Let's do it. I'm looking for that. I gotta look for that, guys. Um, very nice. Very nice. 66. Um, I'm gonna look for a pullback. I'm gonna look for a pullback into. I'm gonna look for a pullback into like Friday's close. I'm gonna look for a pullback into 166, 165. 166, 165. This is crazy. Yeah, 166, 165. So I wrote here a 170, 167.50 long yesterday. Target would be 175. And I wrote down here news can alter how this thing, plays. So we'll see what happens like the closer we get to the market open. And then play it from there. We'll play it from there. I just think, I highly doubt you're going to get 164. You could. If you do get 164, low 160s is where your volume's at. So I'm going to look for I'm looking for a 166 area. That's what I'm looking for. 166 along. 167.50. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me that this pen is hard. Oh, there it is. There's my other pen. Good deal. Good deal. It was here the whole time. Okay. Nice. Nice. That feels good, too. 167.50. So yeah, that mid 160 mark is where I'd like to take this long. You just got to be careful. Tesla may consolidate today, and that could really, hinder your performance. So let's look for that. We're holding really nicely right now. We're holding really nicely here. You got to get through that pivot high from Friday, and start trying to make some type of progress higher. I just think you have. It's just. I'm just waiting for this relief bounce. If they can just get Tesla going, then it's just going to be buying like we had back here from 168 to 174. Or 177, but 174 was our target. So 168 is what I'm looking for. I'm going to see if we can just hold this area, and I'll look for a bounce there off 167.50. I can't get short. I just can't. All right, AMD. This is working out okay. Getting ready to. Looks like it's setting up for a bounce. I would like to try and take this back to the top of the range at like 180. I think 180 could be a really good area, which it would meet the 50-day moving average up there at 178 to 180. Can meet this 50-day moving average. This looks like a nice little test of last week's low. like 2 weeks ago. I don't know what is that? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday. 2 Wednesdays ago. Um, so yeah, I'm looking for a long on AMD. As long as the markets can cooperate with us, because if the markets aren't going to, if, I think semiconductors are overdone to the downside. They had a really bad day. Um, it's just what we did when we came out of the week, right? Going into Thursday, Friday. I think you have to look to the long side, in my opinion. Oh shit! All right, so that's Tesla. Nice support level right here. It's a nice level right there. Really nice level right here. Nice support level. Let's see if we can start and try to test high a day from Friday. Um, I don't know if it's going to give it to us, but man, a 168 long would be nice. That would be really sick. Okay, let's see here. Let me throw extended hours on here and then run it. Okay, so AMD, my target. Okay, yeah, this is AMD. Um, 168 long. Did I write that down? 170, 178 long, 175. Um, so far. $15. Let's see here. Where are we? We are 168.90. We are well above that level. 168.90. Yeah, Tesla, I would see if you get a rejection off of 170. You could look for a 170 rejection and look to get back down to the high 170. So I would look for a pullback off the bell, a pullback off 170. Okay, pullback off of 170 and see if you can. Um, it's already below it. Try to get a 167.50 long. 167.50 long, and then we have 60, 70, 10, 68. 168, 977, 172 is $4. Yeah, I would look for the 20-day moving average. If we can get that if we can get that 167.50 long, I'm gonna look for 172. 172, 174. All right. What does that mean for Micron? Look at Micron going, ripping and roaring.
They've initiated significant cost reduction and consolidation measures. Not seen a percentage of staff for that. Mike Uniform Lima November MULN. MTEK. Maris Tech receives $11,000 order from existing customer.
All right, Micron, ripping and roaring. Ripping and roaring.
Cooler Technology Group receives initial award to supply safe cases
Okay.
to ETOL Company.
All right.
That's Kilo Uniform Lima
Let's
Romeo,
go
ULN.
to CNBC. All right, you got Tesla. We talked about that. Also, the cosmetic stock ticked up 1.3%. On the heels of an upgrade. Excuse me. BJ's wholesale added 2.4% following an upgrade from Goldman Sachs. Boeing, roughly 1% lower. TSM, 2% higher, 6.6 billion. Take-Two Interactive, stock video game company, advanced more than 2% following upgrade from Citi. Excuse me. So you have a lot of upgrades. Shares of the software company ticked up about 1%. That's UiPath. Upgraded the stock to overweight, but the firm's saying the go-to market leader. So, Fastly stock in the cloud. Fastly stock in the cloud computing company gained nearly 4% following an upgrade to overweight Piper Sandler. So that is Fastly. All right, let's go here to, so we went through that. That's your big ones. Oh, Coin. Sorry. Coin. God, I love Micron. All right, so Coinbase. So you can see here Coinbase on the backs of Bitcoin trying to trend higher here. Okay, 254.50 is where she's at. 240. Let's see, we closed 240. That's a really nice support level. Okay. Oh, shit. I'm just looking at the scanners, guys. Sorry. SMH, GLD, or QLD, CE. So, CELH, that is Qualcomm. I forgot about Qualcomm, too. Let's see here. So Coinbase, again, you'll have to keep your eye on Bitcoin with this name. You know, we said we'd like to see a pullback to 72, 71.50 to get, comfortable going long this name. Ideally 72 to 70. Right in 72, 71.50, 72 or 70. 70. Yeah, what is this? An hour, 2 hour chart? Oh, that's why. Yeah, that's a 2 hour chart. So
And you?
all right, so you got a really, really nice support level here.
Eubank Ultra, Violetta,
240. Really nice support level at 240. 255 and 250 were our rejection, our targets last week. So, 250 and 255 are our key levels, in our opinion. And I think we're going to get it. I do. So what I would look for is a rejection off 255. I don't know what is going on with that dotted line. Not even sure if it should be there. 258. I had the worst sleep last night. All right, so two things, okay? Watch for the consolidation. Watch for if you get a pullback and a hold at 249, 250, okay? And it just holds. All right, so what I would look for, I would really like a pullback. I'm going to be honest. I would like a pullback to like 246, 245. I'm just not sure if we're going to get that. Let's see. 243.85. 245.33. 245. See that? I think we can get it. It looks like we're going to try to rally here, and I'm going to look for a pullback on Coinbase if Bitcoin can pull back. It's just important to look for that. It's early in the week. It's Monday. Don't get crazy. Just don't come swinging out the gates. This 255 level, I'd like to see if we can get a pullback to 250. I would like to get a pullback to 250. That's what I would like to do. Give me a pullback to 250 on Coinbase. And I have others on here like ARM, Apple, Microsoft, stuff like that. So these are all ideas. But Coinbase, you have to see, too, guys, where we are when we open up and what exactly it is we have going on. Like if I say I want to get a pullback off that 255, let's see if it tries to rally right now. See if it tries to go a bit higher. Let's see, 260. I think, dude. So we're at 254.91. So we're at 254 right now. Yeah, if we can pull back to 250, 249.75, 250. Um, I would I would like to try and take a long back to 270. I think that is your resistance level is 270. Um, Definitely 260. That's a nice $10 move. You know, that could be a really nice trade. So that's what I'm going to look for. That's what I'm going to look for is a 250 long on Coinbase. 250 long. You know, if she wants to give us a 245, I'll take the 245. Okay, I'll take the 243, 245, 244. Not sure if she will give us that though. Um, I think she's ready to go. I do. Yeah. 249.50. So yeah, 240 coin, 249.50. 249.50 to 250 long. I want to get long the pullbacks is what I'm getting at here. Sorry. I know I keep yawning. And I'm going to look for 260, okay? 260 target. Target 260, maybe 270. But I'm going to be taking profits as we go. I'm going to take profits at 255, 256, up like in front of 260. Like when I say 260, I may have an order like sitting like going into that area so I know I get filled. All right, because I am aware that, you know, she's kind of overdone. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. And then the SPY. I am surprised. Okay, there goes the SPY. There it goes. Now things are trying to chug along here. There's the Qs. Okay, cool. Cool. Let's do the damn thing. Up here it comes. Already with a reversal. It's like a damn. It's just like either an old car or a European car. As soon as you get going, you get all excited and bang, something break, and you're like, what the fudge? I never had that problem. Fortunately, I've had two S4s, an Avant, all B5s, Audis, 241, QQQ. You know, I gotta be honest. I think today might be a pullback type of day. I think we could get ourselves a pullback to 439, around 439 below Friday's close, and I think we could rally from there.
And what are you seeing,
I'll be right
Joe,
back.
in terms of what's happening out there?
I just have to use the restroom.
Folks are buying or selling.
Yeah, so we release our stacks report, the Schwab Trading Activity Index, on a monthly basis. We saw a pretty hefty bump, about 8%, up to 51.65 from 47.65 in February, meaning this investor confidence is really starting to pick up. We definitely saw that in March. That's our fifth straight month of increases. And it takes us back to levels that we haven't seen since May of 22. So, you know, a nice bump in the month. We saw, you know, buying kind of mostly centered in IT. And you would definitely see that in Nvda, Apple, and then, you know, Tesla coming in terms of discretionaries. But, you know, those were really the three buys that we saw across those sectors.
We've been trying to make sense this morning, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. Bitcoin up at $72,000. Yeah. And you know, sometimes people say, well, it's a hedge on what the Fed's going to do. Now it looks like the Fed's actually not going to be lowering interest rates. Then others say it's actually a great sort of indicator of speculation and liquidity in the marketplace.
Yeah, so let me give you some stats that we saw from March, specifically around maybe whether it's Bitcoin or some ancillary plays. If you look at our biggest sale, which I find interesting, was Coinbase. So even though you saw Bitcoin rally as much as it did, and Coinbase rallied at what 50% basically year to date, we did see investors trim into some of that strength. We also saw some of the ancillary plays around Block, and then
I got some nice ones here. ARM, Reddit. Goldman Sachs. Let's get right into it. Sorry. QQQ.
look, I think for the average investor, indexing makes sense just because of the amount of, just the amount of kind of studies.
I think the Qs are very close to being overdone, guys. Be careful. Be careful up here. All right. Watch like Tuesdays. Was that Friday, Thursday, Wednesday's close? Watch Wednesday's close. All right, on the Qs and the SPY, you can see. Look, it's trying to pull back right now. So let me post this stream. I don't think we hardly have any viewers on. Yeah, we don't have any viewers. It's all good. Just give me 1 second.
From what we see, we still look at the equity level. Like when I look at the stacks, we're not looking at specific indexes. We're looking at what they're doing with the individual equities. And what we see at that point is we do see discernment. We see trimming into strength. We see buying into weakness. I said two of the names that were bought the most heavily in the last period were Apple and Tesla. So they were buying dips. So they were looking at the individual equity level as opposed to just looking at buying into the index.
Joe, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get a final check on the markets as we wrap things up here. You're going to see right now, green arrows again. Dow futures up by about 60 points. S&P futures up by 11. The Nasdaq up by 53. Coming off of a weaker week last week, the Dow had its worst week in a year. But we do have a big number coming up this week. On Wednesday, we'll be getting CPI, and that is a key to watch. The 10-year right now is yielding 4.48. 2 years at 4.78, and that does it for us today. We will be right back here tomorrow.
Wearing our glasses later this afternoon. Make sure you wear your glasses this afternoon.
Make sure you check things out. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Right now, it's time for Spot on the Street.
I'm excited. I'm excited for this week. Hopefully I didn't mess the stream up, guys. Hopefully I did not just mess the stream up.
Hey, I'm Alex. I'm looking forward to host webcast to discuss data from phase 2 Helios study treatment for Wolfram syndrome that is alpha microlema X-ray.
And Jamie Dimon's warning for investors: higher rates, severe inflation, and profound implications.
We begin with news surrounding a major supplier to Nvda and Apple. Taiwan semis up in the pre-market. The White House announcing $6.6 billion in grants for the company's Arizona plants. This is all under the CHIPS Act. Under the agreement, TSM is committed to adding a third chip factory to the complex that started building.
All right, let's do it.
Commerce Secretary Wanda will join us later on this hour. Jim, we're talking some 20,000 construction jobs. There's money
Why am I drawing blanks right now? Why am I drawing blanks?
CELU, cellularity, to present data showing senescent cell elimination by off-the-shelf natural killer cells derived from human placental cells. That's Charlie Echo Lima Uniform, CELU.
I ran. All right, we got BA, we got that. What else do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? What do we have? So we know we have that. UAL, United Airlines. United Airlines. United Airlines. Alta. Is that the ticker symbol? I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it? Yep. ULTA. ULTA. MicroStrategy. And then we have the IWM. Q1. Qualcomm. ASML. MU. Spikes on chatter of higher prices. And we did do Micron, right? We did do Micron. Yep, we did. And I did Palantir, SoFi. Palantir, SoFi, yes. Alright, that's good. That's good. Let's do it. Promote, promote, promote. I need to do more promoting. I do. I need to do more promoting. Discipline, discipline, discipline. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so EU assess Apple, it just said. Saudi Arabia stocks higher at the close of the trade. I know that already. On Tesla, analyst on Tesla, the 25 EV car exists today. BYD makes it. They're really trying to trash this thing. Blackstone to take apartment. We've seen that. Stocks higher. Defending Chinese EV sector. JP Morgan says CEO transition top priority. We do have earnings, guys. So I'm gonna take my time today, going into the end of the week. I still think mega deal on prompt regulators. Contemplating a mega deal would prompt new fight with regulators. Okay, so let's go over here to the scanner. A lot of let's go here. Let's go here. All right. So we have UCAR popping off right now. It's got some nice volume here. All right. So this has, where's it at? $7, $7.90. I think you need to watch out for this one, honestly. This is weird. This one is weird. $7.75. I don't know. UCAR's got room to 1075 in my opinion. AUUD we can look at. Just getting smoked right now. Not really. It's up.
talking about subsidies, this
$3.
certainly front and center. In her criticism, she did a little bit of a diplomatic dance between strengthening communication around the economy and also criticizing China's heavy manufacturing subsidies
364.
these industries like they did
365.
talking about solar panels.
Sorry, I'm just looking. So yeah, like AUUD, you're coming up into resistance. If AUUD can break $4, AUUD, I would look for a break of $4. Break of 4. Break $4 and hold. If it can break and hold $4, then I would like this. Then I would look at AUUD and look for 540. 540.
What she really wants to see is them
540.
subsidies toward these vehicles and towards these
6.
solar panels and into the consumption and sort of change
And then we would look for, obviously,
talk about EVs.
a shot back to like 750, 850. $7 to 850 all-time highs. Okay, that's AUUD. Carvana. Let's look at Carvana real quick. I want to show you guys ARM and a few others. We'll see what they're doing. And we'll look to see.
Micron technology hitting the highs now of more than $5.
That's crazy, bro. Micron's going, gang. It's just going. Just going.
That is Michael Uniform and you.
Sorry about that. I love this name. I love Micron. This name is a monster, man. This thing's awesome. All right, so guys, ARM, and there ain't nobody here anyway, so excuse me, sorry. All right, so ARM is sitting at at 126 right now. ARM is at 126. 126. This kind of plays into our hands. All right, what I'm going to look for is a pullback on ARM to see if we can get long. All right, semiconductors sector as a whole should have a reason to start to go higher now, off of the back of one another. Okay, unless you get one that has specific day news. Okay, it's on one day.
Well, I think what she's talking about here when she's criticizing the subsidies and the level playing field is just is being more of a consumption-led economy and not a supply-driven
OCGN's also looking like it's making a new high.
economy is weak.
Um,
Historical standards right now.
AUUD still going.
Manufacturing and now they're manufacturing. Their surplus
Okay.
is now at 2% or so.
Price target raised
It's
at
higher than
eBay.
any other country. And so instead of shifting all
All right.
the
Okay. Intel, Dell, HP face lawsuit in France.
VVPR, Viva Power announced further
We were-
direct investment in Tempo.
We were talking about Intel as well. It's been really weak, so I don't want to get overwhelmed here. But ARM, I feel like here in the near term, she's going to get a bit overdone. What I'm going to look for is a rejection off Friday's high. This low area, like we'll say, what is this? Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. I'm going to look for like Monday's close, and that's what it looks like it's doing right now. Is it's rejecting Monday's close. It wicked above it at 126.88, 127.
5 cents at the high, Victor Papa Romeo.
And let's look for a move higher. Or, I want to look for that pullback. I want to be able to bring that pullback in and look to get long ARM. My target is going to be 130 Really, I'd like 132. I got to be honest. I would like 132. I think 132 is doable. All right, so what I wrote down right here on arm, I don't think I wrote arm down. Let me write it down right now. I've already got a page full of it right now. I'm going to use the restroom before this market opens up. We still got a couple minutes. Okay, 30-minute, 4-hour. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Guys, don't get got. Don't get got today. Don't get got. Alright. If I'm going to say this. If ARM gets to 130, 132, I will look to take a short. I will look to take a short. 130, 132. I think 128. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I'm going to look for the short, guys. At ARM, I'm going to look for a short up at 128, 130.
We're not here to discourage the closer economic ties. We're here to encourage that in a fair way where it doesn't interfere with national security or it
Yeah,
doesn't
128
interfere with
ARM,
the unfair
128.
trade practices that she was talking about.
Well,
like
let's talk about that because I thought it was great that she
130.
and I also thought it was great that she was pro the notion of still
Maybe.
investing. But look, they want if they want to do trade with us,
If
I
we
think
can
they wanna
get there,
start with Blackwell.
132.
They want to start with the Grace Hopper. They
All
want
right,
Jensen.
that would be
They want
better.
Nvidia.
That would be
That's the
ideal,
thing you really
but
need more than anything else in the world. Did she say anything about
the target's going to be the
we own
50-day
chips and we're
on
not
that, by
playing
the
fair
way.
with them
The
because we
target
think
will
they're
be the
cheaters?
50-day.
Yeah, over the course of the weekend.
That's what I'll be
no question
targeting.
about it.
We'll see where the
chips were
20-day and
in
everything
focus, right?
meets
And
us,
some
you
of
know,
the-
pulls down to when we
more
open
on
up
the
and
Chinese
everything.
side,
This
right,
20-day
of
green line, this
retaliation
20-day
when it
moving
comes to
average.
limiting
And
US
let's
chips
see
and
if we
what
can
can be
get that,
sold
you know,
in-
let's see if we
in
can
the
get that
US.
rejection.
For instance, on Micron, she mentioned
Where are we at?
one point.
126.50 right
But I think
now?
it's a good example of
128.
some of the pushback,
Yeah,
actually,
let's see if
Jim,
we can get
that
a
we've been
128
monitoring
rejection.
here on the ground
That's
and
what
in
I'm going to
social
look
media
for.
and in the newspapers and the commentary.
It's at highs. It can remain oversold and everything, so be
Trade
careful.
practices. They say it's just an attempt for the
All
US.
right, be
People
careful.
here say it's an attempt for the US to limit
I don't know why this isn't working.
competition and to limit China's growth.
Come on now. AirPods is on.
To stock in the United States or
Oh my gosh, I did
other
not charge my
electric
phone.
vehicles.
I
So
might
it
have to
has
charge my
been
AirPods.
interesting on the ground to hear the different
Let's
sides
see.
of the story and
I
really
don't
try
think-
to
I don't know
understand
if my AirPod
the
died or
Chinese
not.
side because the readout from the Chinese
Rough,
state
rough day, gang. Rough day this morning. But it's all going to be worth it in the end. It'll all be worth it in the end.
Kind of local press coverage the secretary is getting. We'll check in with you a lot today, Sarah Eisen in Beijing. When we come back, Jamie Dimon's message on interest rates and AI as his shareholder letter is out. Got some news on the airlines, Boeing, Spirit, UAL, some M&A and REITs. A lot of reaction to Tesla and other calls on AMAT, Ulta, PVH, and Amazon when we return.
Wow, look at Amazon Go, guys. Look at Amazon Go. Look at Amazon Go. Looks like it might be coming in for a landing. Look, Nvidia finally going now. That's funny. Are they going to take this AMD trade from us? Nope. Yeah, maybe. Let me go back over AMD. Let me use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
Will.com.
Markets coming off the worst week for the S&P in about 3 months. This amid investor concerns the Fed might scale back plans for interest rate cuts in wake of the stronger eco data we've gotten lately. You've also got Jamie Dimon with his annual letter to JPM shareholders. Says we could see rates hit 8% in the coming years. He cites inflation, record high deficit spending, geopolitics. Jim talks about bank regs and DEI and AI and a lot more.
He's very Grinch-like this year. I think he's a little more negative than usual. He's talking about guns and butter in the 70s and 80s. It was really the 60s. And what I see here is that he basically says, look, we could be in with the budget deficit a very, very hard time. David, you know, when you hear 8%, you realize he used to say 6%. He now says it could go up to 8%. What you say is he's very concerned about the long term and how much our rates are going to go higher.
Yeah,
the market side, not the Fed.
No, understood. He's been cautious for quite some time.
Yes,
we can remember when we call him Hurricane Jamie, downgraded to a tropical storm. I guess you like that for somebody who runs the largest bank in the country. Yeah. You want them to be ready for
it's very
particularly tough times if that's in fact what's going to happen. But I was more taken in some ways with his comments on AI.
I was going to say
as much as his continued belief that we could see a spike in rates at some point. Talking about AI, you know, we don't know the full effect or precise rate at which it will change, but we are completely convinced the consequences will be extraordinary. He goes on to say possibly as transformational as some of the major conventions.
I love it. I love it. We've had such a good week, man. I just got reminded of how well last week was. Just got reminded. Let's keep it on that path. Let's keep it on that path, guys. Let's keep it on that path. All right? Don't deviate. We come up with a plan in the morning, and we stick to it. That's it. All right? I got a plan today, and I'm going to stick to it. I got a plan today, and I'm going to stick to it. That's what I want. All right? That's what I want. All right, so the S&Ps. All right, what time is it? We got 21 minutes, okay? We got 21 minutes. Or we got 10 minutes. And what would I say?
ASP Isotopes entered into contract with U.S.-based small modular reactor company
I want a pullback. I told you guys. 519, 520. We got to be looking for a pullback. And look for that pullback to take you back down to that 20-day moving average, possibly. Come on. I don't know why this does this to me. Or does this in general. Okay, AMD. So really, this is actually really nice. I think AMD still has room to go higher. I do. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Good luck today. You know, excuse me, AMD. I'd like to get a bounce to 175. See if we can clear it and get up to 180. You have the 50-day above us. That's obviously the ultimate goal. Let's look at Reddit. Reddit's just hanging out up at highs. You could see this thing pop off the bell. I think Reddit could pop off the bell. And then I do want to look for a. This is tough. This one's tough because, you know, it's going to be that like 49. It's going to be like 48, 49, and 50. Those are the levels I'm looking for. That's the levels I'm looking for. So, you could probably look for a long. No, not look for a long, but look for a rejection up here. Maybe you get to 49. I doubt it. I doubt you get to 49. You could. Four minutes. Yeah, we'll look for that 49, 50 rejection. Sorry, I did not want to chew on the mic. Okay. Let's do it, guys. Let's have another great week. All right. Let's get ready. Let's get down to battle. So we got Tesla. We're watching. Let's go look at Tesla real quick. We got Tesla, AMD. I got coin up here on my stuff. Let me put Reddit, RDDT. Okay, got that. So all I got to do is click on the names that I want to. Let me go to ARM. All right, again. And we have all these written down again, right? Tesla, ARM, 128, 130 rejection. It's already doing it. Fuck. Already doing it. Already doing it, guys. Already doing it. Motherfucker. Alright. Looks like we might have to switch to a long again now. I'm okay with this. I still think, I don't, my feelings haven't changed. If we start to bounce here, then, dude, are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? They're going to do it right before the bell rings. Yo, what assholes, bro. You got to be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, bro. 122, edit, 122. And that's ARM. Okay. I might have to rethink what we do here now. Because we're going to open up right at the close on ARM. See, they just flipped the script real quick. See, that's the thing with analysis. You have to be able to come up with a game plan on the fly. I want to see if you get that pop and another rejection at yesterday's high again. I want to look for a pop off of here and then look for a rejection. Was this the overall markets that did this? I was looking for the SPY to pull back too. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm looking to see. Man, alright, so I'm still looking for the rejection on names like ARM. And there goes the Q's. Just, oh my god, why is that so loud? Every day. Every day. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're going to stick to the plan here. 170, 165, 50 on Tesla. That's what I'm looking for. ARM. Okay, come on, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it. Good luck today, everybody. Good luck today, guys. If you have questions, please throw them in the chat. Bang. Could be a nice little long there. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Here we go. We're coming into it. I'm thinking about it. Let's do it. I hate that I have to do this. Fuck. I missed it. Let's look for that rejection. I'm going to look for the rejection on Tesla. See if it bounces and then tries to reject. I mean, this thing could stay oversold. I'm watching this level up here. I'm not doing anything yet myself. Bro. Okay. We get it. We get it. Okay, hold on. Killer. Hold on, killer. Hold on, killer.
Speaking of the weekend commentary, Goldman's David Kostin says investors are worried about Costco missing comps, Lulu, Nike, Ulta commentary, although Ulta gets an upgrade today over Lulu.
Interesting. Ulta got an upgrade. Nvda got an upgrade. Those were the two.
Matt Moss?
Yeah, those were the two that really just got crushed. I'm reaching out to Elf because Elf has been, I think, the best about trying to figure out where people are buying, David. I turn to you. Frankly, you know the answer. Ulta is undersold from Sephora, which is LVMH, which is at Kohl's.
If we can just get that 20-day, that would be a nice rejection point up there. Up at like 171. You guys can see here. Oh my gosh. Come on.
I did say I've been to one. I haven't been to one in about 10 years, but I have been.
Well, let's stick her because and timestamp that.
But your point is that Elf is the beneficiary here.
That is a nice little rejection point up here. 170.85. 170.85. Why did I just backspace that whole thing and it still left? 170.85. Right here, guys. Right up there at 170.85. And I'm looking to take it back to yesterday's close. Fuck. Damn. They want so much, man, for these. They do. They want so much. They want so much. You know, I still think, I gotta be honest. I have to be honest here. I gotta be honest. That, you know, this to me should be a short-term pullback. All right, so understand what the trade is. All right, understanding what the trade is the name of the game. What's the trade? All right, what's the trade? I think I need to give it a little more time, but I think that might have been my shot, and I didn't shoot it. I just don't think it's time yet. I don't think it's time. All right, so what I have here is the 160 puts on Tesla. I have them up. Those 160 puts. And I would be looking for like 172.50 maybe. A 172.50. And the thing is that this thing can just consolidate. Tesla could consolidate just like any other stock that consolidates and continues to march higher. Damn, they're already up $10. Fucking shit. Yeet. I should have got it up there, gang. Fuck. Alright, so I said 160s. If you get another 90-cent shot, I think we got to take it and shoot our shot. What'd I say? 170, 250? You know, up there at that 20-day. I think that's where you got to shoot your shot. All right. I'm looking at the 160 puts. They, to me, seem pretty liquid. Yeah, the 160 puts are very liquid in my opinion.
DJT Trump media share is falling to the lows now, 38.25.
Yeah, 160 puts. Sorry, 160 puts. I'm going to take my time here. I'm not going to rush it, but I do want to look at some other names. Spy pulling back. Damn, that's it right there on that low volume bounce. All right, guys. I took that. Wait. Yeah, I'm in it. Okay. It's not telling me what I paid. Come on, bro. It's not telling me what I paid. 95 cents. Fuck. I don't know what happened there, guys. I just had a mess up. I just had a big mess up. It's not telling me. Let's go. I just took a piece off of there, guys. That's a nice trade. There we go. Very nice trade. Little scalp. Start the day. Let's go. What I'm looking for, I have a few contracts left. I'm going to take it all off there. I'm out of here, guys. I'm out on that trade. All right, here's why. I think it's still going to pop and stay up here for a little bit. I think it's got a little bit more room to go higher. That was a nice trade. Fuck yeah. Right off the gates. Let's go. Pre-market game plan. And listen, sometimes you got to make a shift right off the jump. That's a 90-cent entry to the 95 cent. I don't know what's going on here. I had to go to my orders. My stuff is screwing up here. I had to go into the orders for it to tell me what I paid. Okay, I had to go into it because it's freezing up on me on my phone here. I don't know why. That was really nice. And when I slide everything over, it's like everything's going crazy. So I may want to log out and log back in. I didn't like not knowing what I paid and what I didn't pay. I market ordered in, market ordered out. Here's that bounce. It gave me a nice extension, bro. That was the trade. So what I'm gonna look for, if you can just get like another little extension higher, my goal is to take this target to 166. 166. Listen, I was in the 160 puts. Again, I got to take them when it pays me because I'm so far out the money. I'm $10 out of the money. All right, and here it goes. Trying to bounce back higher. I told you guys, when I see those 90 cents again, I'm getting in it. And there's a lot of things that I see that, tell me that we're going to probably try to bounce here. If we can't, that's a good thing. It's holding VWAP right now. Tesla's holding VWAP. Nice. It feels good to start the day off with that scalp. That was very nice. We got it right up at that 20-day moving. I had to take it. And I had to take it all off because I still don't think it's time right now. I don't think it is time, and that was the purpose of the trade. All right, that was the purpose of the trade. Chris, what's up, my guy? How are you today, man? Amazon started off very strong today. Okay, Abby, I'm coming, boo-boo. I'm coming, boo-boo. Yeah, I think Tesla goes higher. I think this is going to be it right now. I think right now you're going to start figuring out, hey, are we going to go higher or not? Watch the volume on Tesla. It may just sit here and consolidate and then grind higher. See if it does that. All right, I'm going to relax a minute. That was very nice. I don't know what's going on with everything, but I had no idea what I paid for those. I had no idea, and I didn't like that. But all good. That was nice. 20-day short, pull it back right, right down in here to this target, this dotted line at 167.50. That was a beautiful trade. That was a really nice trade right there. How was your weekend? How was everyone's weekend? I want to know. God, listen. Not God, listen, but guys, listen. I have started, and I'm getting this book done. And I want you, like, this book is going to be able to tell you how I just did that, the reason why, the game plan to the why. The fact that this trade was not meant to be held, this was not meant to be a swing trade. If you want to swing trade it, I don't think that this is a swing trade yet. And if it is to the long, not the short. I was just looking for a simple pullback off of that 20-day moving average. And I feel like nobody talks about any of this stuff. All right, they don't really want you, they want you to know a little bit, but not enough for you guys to be able to actually make money and do what I just did right there. All right, there's a reason. You got to have the confidence to pull the trigger. How do you get the confidence? It's all in the book. I'm telling you right now. It's all in it. It's all in it. And listen, the consistency comes from me looking back February and March and saying, bro, what were you doing? Like, why? Like, what separated January and all the other months of good trading? Everybody has their, like, down days and stuff like that. But you only get better with trading. As I can say that too. This type of stuff I never found in the library. This stuff I never found in the library. What did I just say? Didn't I just say that this should continue back higher? It should continue back higher and try to get above this 20-day moving average. Okay? I think Tesla is trying to go to like 172.50. All right? That area up there. I think it's trying to head to like 172.50, 173. No, 172.50. All right? I think it's going to go a little bit higher. Probably consolidate up here. It's going to have to sit here a little bit. It does, in my opinion, need a pullback. But let me let her out real quick. I'll be right back. What are you guys watching today? Please type down in chat. There's a double top rejection up there. You're starting to put in a flat top resistance on a 3-minute. I'm coming, Abby, baby. I'm coming. Let's see if it breaks VWAP this time. See if it breaks VWAP. Oh man, I'm excited. This helps tell me that I'm on the right track. Okay, let's get back to business. We're not done. We're not done. I'm not done. Okay. That was really nice, man. That was a nice entry. I was a little worried about the fact that I did not know what I got in. I was worried. I'm not even going to lie. So let's sit here and see. Guys, I think Tesla is definitely, we should definitely get this pullback. No, we already kind of did it to 167.50, but I feel like we need a pullback. I do. I feel like Tesla needs a pullback. And just give it just a few minutes. Give it just a few minutes. Like, you're getting close. She's getting close. It's not time yet. what I say. It's getting above the 20-day. How am I able to do this? How am I able to do this and say, hey, now, I'm thinking 174, 170, 173 to 175, 173.26, right? Just that low to mid 170 area. I just think it needs a little bit before you get this turnaround, if you get it. Look, she just said it too. As soon as I said it, that's so funny. So I'll look for 173. All right, 173 on Tesla. You might even get to 175. You might even get to 175. This is why there was a little bit of hesitation on the first test, but we got the further extension because I had a feeling that it was not time. Look at the extension higher, and you could get a short squeeze here. This is going to, the more powerful it is, the more it should get this thing to be, a little bit oversold, overdone. So, RDDT, Reddit needs a bounce. So I said at least $50. We're looking for the short. Okay. We're looking for the short. 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 If we can get a pop to 150 or $50 on Reddit,
CADL, Can Delta Orthopedics getting a pop here, $6.86. Charlie Alpha Delta.
you know what's crazy is how ARM just right off the gate just pulled back. I'm like, oh, you dick. That's exactly what we were looking for. We were looking for that. I'm going to read it off to you guys. ARM, 128, 130 short. 132, maybe. Right? Maybe we get to 132. What'd it do? Pre-market? 127. 127. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. I think ARM's got a little bit of room to the upside, guys. I think you could start seeing ARM head up to 126. If you hold this level, I would put a stop, down by like 124.44, just below that area. Consider watching what the other semiconductors are doing. It has some tails here. It is struggling just a bit. This level is...
WW shares moving to the highs now, up 17%. Whiskey.
What is the S&P's doing? And the Qs. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Alright, gang. Gosh, man. It feels good just to be, kind of back on track somewhat. Let's go look at AMD. I do not want to give any of this back. What is Nvidia? So TSMC, right? TSM. All right. So what did we say? I wrote down TSM. ATR is about $4 to $6.50 to $7. 145, 146 rejection. 145, 146 rejection. 145, 146 rejection. 145.82. The target on that, I didn't write a target. I wrote down the ATR, I guess. I think this was the target. It was down here, like 142 to 140, and that's a $4 move. Would take you down to 140, guys. If you guys can hold on that long, I think you're gonna start getting a pop here. It may break through VWAP, possibly. Yeah, I would look for Um,
Denver and Boulder, Colorado. Premieres Thursday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Only on
you might,
and then some pretty flattish
you
action to
know,
start the day, 52.05. We're
I
back to
feel
you.
like, I feel like, this is tough. This is tough because this is hard to read. This is really hard to read here. It could sit here. Could also bounce. If we bounce, then we're looking for. Why is that doing that? Like, what was up with that? So 15-minute chart. Nice rejection. We have this wall. This wall. See this line here goes back to the daily chart. It's either messing around with 143.70 or 144. 15-minute bounce. Let's see if we can bounce and start to go lower. I still think TSM has a lot lower to go. If you want me to be honest with you, I think it's time to take this thing back down a little bit. Give me. I would take it. I would let it bounce, and I would take this thing back down. Try to take it down to 141, 140. Okay, 141, 140. That's where I would try to take TSM. Watch the overall markets, but give it time. Give it the little space that it needs to bounce from here. Unless it sits here. Here's the other option to that. Is that TSM could just sit right here. And not that it would go higher. It could just bounce a little bit higher. It could go higher, but I don't know. I'm going to lay off of it for a little bit. Let's go look at the overall markets. Is anybody here in chat? Anybody at all here today? Let's see. So Tesla, she's trying to pull back a little bit. AMD, ARM. I have all A's and a T. Amazon, ARM, AMD. Oh shit, AMD's starting to bounce. It doesn't have the volume though. It doesn't really have any volume. That's right. Thank you guys so much for the likes. I greatly appreciate you guys. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so there's that pullback on Amazon that we were expecting for. Look at the volume too. It's got a lot of volume there on that pullback. ARM. So Reddit, ARM. I didn't really look at Carvana or anything. We have a lot. I have a lot of lists here. I have my watch list from yesterday to today. Like Goldman Sachs. I haven't even looked at that yet, but Tesla. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 10 on my watch list. The majority of them semiconductors. Oh, Microsoft. I have not looked at that yet. Sorry, my stomach's hurting. Ever since I ate that. Microsoft bouncing. Let's go look at the. I need to look at the daily chart real quick on Microsoft.
We'll see tonight, Mad Money, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. When we come back,
58, 18.
in China in a moment.
Damn. She might be good. She might be good. Hold on. I'll look at it, Chris. I'll look at it for you. I mean, I know you know what you're doing, but man, this is crazy. Microsoft may have a little bit. It may get up here to like 427. I would look for the 427 area. You know, maybe it does get 427.50 to 430. You know, 430 might be a little much, but you know, 427.50 to 428, 429. You know, whole dollar, half dollar type of deal there. I do think it's just at this stage where she may. I don't know. I'm not going to say it. I don't know if it's going to try. So, it may try to go higher here. Let's see. Where is the all-time high at? It's just, I'm just kind of curious why Microsoft has not tried for a new high. I don't know. Like, it just gets wasted. Every time it makes any type of up move, it takes so much energy for it to get up there that it can't. So that tells you something. Like right now, we're still up there, but you know, it feels to me that it may try to extend to like Thursday's high, up to like 428, 427, and then kind of just fail. That's what I would expect it to do. Let me look at the 4-hour chart real quick.
Coming up, the employment trends.
I think that's where it heads. That's what I said. 427, half dollar and whole dollar up to 430. Google. Let's look at Google. Let's look at Google. Some small caps running. Google's got just a little bit of room. It'll probably get back to that 156.75 level. That's where I'd look for it to go. Nice. So we just got some data there. Sorry if it sounds boring. I need to add some sound effects and stuff, I know. So, let's see, Monday. All right, I'm on a roll here, baby. Consumer inflation expectation come out at 11, guys. Be cautious. You know what's funny is that now Google, Microsoft, and like all these other names are setting up to reverse at 11 o'clock. I did not know that consumer inflation expectations were out this morning. They should have this labeled like black. It should be a 3-star GTA 5-star. Like just loaded. You know, that's what the Fed's worried about, or they say they were worried about. So if you guys don't know, we do get Fed minutes this week too. So where is this? They don't have it on here. They just gave it out. All right, whatever. Let's see. 3%. Previously 3%. All right. So Google, Google, I assume, has some nice volume. Like I said, man, I think this thing has a little bit of room up to like 157, 156.50, 157. Sorry, my stomach was hurting. Yeah, this thing's done. Not done in the long term. It needs a pullback. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's starting to pull back now. Looking like it is prime. So that is... I would look for one more bounce. It still needs a little bit. I would look for another bounce on Tesla to see if that opportunity shows itself. If you're looking for pullbacks. Alright, so Reddit, Tesla. Damn, Tesla's definitely working itself for another shot here. I wish I could play music. I mean, I could, but they'll block it and all this other shit. It's not a good look. So 173. What did we write down? Pullback off of 170. 172, 174. So I gave 3. I gave out 3. I slept like shit last night, guys. I really did. So I took a melatonin last night, and I got past the point, like, between my cat, my other half, and everything, and it was just like, it just sucked. It just was the worst. I was like paranoid. So, you know, I don't know why I took it. I just wanted to get like a really good night's sleep, even though I don't have a problem sleeping. I said, okay, cool, you know. And yeah. So here's what I would like to see for Tesla, guys. Ultimately, I would like to see Tesla pull back again, like kind of like right now. Look for it to pull back to 168.45 one more time. See if it can do that, like right now. To me, you know, the volume is to the buy side. Why is this not saving it where I put it? That's not cool. That is not cool. AMD is strong. And you know what? AMD was actually a long that we had here. So AMD, I wrote down pullback into 170, 170, 69, 170 to 169. Our target's 175, 177.50, 180, 183 / the 50 day. So what I would do is, if you get this pullback here, it has not moved. It bounced a little bit. I would look for, because now you're having a little bit of a rejection here. Let me redo all this stuff. I think we could do it, and I think AMD might be the plan. Might be the one. So like AMD wasn't getting any love this morning. If I sound tired again, guys, it's because I am still groggy. It's the melatonin that's still got me like still in me. So I apologize. I think I'm gonna start working out again in the morning. I used to do it, but I felt like Not that I didn't have time, but you know, I could spend the other time getting my ideas together. Look for these prior highs. Maybe like a 168.45. Here, let's go do a full analysis again on it. It's a nice. I mean, I don't know if it's nice if you like that kind of stuff, but this thing just fell out of bed. Consolidation. And they left town. This thing consolidated and they left town. Nice bear flag. Bang. I'm out. Peace. All right, so let's see here. I wish I knew why my charts were doing this right now. It's probably because of the setup on AMD. I know I have the volume stuff up. Come on, I keep clicking on the wrong one. Go with the long. Go with the long. Go with the long. Go with the long.
Yeah, without a doubt, and it's something we're going to be discussing for quite some time to come. Sarah, we'll check in with you again a little bit more. Of course, get a lot more from Beijing from Sarah Eisen. Let's get to the broader markets right now, though. Our next guest says the market is
there. It is. Damn it. I think she's got a pullback coming though, so don't get all bulled up. You might have a little run in you. May not last that long.
He joins us now. CalSTRS has, by the way, $331 billion in assets under management. Is the largest educator-only pension fund in the world. All right, we got all that out of the way. So, why do you sound, Chris, like you're a little? I don't want to call it pessimistic, but perhaps not as constructive on the market as some of the parade of guests we might bring on here on CNBC.
Hey, David, I would say I'm realistic. Come on. This market is doing so well.
Anybody? Did you guys take anything yet? I need AMD to pull back a little bit for me. That's all I need. I just need a little pullback. You may not get it. I seriously think, you know, a little pullback to like, just to do something. I don't know. I can't explain it. Because it could just stay up here. Like, it's still got a little bit higher to go. It's trying to get up to 172.
You know, David, I realize now in my career it is so hard to predict the future. I think the market probably has some more legs to it because, look, everybody is betting on AI and it's unknown what that's going to add to productivity. I mean, Jamie Dimon had a big statement today in his letter, so there's a lot of optimism.
A&L halted on a circuit breaker, Alpha November Lima.
Yeah, guys, I think you give AMD just a few minutes. I would give AMD just a few minutes and let it pull back. Just give it a couple minutes. It'll give us a shot. It's only 10:10. I've got a nice little winner under my belt. Really nice trade today. Still did not get a haircut. I know. It was a pretty busy weekend. Got a lot accomplished this weekend. Got a lot accomplished. It's coming, I promise. Sun actually came out this weekend too for a little bit, which was nice. It's a really nice weekend. All right. Let's see here. Let's go look at the indexes. Let's go look at the markets. So let's go to the SPY. SPY, 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 I SPY. Bouncing. I wonder if we start taking some of this move back, guys.
Shell oil.
The way it was looking yesterday, it was like the SPY and stuff. I'm gonna tell you guys right now.
Leaving the London Stock Exchange.
I was just looking at it and I'm like, man, I feel like we could get another little bounce and then another pullback. You have all this volume up there. Bang, bang, bang. You know, we're only asking for trouble going back up there. That's how it feels in my opinion.
the iPhone. So we'll see, but it's going to take time to roll out. It's advancing very quickly. Consumers will see.
So here's the thing. The SPY could bounce here. I think it bounces here.
I always like to look at your options in terms of a massive asset base. On fixed income, you've got an actual of, I think it's 10.6%. Your current target's 12%. What does that mean? We are feathering back in with fixed income, David. I like it. I think it's very attractive in here. Hey, fixed income's finally got a return. You look at the last 10 years, I'm really long term. We had rates go to zero twice, but now you actually can get a spread. Corporates are super tight, but there's private lending.
15
I've seen a lot of
minutes.
people use treasuries, sovereigns to
Oh shit, Coinbase. Forgot about Coinbase.
credit and getting at pretty good yields. That market is
Coinbase.
that market is
Oh shit, Coinbase pulling back. I mean, that's kind of what we wanted, but is there something going on with crypto?
some creeping conversation that Europe is starting to give U.S. markets a run for their money. We've got some upside surprises today in German manufacturing. There's a sense that maybe we get rate cuts there before we get them here. Are you sensing that? I'm as surprised as anybody. Carl, it is amazing, but Europe and non-U.S. stocks are setting highs, not as fast as the U.S. market. The growth rates aren't quite there. But, maybe Japan is finally going to come out of its doldrums for 30 years and turn it around. And yes, we're seeing strength.
Alright, I gotta get up, do some jumping jacks or something. I'm getting a little tired. You guys will have to excuse me. I am, I cut off some profits this morning. Nice little piece. So Bitcoin, I'm looking for like 71, 71, 72, 71.50. Maybe you get a test of 69.95, 70. Maybe you get 70,000. I think I need to turn that down. I can hear myself.
And having an auction that fails. I'm just curious, given you mentioned it, Chris, where your sort of head's at on that. David, it's going to be the exact point. I've been telling my board to pay attention to the tail on treasury options. I know it's esoteric for a lot of people, but right now we're fine. There's still an appetite for our debt, but boy, would you get
Let's see here. Is this thing going to go?
U.S. debt is going to
ACN, Accenture acquires Axis.
be such a drag
Alpha
on the
Charlie
deficit,
November, ACN.
budget, that it's going to slow our economy. We can't run around with this much weight. And I'll use the phrase: the U.S. budget can use a
Terms not disclosed on that deal. That's Alpha Charlie November.
weight as fast as other people do. So they really need to focus on it. It's going to be a drag for whoever is the president next year. It is going to really be an issue going over the next 4 years, just like climate change. I think those megatrends
Okay.
are against us, not for us.
So you're pulling into and holding the 20-day moving average. You come in on that really nice gap up. Really, really nice gap up there at the 20-day. I should have put a bright green box there for that 20-day. Damn.
$6.6 billion to build out his plant in Arizona. A lot more on the other chip names to watch here. And then watch Boeing and Southwest today. This engine cowling fell
Come on.
during takeoff this weekend.
Come on, bruh.
We're going to this walk in the street. We'll be back in a moment.
This sucks. This isn't helping our case. I think it just goes ahead and puts in a double top or so. Here, see if it can bounce back. I don't think it's going too far. I don't think this thing's worth trying to, if Bitcoin does decide to go, you got to be prepared, because if you are in this name and it goes, and this thing goes along with it, it could put in a really nice move. I just personally think, let's see, hold up. Yeah, it just feels like shorter term, the shorter time we go, it feels like that's why it's so red.
With a Shield Level annuity from Brighthouse Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential.
All right, let's look for a. Man, it's not going to bounce there. All right, look for a bounce at like 250, 150. Look for a bounce. 250, 150, 252. Be careful that Coinbase doesn't bounce back to 255 and reject 255. All right, don't let this thing sneak you. All right, if it's got some good sign on it right now, it's got a good sign that it's not going to do that. It feels like it's going to continue to pull back, and that's what it's doing. See, it was. Come on, pull it back. See, there you go. That's what you want. You don't want to bounce into 255 and then reject. You want to reject right now. Get it over. See what I'm saying? I know I may sound tired, but I know what I'm saying. All right. Go ahead. 250. 250. It's got some really nice volume today. Really nice volume. I don't know if there's any other type of news with it. That's why I was saying it looks like that's a good sign that it's doing what it's doing now. If you're looking to go long. I may not have said it clearly. I apologize. But
No, right now people have Boeing in the crosshairs. Frankly, they've got the airlines in the crosshairs in terms of concerns about maintenance and whether or not we see more flights added. The maintenance of the aircraft are up to snuff, and those concerns.
Let's go 250. Let's go 250. There we go. And we have. So here's what happened. We get this little bounce off 250 on Coinbase. You know, you have to watch Bitcoin if it doesn't rally yet, if it's not ready. Just watch for Coinbase to get stuck between like 250, 257, right in that area, and kind of consolidate. Yup, see, there you go. Let's see. 250 is not going to hold.
But it's not a max model, and this has been in the Southwest fleet for 9 years. 9 years. So it's a maintenance issue. Boeing and GE will assist in the investigation as Southwest looks into what might have happened here. As you take a look at shares of Southwest, remember that the airline post results on April 25th. No doubt this will be one of the questions we have for Bob Jordan, not just about this incident, but overall aircraft and airline maintenance and the issues that.
Man, this sucks.
Over the last 6 months to last year.
I hate being like this. I hate being like groggy and tired. I should have not taken a melatonin yesterday, but it is what it is. All right, so here you go. 250. You might get a little bit more. Yeah, see, you might get a little bit more.
The question is, will they have to slow down production as they did in the first quarter for the rest of this year? We'll get some indication based on the numbers that we see tomorrow.
Yeah, some of the anecdotal reporting suggests that production has really slowed to a crawl, Phil. Important news. That's our Phil Lowe. I'm rolling today. Still to come.
All right.
The Fed and the economy, as you know, including Fed minutes and, of course, key inflation data. We'll get you ready.
Let's see if they start trying to bring in a reversal. I feel like they want to wait for the gap fill.
We'll talk about what the numbers may be telling us.
Let's see what happens here.
Hi, I'm Jay Jackson.
I mean, that's...
For almost 20 years, Abacus Life has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors. And in just seconds, you can use the free calculator at abacuspace.com to learn what your policy might be worth.
For many of my clients, selling their life insurance to Abacus was right for them and their estate plan.
Don't sell or lapse your policy without
Here she
going to
goes.
abacuspace.com first. There are no fees and no obligations.
Here she goes. If you guys have anything you guys want me to do an analysis on, just let me know. Again, that Coinbase trade, I think you'll test VWAP on the 15-minute and like that area. I was just talking to you about the, I think it'll consolidate. I think you consolidate here from 249.75 to like 255, I guess. That's what I would look for. Is Coinbase to consolidate? That's a really nice reversal. Okay, cool. So, AMD. We might have a second trade, guys. We might have a second trade here. Keep an eye on Nvidia, TSM. Those guys might start to pull back. I know they kind of already have. Last time we looked at it. See, pull it back, bro. Pull it back on a lower time frame. If AMD can pull back here, okay, and sit, I would like to see if we can get a pullback to like even with pre-market and after hours. I would like to try and get back down to like, this might seem a little far, but 169, 168.50 on AMD. That might be a little too much. Sorry, guys. Again, still got some melatonin in my system. Slept like poop, but came out with a winner already. So, I'm looking for this little pullback. See if we can get a little pullback. It doesn't have to pull back. It can sit here, right? AMD can sit there. And compared to the other names, like Nvidia, Taiwan, Micron, which is one of my favorites, they all mean different things. They all do different things. I would like to try to get a bounce. There we go. Got a nice little shot of coffee. All right, 3 minutes. So it looks like it's trying to pull back. Let me go to a 15-minute chart real quick. I think it's got a little bit of room. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it would be good. I'm telling you guys, if this thing can just pull back now, the sooner it does it, the better. Because it's going to be hard. I say that because 172, like yesterday's high, if you guys are trying to take AMD through yesterday's high, you're going to need a little, it's going to need to pull back. You're going to need to bring in new buyers. People that want to own this thing to break 130.
Commodities, obviously, Torsten, moving to the front of the conversations given the events in the Middle East. People starting to worry what kind of pressure that's going to put, at least on headline inflation readings. Do you think it's the most important story right now?
Well, I think that if you combine that with what we saw last week when we saw ISM prices paid for manufacturing, the fact that manufacturing is beginning to recover and beginning to show some more upward momentum, including on prices paid, it does suggest that maybe goods inflation.
All right, it's coming. It's coming.
And then it came down to more normal. Now the fear you can have is that maybe it's beginning to
It's coming, guys.
because of geopolitical risks and also because of the manufacturing sector coming back. Combining that with both shelter inflation and supercore inflation also showing some more signs of life, you do begin to worry about the Fed here that this repricing of rates, I think, is very important because it is telling you that we've been waiting for this slowdown for so long. Why is it everyone is expecting this rate slowdown to come in the next several quarters? In particular, with the tailwind of the stock market up $10 trillion since the November FOMC meeting, we have a dramatic tailwind to consumption and to capex over the coming quarters that will continue to support inflation to the upside.
Torsten, way to make a splash with some of the graphics lately. It's good to see you. Torsten Slok joining us from Apollo.
Thank you.
After the break, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen. Let's get to Sarah in Beijing with more on what she has ahead for us. Sarah.
David, you heard a lot about how she was concerned about overcapacity. The Treasury Secretary also had a pretty stark warning for China as it relates to supporting Russia.
Okay, so we're going on to 10:30 right now. Yeah, 10:30. AMD is going to be a struggle to take long. If anybody is thinking about it, I'm not sure if you guys are or not. Really happy so far with the day. You know, I said this morning, you know, I was going to be patient. I'm not going to rush it. I'm just going to look for my setups, look for the setups and take them. Man, my freaking throat hurts because the change in weather here lately. Okay, so there we go. Get a nice little bounce out of the SPY. I think there's a little trickery going on, if you guys want me to be honest with you, with the SPY. Let's cover the markets and cover news and everything right now. Let's go to let's go to
Am I still on target to have enough for retirement?
Am I saving enough? Is the economy turning? Can I afford for college?
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier. It's more
wow. That's so funny.
What matters is having a custodial service provider who gets you and treats RIAs like they treat their clients.
I guess I have to do like a cool background or something. Like these motherfuckers got 2,000 people? That's okay.
Will I be able to trade the retest of ID before the sweep or not? Which it's kind of appearing the answer's no.
I wonder if we could do a challenge.
I feel great about longs now. I just need to find something to get
You know what's so funny? This person right now is thinking about longs, and I'm telling you guys that I'm getting ready to take a short up here. I'm telling you guys right now, don't get snuck. Don't get snuck. It's got a little room to go. I'm looking at like 421, 420, and I think we can get a nice little pullback. I think it might happen. It could happen at like 11:30, 12:30. It's just my opinion. That's all it is. It's an opinion. I can be wrong. I will be wrong. I think, and it's just a smaller pullback. All right, I think we need a smaller pullback. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it. I really don't. Maybe I need to go to TikTok and shit like that. Like, you know, Instagram, all that stuff. Other than that, yeah, good luck to anybody. I hope whoever gets views earns it and helps you guys make money. Like, for real, for real. Let me see if they have any music playing or anything. There is. There is.
Police arrested country music star Morgan Wallen for allegedly throwing a chair from the rooftop of a bar. They say it landed about 3 feet from 2 officers standing below the 6-story venue. Wallen posted a $15,000 bond overnight. He faces 3 counts of reckless endangerment and 1 of disorderly conduct as well. And now I'm going to send a very long toss back to Sarah Eisen in Beijing. Hi, Sarah.
Okay, cool. Dude, my phone wasn't charging. Alright, not sure what it is. Not sure what it is. Let's go. Let's go.
She also had conversations with Chinese leadership about TikTok and that bill that's going through Congress that President Biden did say he would sign if it passes the Senate. I asked the Treasury Secretary how those conversations went with the Chinese and whether they
Alright, guys, be careful. You should get a little pullback here. Should start to come in. I feel like I'm waking up now. It's a good thing. Alright, let's see. It's got a little room, like the S&Ps have a little room higher. You might you might get the 521. The S&Ps may just go ahead and get the 521 and get it over with. That's where the target would be. Would be like 521, 520.85, something like that.
matters of national security on this trip and said that there would be consequences for China if they increase support militarily for Russia. And we also heard this week reportedly
So yeah.
Secretary of State.
So yeah, there's that. 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 All right. So what we have? We have ARM bouncing back like we thought. What do we have that's strong today, guys? Would you guys see anything with relative strength and relative weakness at all? Out of curiosity. AUUD moving. Okay, cool. Cool. So, yeah. Small caps, I'm thinking about it. So, here's what I'm going to battle is that I feel like there's a pullback coming today in the markets. Randomly. Whether that's... So, please remember for anybody that's here. And it's... Listen, and son, bro, I hope you had a great weekend. I hope you're having a great morning. Appreciate you hopping on and hanging out with us. And for anybody else that's here, don't be shy. You know, if you have any questions, hit that like button for me if you could. I know subscribe if you're new here, but more importantly, just, you know, don't be nervous. Don't be scared to ask a question. If you guys have a question, someone else has the same question. Not specifically out to people, but anybody that's new. Right? For anybody that's new and has a question. Yeah, there's a lot this week, man. CPI, but today we have inflation. We have inflation expectations. This, I was saying a little bit ago, should have been consumer inflation expectation. This should be technically, because this could throw off the bond market, right? Depending on how this comes in. This technically, in my book, I mean, listen, trading economics is smarter than me. But this should at least be black, if not red, with a red box. So if you guys don't notice, like the 9 a.m., 11 a.m., you guys see how it's like a single print and it's not bold? That's like a 1 star. This 11:30 that is bold, that's like a 2 star. And then the red, obviously, hey, market moving, you might want to pay attention to it. Even the bold is market moving. Not like kind of bold to say, hey, this could be market moving. Not bold, not red, like, hey, we don't give a shit about it. I think that that's a little, I don't know. Whoever wrote it in there in consumer inflation expect. I would just say that, me personally, if I did this site, I would have it black, like bold, because it could be potentially market moving. We have CPI. We also have that's trading economics. Trading economics. So, but we have so much. You have Bank of Canada and Europe. They're all going to decide their interest rates. They could start to cut. Like, we could be last. They could say, next meeting will probably cut. Or you might, if you see Europe or Canada cut a 25 basis points, I'm not saying they are. I do not expect them to. I'm just saying watch out for these things, because outside of CPI, there's still a lot going on. Japan's consumer confidence, Red Book, it's so there's just a lot. There is a lot. Obviously CPI. We have initial jobless claims. We have jobless claims the same day as PPI. We also have Fed minutes. I am excited about these minutes. I have not been excited about Fed minutes like really ever. But I'm excited about these Fed minutes because on Wednesday, Powell, if you guys remember the Fed meeting, Powell brought up balance sheet runoff and how that they were about done. And what's so funny about it is that it's already at that previous high, right? It's went through the old high and it's pulled back. If I give you guys the Fed balance sheet, which I should have up here, I should have it. Financial conditions. I guess I don't. So, it's around 7 trillion right now. So I'd say 65, 6.5 trillion or so. So their balance sheet right now is pulled back to that prior high. It should act as support. So he specifically brought up the balance sheet runoff for a reason. They're about done with it. They're done letting this stuff roll off their balance sheet. So that means they're going to reinvest it. That way that the markets can still have some decent liquidity. You don't have liquidity problems. It's a good thing. Like, so here's the problem, and I've said this, and you guys know my stance. From my personal opinion to what I think the Fed should do versus what they are doing. Okay, everybody talks about them not cutting, but the problem is that if they wait to cut until data tells them to cut, they've done it too late. They have to cut while things are good. They have to, because it is a known fact that there is a 1.5 to 2 year lag, right, from GDP, employment, okay, the things that they're concerned about. So when you hear these people talking about the Fed not cutting, we might get 2. Things are really hot. Like people out there that are saying things are really hot, the Fed might not cut. That is saying that the Fed is waiting for the data to show up bad for them to cut. Then that means that they were late, right? You guys see what I'm saying? So that whole idea is like, bro, just stop trying to be the Fed. Like what you say right now doesn't sound good because they've talked about the lag effect. We know the lag effect. I've shown you guys charts on the lag effect and GDP and employment. So they have to cut when things are good, right? And even after they stop, 2, 3 to 6 months, GDP still can increase. That's okay because it's 2 years prior, during the cycle, and then 2 years after is really when you see it, right? So that would be like going into next January, going into the fall, next winter, right? If they can just stop, they've stopped rate hikes, but the balance sheet runoff, it takes time. And you guys, we all have to remember the amount of liquidity that, you're talking 7 to 10 trillion. I would say 10 trillion right now because they've already signed off on another 1.2 trillion. A month or two ago, they got 120 billion. Not 80 or 90 of it to go to Ukraine, and then just So, but yeah. So this morning I took the rejection off of the 20-day up here at 171.95, back down to VWAP on Tesla. That was a really nice trade. I had some problems seeing what price I got in at because I do it really quickly to where I'm okay, and then by the time I look back at my phone, it's already back at the screen, and it would not. It was just like it was just like shaking kinda. So there's something. And look, here's that small pullback. Here's that small pullback. I think it goes a little bit higher before we get the. I'm not gonna say a rug pull because that's not what I think, but I think we do get a nice little pullback here, and I think it's up at Friday's highs. You know, it could be. Right now, it's playing that way. Like, I'll let you guys know if that changes, if I think it changes. Just like this morning on ARM, look what they did on ARM. Our whole thesis was like, oh shit, we had to switch. Look at that. Very last minute, in 5 minutes, they dumped it. I'm like, you jerks. That was our trade, but they took it pre-market. But we're getting a second chance here. So ARM, you know, I think that ARM, I'm just, I don't know what to think about this thing. Like, I think it can go a little higher. Like from now, like on a 2-week time frame, from like a week to 2 weeks, I think ARM can go higher. But like here in the next like 2 days, I think it could pull back, if that makes sense. I think like right now you could start to bounce a little bit. See if it can bounce a little bit and get up just a little bit higher. I think it can. I think you can test pre-market highs at 127, and then I would look for the pullback. We might get the 130 or the 128 short. So we said 128, 130, 132. So this area, I am looking to get short ARM. Unless, I don't know. Unless there's some news or something that comes out. This is a good company. I would like to own ARM. I can't own it here, even though it's probably undervalued here. You know, they are, without them, a lot of the semiconductors you wouldn't have without them, right? They are the blueprint for like Qualcomm, I think Taiwan Semiconductor. They pretty much design the GPU or CPUs. They design them, and then they send the blueprints off. Like, we'll just say Qualcomm, okay? I can't remember if it's Taiwan Semiconductors or Qualcomm. What they do is they rent that blueprint out for like 2 years or so, and they just make what ARM's design is, you know, for their GPUs or CPUs, GPUs, processors, whatever you want to call it. Let's go look at AMD, because we did like AMD. I just figured that this was going to be a slow grind. It's going to be a slow grinder. She wants to just sit flat here. She wants to pull back to VWAP 170 area. Yeah, this thing is not moving right now. I'm not sure what the Coinbase. That's right, Coinbase. Coin. Yeah, this thing still has a little bit more room to the downside. I think you got to get down to Friday's close around that 240 area. I wouldn't trust Coinbase at 250 because it's already shown you a few times prior that it's not going to hold. Obviously, you want to see what Bitcoin's doing, so continue to watch that. I wonder what caused that rally. I wonder if Joe is home right now because there's still a fighter jet from yesterday. So usually on the weekends, guys, where I'm at, you'll have a they have a fighter that jet that just flies. Just he's way up in the air, and you can tell, especially when he comes down a little, he or she comes down a little lower, you, just the thrust and the feel of it. So they stay pretty high in the F-22s, the new ones, and it's hard to see too. They're really, really, really hard to see, guys. Um, until they're up in your face. But I feel like they've been circling because they'll circle all weekend while he's home. There is a fighter jet just, you know, protecting him, protecting the surrounding area and him and stuff. But I still hear it, so he might have taken a day off. I don't know. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he isn't home right now. I don't know. I haven't looked at his schedule, but I figured he would have been back in town in DC. I did not hear the copters either, or the I'm not gonna say Marine One, but because they fly literally right here. And then when they go south, it's over that side. I can't remember if I left and went somewhere Friday or not. But I've been hearing it all morning, just circling. Just like you could just, I don't know. It's just different. Like you just know when there's a fighter jet in the air versus a regular plane. So you said AUUD. Let's see here. AUUD, a little flat. Let's go through the scanners real quick. Remember here at 11 o'clock, consumer inflation expectation.
That's definitely got some play. Fantastic stuff, Sarah. A lot more coming up in the next hour. Still ahead this hour, at least 5 different
Oh, come on.
some target hikes this morning. We'll find out
Come on, gang.
in a moment.
So, what did everybody do this weekend? What'd you guys get into? If you don't mind me asking, did you guys do anything? You guys get your haircuts and stuff, unlike me? I did a deep clean this week. I still need to go get... So, since we had all this rain for the past 2 weeks, I need to go get my flag out front, and I need to fix the ground and pack it and throw some concrete in there and get a new flag because the pole was tilting. I was putting pins in there, but the ground is so soft that the wind just keeps pushing it, making the hole bigger, and it's a mess. So I'll probably go do that at lunchtime today. All right, let's see here. We have 10 minutes until this data comes out. I don't think anybody I've heard of or heard all morning had mentioned this. And I think we also have Fed members all week. Again, Canada, Europe, interest rate decision, FOMC minutes this week, CPI, PPI, labor inflation data, or not labor inflation, initial jobless claims, labor numbers, labor market, I guess you could say. I don't know. I guess you could just not say labor or anything. There's a lot going on here. I would pay attention to these oil numbers too, to give us some insight as to what's going on behind the scenes, if you'd like. So interest rate decision, all that cool stuff. PPP or PPI. I seen a tag that said PPP loan that was floating around on the internet. ECB press conference. GDP month over month. All right, so that's that. Let's see here. let's go look at the markets. What time is it? It's 10:52.
My grandfather was a steel worker with a third grade education. My father
All right.
education has always
Let me go to the charts or the scanner.
helping people manage their money. A lot of people think of ambition as a way to become rich. I see ambition as enriching your entire life. Your financial life, your personal life, and the lives of people around you.
Let's see.
Coming up in the next hour, what's the deal with Tesla shares as it bounces off of that intraday, year-to-date low? We'll discuss with one analyst who just cut his targets next hour on Money Movers. Don't go anywhere.
Nobody's born with grit. Bruce is really strong. It's something you build over time. It's 21 disciplines. For 88 years, Morgan Stanley has offered clients determination and forward thinking to create the future.
Sorry, I was looking at DXYZ. Someone mentioned. Look at this thing. Have you seen this, bro? $8.
We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience
Bang.
as sophisticated as you are.
I wonder if this thing's going to get a blow off top here. That's wild.
Here in Hawaii, there's always time. There's time to spend with family, time to enjoy with friends. There's always time to listen or lend a helping hand. Here, we have all the time in the world, but no time to waste. Today's Money Mover, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen in Beijing, a CNBC exclusive. Outlook on China relations, trade, jobs, the global economy. Sarah Eisen, one-on-one. Money Movers, 11 Eastern, CNBC.
You learn pretty fast that there are no shortcuts in raising children. No surprise that there aren't any when it comes to hair loss. One of my first attempts to do it my own.
Okay, Turkey. Guess my cat's wanting in here. So it's a little hard to find a swing trade right now. I had that feeling coming into the day where, you know, it was a little tough trying to find a swing trade today. Man, I wish I would have got some really good sleep yesterday. I tried, but I messed myself up. But yeah, I hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. I was hoping to hear about everyone's weekend. Let's see here. Let me auto zoom. Let me auto tune. That looks like a nice little cup and handle, but that handle extends way farther than it should to be considered that. That's wild. What are you doing, girlfriend? Alright, so now might be the time for Tesla. We said 174. To see if we can't get a pullback. Look at that volume. That was a lot of volume on that extension there. Some really nice volume. Okay, so If you guys can see this.
Enough room to keep your cargo and your secrets safe. Your record label is taking off.
175, 174.80.
To hire. Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire. Hey you, with the small business. Whoa. You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today.
Come on, baby. Give us the test of Friday's close. Give us that gap fill from up here. I gotta say, guys, I would like. It's see, it would be hard for me to get short right now, like to try to like swing this because I've already did it and I've already made some good money. So I'm like, do I risk it? Do I let it go a little higher? Do I let it test 176? Do I just be patient? I feel like I want to take that patient route because I've already locked in some nice gains here on that first trade from the morning. And again, I would like to, my goal with this is to catch the pullback on Tesla. All right. To go long, not short. But again, when the setup is the way that it is, there's no other way to trade it, in my opinion. Right? That's where it's going to move the most. It's going to move the quickest. That's what it's doing. It's in a consolidation, possibly even a small pullback. And then you'll see if it breaks out. We'll all see. Like longer term, if that makes sense. I may not be making sense, but I think right now it needs to pull back. I think it's almost there, like 175 area, right? The thing is too, though, as we get closer to lunch, it could just sit there and trade sideways. Bang, next leg higher in the afternoon. That's fine with me. I would much rather that than buy everything just screaming overbought, right? I'd rather buy something that's not overbought, that says this is a lunchtime consolidation. It's using that time to just cool down, bring some new money in, and extend higher. That's not, that's not a bad thing. But gapping up, grinding higher like this, I don't know. I just think it needs some time. Dude, she's being a little punk today. All right, breaking news out of the Fed. Okay, so we got the consumer inflation expectations. All right. Consumer inflation expectations came in right in line at 3%. Oh, I had to use the restroom real quick. All right.
ASPI, isotope share taking a high third time trend news earlier out of semi-profit India.
Okay. Does anybody know the float on DXYZ? Does anyone know the float here? Oh shit, I forgot about Palantir and everything else. I do not. PLTR.
SMFL, Smart for Life share is popping here now. 72 cents, ending out with a
Smart for Life.
company announcing agreement to acquire currently optimal nutrition that's Sandy Michael Fox from Lima.
There it goes. I'm not sure what's going on here. It didn't really say, unless I didn't hear it or something. It's under the 200-day, so what I would do with this is first things first, look for that 50-day. We may start to get a lot of small caps pop because the overall markets, you may see traders volumes start to pick up as traders shift over to the small caps. I would look for the 50-day on ticker symbol SMFL. All right. Smart for Life, whatever that means. Let's see here. So that daily.
I think that's exactly what they're grappling with it. And it's the old the adage or lyric from the Clash, which is, if I stay, there will be trouble. If I go, there will be double. And should I stay or should I go on the current line? And I think they're really struggling with that because they would like to see inflation come down more. Careful what you wish for. You hate to see that the employment market really comes off.
I'm so pissed I took a melatonin yesterday. It just will not leave me. Just got to keep fighting. Just got to keep fighting through it. Let's keep going. Let's keep it moving. What do we have here? So let's go to Microsoft, MSFT. It's 11 o'clock. I don't really want to take on any new positions. Let's look at gold, XOM. Let's see. Tesla, TSLA. I still think, did the SPY ever pull back a little bit or kind of just like stop going higher? Everything is saying this. Yeah, it's trying to pull back a little bit. Sorry, again. Fuck. So bad. Just so tired. Okay, so here we go, right? There's that somewhat of false breakout there that we talked about. As people talked about going long.
softness coming through. We haven't seen that in the consumer yet. We've seen it on the low-income consumer side. We haven't seen it on
All right, 4-hour.
and we think we would need to see that type of slowdown for the commensurate amount of cuts on a job basis. But inflation is not getting down to the Fed target anytime in the near future. And I think that is the challenge where the economy slows a bit more than we're expecting, and you start to see a bit of a pullback there. But again, it doesn't seem like the highest probability outcome, but it's certainly out there. It's one that we talk about quite a bit in terms of as we go into earnings season this week. Will we start to hear from corporate executives that they're seeing any signs of softness in terms of spend, either on the consumer or the corporate side?
Yeah, we had this discussion a bit on Friday in the wake of the jobs number. The prints have been so solid, Alan, but you look at some of the survey work, NFIB, for example, looking at small business. I mean, hiring intentions are kind of falling off a cliff. And those who overlay the two chart with an advance say that could portend maybe not such great things for the job market.
I think so. I mean, I think they're in wait and see mode. And I think that's what, more than anything else, particularly on the small business side, of one that they feel relatively good. And we go out and we survey our clients that but we're not so sure about the end of the year.
Okay, sorry. I had to get up. Glad she came in here to wake me up a little bit. Does anybody have questions for me or anything? Got a nice little trade up on the on Tesla today. I took. Just getting kind of bored with the market. I had a feeling that this could play itself out. You know, I don't think we'll get what we got Thursday if it does pull back. The volume is really low. So, you know, I do apologize for getting tired and stuff.
CDC official says emphasize risk to public from avian influenza remains low, but
Let's go look in the overall market. So there's a SPY here. We're testing Friday's high, roughly, okay? I think we're going to pull back again off of 519.98, 520. I think you should at least, like, either sit there or pull back, maybe test VWAP. It just feels like just getting a little overdone. What I would say is if you sit here and you do see the SPY take one more little leg higher, like tries to break out, see if it fails, end of day, see if it doesn't try to pull back a little bit. Let's see if we have anything Tuesday so we can start lining up tomorrow's plays. I was really happy with today's trade. That went... I just don't want to get too excited and too, you know, because... I don't know. I don't want it to kick me in the ass later on and do something wrong. All we can do is put a game plan together, you know, execute, and, you know, things go right, they go right. They go wrong, we need to know where our stop is. The thing that we have in this market, our upper hand is our stop loss. Is to lose less than we make when we're right. Westpac consumer confidence. All right. No, that's Monday.
You can get 2 unlimited lines for just $30 each a month, all on the most reliable 5G mobile network nationwide. Wireless that works for you. For a limited time, ask and save up to $800.
Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday. I don't think we have anything tomorrow other than like Red Book and stuff. NFIB business. Optimism. Consumer confidence.
Looks like it's time for us to visit Floor Concepts.
Floor Concepts has your floor covered. Whether you're looking for new carpet, luxury vinyl plank, hardwood, laminate, tile, or stone, call us today and we'll bring our fully stocked.
I don't know. Alright, let's see here. It's going to be hard to, so here we go. Pull this in. Tesla. So there's Tesla. Grinding higher. Let me see. Pretty much, man. Everything that we talked about is taking place. Oh, man. Tesla just may ahead and go to 174. Abby, come here, baby. Come here. No, come on. Come here. You have dry food. You're fine. I might have to go run to the pet store and get her some stuff later. But I might need to lay down a little bit first or something because I got no sleep last night. Yeah, 174.90s, 175s. You know, I'm not going to go out of my way to short this again. This morning short was on a specific game plan. There's a specific plan around it. Come here, Boo Bill. Come here, baby. Baby, I know you have food in your bowl. I find it very hard to believe that you ate both your wet food and your dry food, baby girl. I know that you're tired. I know that you're tired and you just want lovin's. I'm tired too. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sit down. Come on. I gotta take her to the vet. She's going here soon. It's nothing serious. She has allergies real bad, and she gets to pull in. She gets to pull in her hair and stuff like that. Her eyes water a little bit. Yeah, I just took the Tesla trade this morning. I haven't done it. It's just it until we start. I just don't. Here's why: because I don't think we're going to get any momentum unless I haven't looked at like Amazon and Meta and stuff. But in the names that I'm watching Tesla. I'm watching Coinbase. Look. There's a reversal. I missed that. I wouldn't have minded that reversal there. On I still think it has. I still think Coinbase can give us some more downside. Yeah, I just took that Tesla trade this morning. That's all it takes, man. One and gun. That's it. Just I remember when Grindr came out on the IPO, and I said, watch it be, girlfriend, what is it? I said, watch it be 69 is where they were going, and that's exactly where it went. Let's see here. So, 1117. Man. I think Coinbase... Man, this just sucks, guys. I just think that, like... I don't know, man. I think Coinbase needs a little time. I think it needs to pull back just a little bit. Like, pull back here to, like... It might even test low a day again. I'll be honest with you. I don't even see why it can't test low a day. And maybe put in, like, a double bottom. Or triple bottom. It depends on what time frame you're looking at. Fuck, I hate being so, like, I can feel it in my eyes. Like, being so, just, groggy. Like so Coinbase should start to run out of energy up here at 258 and start to pull back a little bit right here. See if it pulls back there or consolidates again. It could just consolidate. It doesn't have to pull back or anything. But look, I'm looking at Reddit, Tesla, ARM. Reddit's pulling back. ARM is going higher. This trade, I actually thought that we could go higher, but you know, I wasn't blind to a couple things here that, like, you know, I'll tell you what I wrote down on ARM was a bounce to get short. Yeah, 128, 130 short, 132 possibly if we can get there. 128 to 130 short. So if we can get a bounce back up to that area, you know, I don't think we get that far, but 128 could be a nice level. And that's why I feel like on all of my trades, I'm noticing the same exact thing, and that is time. That is that they need a little bit of time to play themselves out. And that's all. All right, let's see if we can get a little sugar, some food in us. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Let me sit up. Let me get it going. Again, man, guys, last night was awful. I took one of these. Let me make sure they're not expired. I actually thought that when I took it, that they were expired. 11/24. They're not expired. I think I kind of just, stayed up a little bit past the time of, they work really good. I think it was just my fault for staying up past, like, longer than I should have, and I started to get tired, and, and I got past that point. I caught a good trade of QQQ, and I'm probably just going to call it a day here with when price action is starting to look garbage. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would say that I would disagree because I feel like I feel like a nice little pullback is coming, and I was thinking that the way he was setting up this morning. See, this is how you gotta you gotta sense that it can change on a dime, right? Like look at pre-market, right? There's a reason that they did this, right? And even on like semiconductors, right when they sold it off, because the game plan was you would continue to get this extension and then the reversal. But 2 minutes before the bell at 9:28, bang, they hit the reversal. So that stretches out time on a possible pullback. I think you could get. I'm with you, Chris. I am. I'm with you. It is saying that these trades need a little bit more time, and that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna sit here and wait. I will sit here and scan the markets like with my scanners, and I'll just wait for some news to pop off. Sleep Sunday. Let me know if you guys want to do something. Triple action melatonin, baby. I think the last time I took melatonin was probably back in November, October. And I'm like, fuck. I was hoping it was going to knock my ass out. I was going to sleep like a baby. Do the whole thumb in the mouth. Knocked. Ready to start the week strong, right? Wrong. That backfired. Oh man, there's one thing that I do hate, and if there is one thing that I hate most, it is being groggy during the day. Like just being groggy, like needing to sleep, like it's just one of those things that I hate. I do. It's just, when you got stuff to do and you're just like tired and you don't want to be tired. I don't know. But I feel like I'm getting better now. Got some stuff we're gonna eat. I still want to keep Tesla on my watch list, guys. I was really like that whole trade. I think I'm probably most happy with that trade, more than anything I've done the past 2 weeks, for a few different reasons. I'll get into it in a second. I wish I could play CNBC right now or something. I just can't because what's his name? And I started to notice that like his comments, people were starting to say the same thing. But unless, it's his life. He can do what he wants, and I appreciate that. But let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. Let's go with a little Tesla. Yup, there's the F20. I don't know what it is. I can't say if it's a F22 or not because I don't know. But I can hear it. I can hear it again. Let's see, is this it? I told you guys, look for the pullback. The random pullback that comes out of nowhere and it goes farther than they expect. They get them all bulled up. This is a really nice ascending wedge. And you guys know what these are? These are reversal patterns. Oh my god. Look how perfect that is. Holy shit. And this is on Tesla.
Introducing your new favorite shirt, the lightweight hoodie. Crafted with an ultra-light, quick-dry fabric, has exceptional breathability, natural sun protection, and is made from buttery soft bamboo for unmatched comfort.
So my goal with this is to get that pullback to the 20-day moving average and then look for that long. I want that long the day it has volume, it's at the right level, something. You know, are we going to get a short all the way down to 164? We could. I doubt it. I just don't know if that's... Look. This is it. This is it. I think it's there. I think if you get a pop right now on any time frame, whether it's the 1 minute, you get a bounce into like 174. You gotta look to get short from at 174 and take that down to 172. That's a $2 move down to the 20-day moving average. She's such a daddy girl. She really is. All right, so that's again, I'm not going to go for it because I don't know if it's going to have the momentum and or the volume. But I would say if I did not have a trade in the green and a trade on today, I'd be looking to get, again, that pop right there and look to take this back to VWAP, the 20-day moving average. You might have to hang on to it for a little bit. All right, it could start to pop right here to the upside. Because this is your 3-minute 9 EMA. And look for 174.04. Let's see. There it goes, guys. There she blows. Listen, it might end up giving you more. It might take you down to 169.82. Or no, yeah, 169.75. 169.90, whatever it is, it's so small. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this. Like, if I could just get rid of the volume here, this would be perfect. I don't know how to get rid of it unless I use. Let's see. I could go to appearance And I could go to um, um, let's see, volume bars, color as symbol ticks.
At Enterprise Mobility, our experts always see another road. Because when there's no limit to how far mobility can go,
Color as symbol X. Let's see what it does. Nope. Oh no, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit. Back in my day, that box would have went away. So I'm trying to free up some damn room if y'all see what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to free up some room. Right? Just because sometimes when these patterns get crazy, they get crazy. And that's exactly it. It's just... It's too much. Just like the lines I have going on, there's too much lines. I have too many levels. I don't need to have every single level, but I do. But I do. I feel you, bro. I will catch you tomorrow, Chris. You have a great rest of your day, buddy. I'm with you, man. It's one of those days. You know, we'll see what happens this afternoon, though. You have a good rest of your day, Chris. I'll see you tomorrow. Or on the watch list tonight, if I do a watch list, which I probably will. Alright? You guys, you have a great day, bro. I appreciate you stopping by. Sorry that today's stream was, you know, a little less energetic and a little less fun, but just a little tired right now. I'm not tired, but, you know. I was just about to say, look at the volume, how it dried up, and then look, there it comes. Just giving out. Just giving it out. Just give it out. Take your profits. Take your profits on the extensions. So you should start to get a bounce. It should start to try to bounce up to um 173.37 area. Yeah. It should try to get up there and bounce and reject that area.
Medicines announcing publications on the discovery and preclinical profile representative new class of RES multi-selective inhibitors designed to block full spectrum of oncogenic RES proteins, that is Romeo Victor Michael Delta.
Save $50 on the MSA 57 battery trimmer set. Real steel. Find yours.
Come on, you can do it. She wants to go to the 20 day. Alright, so let's see what type of small caps and stuff we have going on. It's lunchtime. I got a nice trade on today. It was really nice to log in today and forget how the week was last week. I didn't forget how it was. I know it was good. It was great. Right? We got this shit back on track. I don't even know honestly how like February and the first half of March. I'm like, what the like I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was me not necessarily being lazy, but it was like I don't know what I was doing. You know, there's a process that a lot of people don't do, and that's literally just read the markets. Just read them, and they will tell you, unless you have some type of news that's going to deviate from that. Even if the market does deviate, you should still know the plan. We still knew it with ARM, and when we got the sell-off right before the bell, like, that didn't change really anything. It did a little bit, but I don't know. I can't explain it. Again, it'll be in the book because yeah. And that's the only way I can get it out to help people. It's not even to help. I want you guys to be able to read these markets. I want you guys to be able to do exactly what I just did right there. All right? I said, guys, let's look for this 20-day moving average. Let's look for Tesla to pull back into this 20-day moving average like right now and start the process of that. And I said you might have to sit on it for a little bit. You know, you might have to give it a little bit. It's not that much, but it's a trade. I don't know. But anyway, back to what I was saying was it was really nice to just come in and just open up my account this morning a few minutes before the market opened and just see where it was. I'm like, yes. Yes. It was a good feeling. Sign of consistency and, you know, I don't know. It was a good sign because I actually forgot about it. Of how well I did last week, and it was a really good feeling. So we're going to do another one. We're doing another one. We're doing another one this week, right? May not be right now because, you know, I don't see the momentum or anything. Let's go scan. Let's scan and check around. So I traded for anybody that's just joining us. Please, I urge you guys, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done so. I'm down on my hands and knees now. What can you do for me? Boeing. Let's look at Boeing because I have not looked at Boeing yet this morning. I mean, we looked at it briefly. I'd have to go back to the beginning of the live to give you guys my analysis on that. But, you know, she screamed bounce. She screamed bounce with me. And that's what she did. It's exactly what she did. Got a nice little bear flag here. Bang, bang. Right? There's your flag. Right? Kinda. If you want to call it that. And then what do? Bang, bang. Is that the start? And that's what we said, 180. 180. Used to do them all the time when I was a kid. You know, because you know, when we were kids, we would go outside, skate. We would skateboard. We would build dirt ramps. We would be like Ryan Knight, like our guys were Ryan Nyquist, Dave, and that's crazy. He died, man. Dave Mira, I think. Why, man, it's been that long. But those were, you know. I got to witness Tony Hawk do the 900 for the second time when X Games went to Philly. I don't know, man. It's good stuff. So that's what I would look for with Boeing here. Doesn't have the volume, but it doesn't need volume to get down there. That's the thing. It could just pull back, rally, you know, take that move back, you know, pull back more. I don't know. You have to watch. For anybody that's trading options, just make sure it's giving you the move in a timely manner and without a whole bunch of like up and down, and sucking that premium, making it, you know, pretty much time decaying your options. And that whole, if you buy far out, you know, you buy so far out the money, those pullbacks, you know, are going to kill you. You know, it's going to pull back. It'll bounce back. You'll be like, oh no, I bought the low. Oh no. And then it'll keep falling or whatever to the upside, whatever you bought. And then you're like, yo, it's higher or it's lower and I'm still red. Yeah, bro, look at your delta, look at your theta. All right, look, use your Greeks. If you're not using your Greeks, then I know that you do not manage risk. Because you have to be able to manage your risk. Right? How do you know how much you're going to lose and or make? It's okay. It's going to be in the book. All right? And the book going to be cheap. And guess what? Unlike this industry that I'm not, you get to keep it for the rest of your life. You don't have to pay me thousands of dollars just for an online paywall that you got to log into to just go back over some trade ideas and different charts and different setups. Remember the setup last week I told you guys about to save? I said, yo, take this right here, hang it on your wall, or put it in a binder. You should have different charts. To like a week or like 2-3 day charts that's set up to go long. I forget which one it was. It was a perfect example though. Perfect example of just buy trigger. Like the definition, everything. A plus 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 buy trigger. I'm trying to think of what it was. I can't remember. I don't think it was the SPY. I don't think it was the Qs. It might have been Goldman Sachs. 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 I don't think it was Goldman Sachs. I don't think it was Goldman Sachs. There's something about this day right there though too. I don't know. Goldman Sachs was on my list last night, and again, life happened, so I had to go help out some people last night, so I was not able to do a watch list. But I wonder if the Dow is set. How's the Dow setting up? I might. If the Dow is looking like he wants to climb. Okay, look. Let's see if we can get a bounce here. I'm not even going to say it, but yep. Tired showing again. Let's see. You might have a little more room to the downside, guys. Just a little bit more room here. And then we'll look at Goldman Sachs for the long, possibly. All right, 3 minute. Yeah, let's look at Goldman Sachs now. So I think you'll get a little bounce right now. It'll reject. It just sucks.
keep comparable too. Intel does stand a chance, especially if TSMC decides that they're going to
ETAO, ETAO,
Whoa.
on a circuit breaker at the highs now, increasing volume. Echo Tango
Sorry,
Alpha
guys. I
Oscar,
know. I'm sorry.
ETAO.
still mean a while before volume ramps up. And you got to make sure you have the customers too. Yeah, it seems like building it.
It's just one of those days.
Production is something else. Christina, thank you.
Just one of those days. Telling you right now, guys. You know what I want to do? I want to be able to take and make a competition with the rest of these bums. No, I'm just kidding. They're not bums. I'm just kidding. All right? I'm just kidding. I'm the one falling asleep here because I took melatonin and didn't fucking sleep. But I would like to. And I'm like, yo, I wonder who would be down. Like, will we do percentage? Will we do just like have like a different category and have like 8-10 traders like go after it on YouTube, like biggest percentage gain in a winning trade. Then you got to focus in on time. Okay, what do they get, a week? Do they get a day? But you could do biggest percentage. You could do like best overall trade, where the game plan was this, that, the third. You did exactly that, and it paid you. The size was correct. I think. I don't know. I think that would be cool. I do. I think it would be really cool. Okay, so the reason I'm looking at the Dow, guys, is because I was looking at Goldman Sachs. All right, so we also have, if you guys don't know this, which I'm sure you do, we have banking earnings. We kick off earnings this week. Believe it or not, earnings again. It's earnings season. Hooray! This is when it gets fun, right? This is when it gets fun. Earnings, they report. We come in the next day. We play the volatility. Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. If I had my wad of money sitting here, I would and let it all float down. But it's over there. I don't feel like getting it. Anyway. So Goldman Sachs. So let's look at the banking sector real quick. 15-minute. And look, we do have this, which I could go to if you guys want. Whatever helps you guys out. If you guys have questions, please throw them down below. If you guys have any ideas you want to talk about, you guys want to go look at houses, like, what do you guys want to do? You guys tell me. It's one of those days today. I think we got to give it a day or two. I sensed this, how things are right now. I sensed it yesterday and last night when I was going through charts. I'm like, and look, it's the same as last week. Does anybody else realize, like, did that hit anybody when you guys were going through charts, whether it was yesterday, last night, or this weekend, that, like, it reminded you a lot like last week, where you had to, like, let the market open for a few days in order for, like, setups to happen, right? It just didn't look like there was anything last week. Like on Sunday going into Monday and Monday going into Tuesday. But you just had to give the market a couple days to open up, do its thing, and then, we had a hot week last week. I mean, that's one trade I am upset about, two of them, really. But the one is that UVXY call that I had all morning was like, even if this goes to zero, just hold it until tomorrow. It's there as a hedge anyway, and would have been nice. And we were short the Qs early in the morning. We were long, so I don't know. I'm not going down that rabbit hole again about walking outside. Okay, so Goldman Sachs. All right, let me get back on track. So JP Morgan, kind of just hanging out.
ETAO, ETAL, shares resume trading now at Tango Alpha Oscar, popping to $5.22 now at the high. ETAO on continuing volume spiking now in ETAO.
ETAO. Let me see here. Let me look at the scanner real quick. Okay, so AMD should start to bounce. See, I wish I could have this on right now. They have CEOs from solar sector too, guys. They're talking about that right now. Yo, AMD about to go. I think AMD has a real shot at trying to go higher. I do. All right, so here's my plan for AMD. Even though I was talking about Goldman Sachs, just one of those days, guys. I'm just hanging on to nothing right now. But other than a good trade, look, I'm green. 6 solid trade on Tesla. What was it? A 190? I don't know. I'd have to go back. I forget what level. I forget what level it was. CXAI. CXAI. I might have to look at it. Okay. So fuck, man. It seriously feels like it's coming. Let's go. There it is. 169. That's it. That's it. That's your long. That's it. See what happens with AMD right here. What the heck is going on here? Come on, bro. I am sorry for being tired, guys. Again, for anybody that's just joined us, I ended up, having a couple melatonin and took one melatonin and it really screwed me up today. That's all. I hope everybody had a wonderful weekend. I have something that's not going to put us to sleep. I got it. The eclipse is going to start. I forgot about that, gang. You guys want to go out with me and watch it or what? Oh, man. How am I going to be able to take it out of my computer and to take with me, though? That's the question. Shit. Man, hopefully we can see it. I got to find my glasses. Let me see something real quick. Look. There's your bounce. Look at AMD. She's trying to get squirmy to the upside right here. I try to tell them. I try to tell them. That's old Lil Wayne for y'all that don't know. I try to tell them. I try to tell them. Something like that. I don't know. I'm losing my mind because I'm freaking tired here. All right.
PSTX, Poseida Therapeutics, presenting new phase 1 data at AACR, supporting potential of BCMA allo-1 allogeneic CAR T-cell therapy to prevent broad range of patients with multiple myeloma. To benefit broad range of patients with multiple myeloma. Papa Sandy Tag Lecture. INKT, Mink Therapeutics, said Mink215 eliminated MSS colorectal cancer, liver metastases, and human.
Let me send a text real quick. Let me send out it real quick.
Inflation numbers that are not market friendly, you could actually see the 2-year go back above 5%. It's not that far away. So right now, if you're an equity investor and you're a little concerned about the market, you're going to go into the 2 years opposed to the 10-year because you're getting your 4.8% yield. So why not? So look, you've got 3 data points as you point out. I do think it's too early for the increase in commodity prices, particularly energy, oil, to filter through the system even to PPI. But nonetheless, we've seen some hotter numbers, not significantly hotter, but hot enough to cause that backup in rates, and potentially you've got a market that
should we go out and what time should we go out? I'm texting. What time should we go out and look at the sun?
We're going to adjust rates in a minute, but the technical issues that the market is going to grapple.
What time should we go out and look directly at the sun? What time should we go out and directly look at the son of a beep? Just kidding. But I'm not kidding. All right, so we're going to get up on our real estate, okay? Because the path of totality. What, Pete? Just buy Micron calls. Just buy Micron calls. That's it. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. If last week was 2024 Tesla, it will be known in the future as.
This is an equity market that is 1% off of its high, as measured by the S&P 500. So it is clearly digesting the fact that any rate cuts are most likely to happen in the second half of this year, that maybe we're going to get 2, not even likely 3 at this point in time. And as some Fed speakers like Neil Kashkari, the Minneapolis Fed president, has been saying, maybe get no Fed cuts this year. The markets are fine with
AGR, Avangrid.
Oh my God. I'm sorry, guys. Again. Oh, look, Elon. This thing better not be loud. Let me fix this real quick. Oh, shit. Damn.
I want you to be right. I want you to be right. And I hear you a little bit. Okay, there's always a rounding number. But let's, the first one that we got that was bad was January. Everybody was like, it's a blip. Second one, you're like, maybe inflation's not coming down. You get 3 in a row that are hotter than expected, and it means inflation is not under control. Now, the ameliorating circumstance here, and here's another controversial, I don't mean this to be a hot take, but the idea of the Fed raising rates into a presidential election
I hate being tired. I do.
When you mention 3 in a row, that's actually an important number because most, or I wouldn't say most, but a lot, at least the ones I know, look at an average of 3 months for employment. Basically, all economic.
Ever written in all languages by all humans. Sounds like a lot. Certainly, it's far more than any one human could ever read. It actually is a small number. It's a small number of training tokens. It's just not enough. So then you start having to look at all the videos ever created. Um, all the podcasts, all the everything, um, and you start even running out of data there.
Well, hopefully they will include this podcast.
That definitely will include this podcast.
What's the biggest challenge you have with XAI?
Well, XAI is still relatively new, so it's not you know, uh, like the limiting factor right now is just training our Grok version 2 model, which should be, we think, better than GPT-4, and we're hoping to complete that in May. So that's training right now. So it's just really we're just trying to get enough GPUs online to train it fast enough to get that done in May, which I think probably will happen. And then and that's with roughly 20,000 H100s, and doing, I think, very efficient training. Then the next step would be for Grok 3, which would be, I guess, GPT-5 or beyond, would requires 100,000 NVIDIA H100s training coherently. So that's a half order of magnitude, basically, more training. And then you really start to have running into this data problem where you have to either create synthetic data or use real world video. Those are the two sources of kind of like unlimited data are synthetic data and real world video, which I should say Tesla has a pretty big advantage in real world video. Tesla has by far the most real world video of anyone.
Yeah, you've got a huge library there. So when do you think? We'll see proper AGI?
Well, it depends on how you define AGI. If you define AGI as smarter than the smartest human, I think it's probably end of next year, like within 2 years. But there's still a pretty big leap beyond that to say smarter than the machine augmented human collective. So like, is it smarter than all humans working together who are also using computers to augment their output? And that I think is probably 5 years away. One way to look at it is to try to assess like roughly what is the ratio of digital to biological compute. And so biological compute are all the human brains that are thinking, and that's a pretty static. That's not
I'm not sure what happened there. Hold on. It might be Elon. I'm not sure.
Hello?
Okay, so it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was them. Uh-oh, they got him. They censored him.
Hi, can you hear me again?
I can. What's up, Elon? It's me.
Hello? Hmm. Hello?
See? Look. They're listening to this. Look. Something's going on here.
Can you hear me?
Haven't we learned our lesson of being right in the moment
Might have to restart.
for this market, or you missed it? Because if you were preoccupied for the last 18 months with the what if, you lost.
BTTR, more highs now. Shares.
There's probably too many. There's probably too many people.
An unbelievable rise in stocks from the. I'm not saying you have to be fully invested in equities. You can be invested in credit. I know you're going. I get it. My point, though, if you spend the what if.
Why would she just fucking just like open it like a normal human being and not fucking knock the shit out of somebody else's car? Like, look at that. Look, bang, bang. Like, people are fucking stupid. You know what? I don't know if this happens where I'm at. I would like to know though. When I go by, I always make stuff like, you know, some funny stuff when I go by the cameras because they don't think that, you know, most people like this person doesn't know. That's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, hello. How are you? Anyway, all right. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna waste a little time. I'm gonna wake up a little bit. This is exactly how I thought things were gonna play out today. Low volume. I want to see how institutes trade this week. Okay, I'm really looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to see if they take advantage and really try to step in. You know, whether it's, you know, on the sell. If we start to sell off, we make it up to like that resistance zone I talked about this morning, and do they start to step in and sell again, or are we going to get a nice rally and then they step back in, not next week but the week after that? I don't know. I want to see how institutions play it this week in particular. We'll probably have obviously CPI dictate that, but I don't know. I think, you know, a lot of people are talking about energy and stuff going higher. This could cause, you know, I still don't think that it's going to dictate whether the Fed cuts in the summertime or not. I think that they will. Like, a war all these other things are outside of their control. So, they're that's just my opinion. All right, that's just my opinion. I need a clear mind with some good sleep, and I'll get back to you at the end of it and why tomorrow or something. But I think even with CPI, if it comes in a little higher than normal, I still think we're going to get some summertime cuts. They're going to try to get ahead of it. They've done a good job thus far. They don't want to screw it up by doing things too late. People would argue that they were too late coming out of COVID. I would disagree with that. That was the greatest wealth building opportunity of your lifetime. And I think, having it there for a year wasn't a bad thing. It's not like they did that for 5 years or so. I know it doesn't feel like a lot of quantitative tightening now, but I think just with CPI, guys, I think, so I don't know. That's just my take. Me, mommy. Miami. I got that from Sugar Sean. His little girl says Miami. Yummy, it's mine. Me. All right. You know what? I'm thinking about another state. Even though this is where I would like to go. Do you guys have a website that's better than Zillow? Or anyone know of a website that's better than Zillow? That's actually, like, decent. All right, let's see here. What is the distance here? There's not a single house for sale over here. That's kind of hard to believe. Not one person. Let's see. I'm not sure what happened there. And yes, I will be checking in on the markets. Yes, I will be. That's the second time it did that. It pushed me to the left. I guess they got rid of it. I was trying to find the that space again, and it's not up. I don't know, gang. It's just one of those days. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. Um, I mean, I do want to say maybe we come back on later, but
Xfinity makes it easy to watch what you love. Find your favorites or discover new shows on Max.
Nobody tells the whole truth. Welcome to the world of spycraft. A man told me he'd kill me if I don't stop him. He's under control.
this fucking sucks, man. I hate being bored. I don't know. I'm just gonna go look. I'm just gonna go visit online. There was something I had in mind that I forgot what it was. I know I was trying to get Elon. Oh, let's go to this. Bro, I want to know where they're getting this information because I couldn't find the live. It's coming out here live, and I can't find it because they were having audio issues.
There was a very important piece of news last week. The Deepwater Asgard, one of their rigs, got a new contract, actually a contract extension at a day rate above.
Who likes it without the wing? Like this versus like this. I mean, they both look low. Is that a whatchamacallit? Gallardo. That's what I want to look up. I want to get me a Gallardo. That'd be sick. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the model. Bro, that's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'm gonna be honest, I like this style anyway. I know it's a little boxy, but 10,000 miles. There's just something about this when you see it in real life. It looks sick. Is there anyone out there that thinks that they'll never have something like this? Is there anybody out there that says, you know what? I'm not even gonna. It's not that you're not gonna try, but like, do you think this just is way out of means? I like that. I like that steering wheel. I don't really like. I mean, I like the three-piece wheel. It's flat at the bottom a little bit. I tell you what had really nice wheels. Like I don't know how this feels. I've never. I know a lot of people use the Alcantara, like this cloth that's on the dash. They use it for that steering wheel, but I don't know. I know Audi had a really nice steering wheel when it first came out. Like the B5. You okay? You okay? Hi, sweetheart.
Elon Musk says,
Dude, where is he talking? Because the thing just got stopped. Like they had sound issues or something. Where is this thing? This Super Lego is sick. Even though it's probably slow. You okay?
collective of chief executives, industry experts, decision makers, and game changers. Register your interest at councils.cnbc.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back. Gold hitting another fresh all-time high today. For more on what's driving this record run, let's get to Bob Pisani now with today's ETF Edge, and it's been quite a run, Bob.
It's been one heck of a run, Scotty. Gold is one of the star performers this year, up 13% to an historic high, outperforming stocks and even bonds. What is driving gold? Let's talk to one of the world's great gold experts. George Milling Stanley is the chief gold strategist at State Street Global Advisors. George oversees and helped launch the Spider Gold Shares GLD. That's the world's largest gold ETF. 20 years
I'm scared
ago,
she's.
the World Gold Council, and I covered that one. We go back a long way. Good to see you. Why is gold hitting a new high?
Damn, 114? Are you serious? Even though it's a spider. What is this, a V8 though? It's not a V10. Good deal. What's wrong, baby? You okay? What is it? Come on. Come on up. Right here. Come on. What is it, baby? What is it? Yeah, it's. You want 100 grand? You better clean that dust off. Better get all that. Better clean that thing up. Better clean that thing up a little bit.
But there's a lot of competition out there, even for young people's dollars. Bitcoin ETFs. Isn't that not competition for gold? Do you have to push, advertise gold more now that the Bitcoin ETFs are out? Or is that not? I don't think so. They do different jobs. Basically, the contribution that Bitcoin, whether they're ETFs or in any other format,
I don't know where she went. So it is a V10. Shit, you could just get this thing supercharged, 6-speed automatic. What was this a was it
Yeah, I think emerging market central banks have come to the realization that they own more than 2/3 of their official reserves in U.S. dollar-denominated debt and less than 5% in gold.
It's an automatic. Okay, so it is automatic. Okay.
So even central banks have to diversify. We always talk about diversifying here on CNBC. Even central banks have to diversify.
So again, what's crazy that I wouldn't mind also trying to get, even though they break, I'd have to get it super cheap. Let's just see what the 458s are going for. They still want a good amount. They're still pricey. I can see why, because they, it's for the obvious reasons. Let's see. That's wild. It's still a V8. That's crazy. There's no way. You need a V12. It's so stupid that they're going to get rid of those. Again, guys, I'm sorry for the stream today. It's just one of those days where it's just one of those days, man. I just can't get out of my own way here. Let's see here. Let me see. If you guys have questions or anything, let me know. It's 12:50 here. In about 20 minutes, we'll get back to the markets and see what they plan on doing or not doing. Really good day for me so far. Shit, what happened? See if we can't get us some news or something to help us out here. Tesla's on my radar. Tesla is on my radar. So you can see here on a daily chart, we ended up running up to, I have way too many lines on this chart. So we got above the 20-day. We got above the 20-day moving average. There we go. All right, got above the 20-day. And I told you guys, it could take a little bit, but I told you we were going to the 20-day. I told you guys that's an ascending wedge. Look for the reversal. Bang. You got there twice. You got there twice. Why did I feel like... Okay. I can't wait for this week, guys. I'm really going to try and hammer it home. Like, for real. Like, this, I'm curious if this is a buy trigger right here. Like, I think it's a little too early. But if this can consolidate, if it goes, look, if Tesla goes underneath this 172.25 level, just under it a little bit, and goes back above, goes back above it, and then pulls back into it, bang, I'm taking it. Just like the Goldman Sachs setup I showed you guys. But this thing needs to consolidate. This isn't even consolidating. It's really not.
They take Nvidia to 1200. They take Qualcomm to 205. They take Micron to 150. They do downgrade Skyworks though, and that's from overweight to sector weight. Now, Jenny, which you own this stock, which I'm like, okay, so you own Skyworks, but you won't own Apple. Skyworks, a lot of the chips have done amazingly well. Skyworks has not. Maybe because Apple hasn't, and it's a supplier. So Skyworks is down 7% on the year. I want to know why you own it if you're so against owning Apple.
So it's just different, right? So what Skyworks does is they make chips that enable communications like Wi-Fi, satellite, network radio. And what I think is interesting about
Let's see.
what Jim said, Steve said, and this
15 minutes.
this report where some are upgraded, some are downgraded, is each of these semi companies has very unique characteristics.
Like, I like the long on this name, guys. Don't get me wrong, but I think right now, like early on, I guess you could say we did just get a little bit of a pullback. I just think, I don't know.
But what do we know? We know that regardless of whether smartphone growth matures or not, all we're doing is consuming more and more and more. And so as that happens, there's perpetual demand for what Skyworks does. We think, and this is where we disagree, we think that it's not a smartphone growth maturity thing, it's just a cyclical impact to Skyworks, and that's why they were down. Because if you look at their earnings are down like 19%.
So isn't Apple and a slowdown in
RKT, Rocket Companies, the weekly $14 calls, active Romeo Kilo Tango.
As well?
Yes, but if you think about it,
RKT.
as these smartphones are made, more and more of Skyworks chips need to go on them. So even though
Apple ones too, though.
Apple wants everyone. So even if you're buying even if your upgrade cycle on a new phone has slowed, the next phone you buy is likely to have way more chips. The next computer you buy is going to have way more of Skyworks chips. So what we saw following the pandemic was a huge pull forward.
Here it goes. I think this could start. I think it's getting ready to start.
They're down 19% this year, but then next year they're expected to grow by 18% and then about 19% the following year. So as we all know, with cyclicals, you need to be early because the thing changes fast and furious. So I think there's a slight disconnection from as simple as I don't like Apple. I don't like Apple, not for the company, but I don't like Apple, which has been true all along because of that valuation. Right? I have said their earnings are growing mid-single digits. The multiple is 23 times. The multiple is 28.
But you can't.
But that's what I
all
complained
along
about.
point that you're making. Apple's valuation hasn't always been 23
As long
times.
as I've disliked
It's
Apple,
been a lot cheaper, especially it's been half that when you back out the cash.
but as long as I've been complaining about Apple since I've been on this show, and as long as I've been saying Apple should be dead money, my argument has not been against the company whatsoever. My argument's been on valuation.
It's going to try and bounce. Sorry, I was just waiting here. It's going to try and bounce and then reject.
JWM Nordstrom shares up about 3% near the highs now, $19.80. Women's Wear Daily saying that Nordstrom Rack hires Lloyd Martin as EVP as it gears up for growth. That's Juliet Whiskey November.
All right. What did Palantir do today? Nothing. Did AMD ever start to bounce? Bounce with me, bounce with me. I don't know why I have that in my head. Yeah, that was a weird. This morning, got a Tesla short, and the price did not show what I got filled at when I market ordered in. That sums up my day right there, guys. Like, I'm seriously fighting being so tired. Like, I'm so tired.
My wife and I have run it for the last 30. American technology is making us more efficient and customer friendly. We use online tools to fill prescriptions, process insurance claims, and make deliveries. But some in Washington want to undermine the technology tools we rely on. The misguided agenda will empower our foreign adversaries and hurt small businesses.
I gotta clean my charts up this afternoon. Let me pull up the SPY. And look, there's that pullback on the S&Ps I told you guys about. Not that we, it's anything to talk about. But I said, watch out. These people might try to go long in the morning. And it might not work out too well for them. So. All right, let's see here. Let's go have some fun. Let's have some fun. What do you guys want to do today? You guys want
we talk about this.
We finally agreed something.
All right, but let me just say this. There's a lot of news items coming out. None of them make sense. The idea we talked about this Friday, the idea that they're going to raise $3 billion in equity capital at this price, to me, just doesn't make any sense. They got $2.5 billion of cash on the balance sheet. They have no meaningful debt maturities until 2027. The idea that they're going to buy Ellison's studio for stock makes no sense at this price, which they've been turning around the company. The idea that they turned down a deal from Apollo for $26 billion makes no sense. Here's my point. When things don't make sense, just sit back, don't do anything. I'm certainly not putting new money into it, Scott. I don't recommend anybody put new money into it, but I'm not selling on all this ridiculous noise either.
You probably wish you sold it already
I
a long
wish.
time ago. That was
I can't even
I think that was implicit in your first comment.
It's so, I'll be explicit. I am an idiot for owning Paramount.
I love that. That's my favorite soundbite. Been doing this show 14 years. That's my favorite soundbite ever.
Final
Such a negative
trades
spin.
next. The billionaire investor Mark Lazary will join me on Closing Bell today, 3 o'clock Eastern. That's an exclusive. Talk markets, talk the Fed, talk his new sports fund as well. So we got a whole thing to discuss with Mr. Lazary. Look forward to that. We'll do final trades right now. Farmer Jim, what you got?
Delta Airlines reports Wednesday. Traffic is good. Prices are high. Should be a good report.
Stephen Weiss.
Uber, it's the other side of the Tesla trade. It's a good opportunity with the stock down.
Okay, and Jenny.
Sticking with cars, Aptiv 12%, 12 times earnings growth, 20% earnings.
All right, we are green across the board. We'll see you in a couple hours on Closing Bell. The exchange is now.
Scott, thank you very much, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Deirdre Bosa, in for Kelly Evans. Here is what is ahead.
16,277, up 28 points, about 0.2% gain there. So markets at this hour, green, modestly so. One place we're keeping a close eye on is the semiconductor space, and it's not just because of the big CHIPS Act funding grant for Taiwan Semi, but a slate of analyst commentary out between Cantor Fitzgerald, KeyBank, either raising target prices or raising ratings outright. Names like Nvidia, although it's down 0.75% right now, Applied Materials, Qualcomm, Micron, all catching a little bit of a bid here, thanks to some, in part, tailwinds from analyst calls. And by the way, for more on that story, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there can get the full story and analysis on some of those big calls. Watch the ETFs there as well. And then one stock, the only member of the $1 trillion market cap plus club that has not hit a record high anytime in the last 6 months, has been Amazon.com. And Amazon shares are at $185.63. The reason why I'm showing you this is because at one point today, we did hit a 52-week high, but we are now just a couple dollars away from hitting a record high for Amazon. So been in place since 2023 up to here, is now trying to come to finally a record high. We'll keep an eye on that, Deirdre. I'll send things back over to you.
Dom, thank you very much. And we've also been tracking a shift in the dynamic at the Federal Reserve when it comes to the path of rate cuts. That dynamic is going to have some implications for investors ahead of the central bank's next meeting. Senior economics reporter Steve Fleeceman is here with more. Steve, it's nuanced, but it's there.
Exactly nuanced, but it is definitely there. The Fed has been unusually unanimous over the past several years when it's come to policy cutting to zero in the face of the pandemic. Everyone agreed. Hiking over 5% to battle inflation. Everyone agreed. Now some divisions are showing when it comes to the issue of cutting interest rates, with some in a new hawkish wing expressing more skepticism about reducing rates, greater risk about the inflation outlook. We call it, what is it? Where is it here? It's the new hawkish wing develops. These folks sort of one cut, maybe none at all. Neil Kashkari last week talking about the issue. If inflation stalls, maybe no cuts at all. Others may feel the same way. Kashkari said it out loud. Chris Waller has said already he thinks it's probably prudent to hold longer than previously thought at the current restrictive rate. Add in Lori Logan talking about the Dallas Fed chief, talking about meaningful risks to continued inflation progress. Fed Governor Bowman gives a whole speech about all of the inflation risks that are out there. And of course, Raphael Bostic on our air and elsewhere talks about the idea of his base case is one cut and not until the fourth quarter. Now, where's the chair? That's what matters the most for this whole discussion. I say he puts himself in the center by saying the recent inflation readings have not materially changed his outlook, and that it will still likely be appropriate to lower rates at some time this year. Notice he's not telling us how many, but then there's Mary Dale from San Francisco, Loretta Mester from Cleveland. They're still on board with their baseline being 3 cuts at least. All of this hawkish speak, though, resonating with markets where the probability of a June rate cut is hovering around the 50% line. Oh, I don't have that here. That's right there. It's right there. You can see that's down from 65% before the strong jobs report. July is now down to 68%, so you can say that's kind of in play too. All right. JP Morgan economists on Friday night shifting their call for the first cut to July from June. Others maintain their June cut after the strong jobs report. So the divisions at the Fed, they're not enormous. It seems most would cut if the data support it. Most would back off if the data clearly show inflation accelerating. But hawks and doves revealing themselves by their level of concern about the risks and their outlooks. Those concerns are pronounced enough, Deirdre, to raise questions about the number and the timing of rate cuts this year.
Yeah, a ton of Fed speak to sort through, which you have been doing. Let's stick around, Steve. Let's get to our next guest. She says that while the market has been fairly resilient alongside more hawkish rhetoric so far, the level of the 10-year could become a deciding factor in where the market goes from here, at least in the near term. For more, let's bring in Lizanne Saunders. Lizanne, you just heard from Stephen. You know, it sounded to me like this should be more of a plot twist than it actually is playing out in the markets. They've, as you have said as well, been very resilient.
It has, but at the index level, there's been a lot of churn under the surface and rotation and leadership shifts. And I think that reflects some of this uncertainty as it relates to Fed policy. Obviously, the economy has been resilient in the face of the market expectations going from 6 or 7 cuts starting in March at the beginning of the year to now maybe even less than 3 cuts and not starting until mid-year. But because of economic resilience, you saw that leadership shift toward the traditional cyclical, energy and materials, to some degree, industrials, financials. And I think that's where you get a better sense of what the market is doing and what it says about the macro environment, the Fed environment, and uncertainty there. But, we're still playing these gymnastics around, when will they start, how many cuts? And it's just a silly exercise at this point because it's going to be a function of the data. And every week brings another, set of data points that could move that needle.
Yeah, Lizanne, you called the FOMC, I think you were joking here, the Federal Open Mouth Committee, because we've had so many comments over the last few weeks. Is it too much?
Well, it adds to the uncertainty. We're not in the Greenspan era where his voice was the only one that had the microphone, that had the megaphone, and it is the way it is at this point. There are times where they're very aligned, and you don't get a lot of volatility associated with Fed speakers. This doesn't happen to be one of those moments, and it wouldn't surprise me if at the point we get some sort of action on the part of the Fed that you might not have everybody on the same page. So, let's assume the next move is a cut. It wouldn't surprise me if there was maybe a dissent or two at that point.
Okay, Steve, this all raises the stakes for CPI
I
and
just
PPI.
want to comment on that last comment, Deirdre, which is I take a little bit more comfort that there's more disagreement. Kind of bugs me when everybody's on the same page, makes me think that perhaps the committee is victim of its own kind of groupthink. And I think Lizanne would agree, there are differences on the outlook in the market, and those should be reflected, I think, on the Fed. So, first of all, you asked the question, is it too much Fed speak? When we get to a point where the market is dramatically mispricing the Fed ahead of a meeting, then I think there's too much cacophony. But we're not there yet. The market shows incredible intelligence, incredible ability to discern. I think we'll be talking for a long time why the market, after one of the Fed meetings, started pricing 6 rate cuts.
Right.
I didn't hear that, and I thought that was wrong on the part of the market. But the onus always goes on the Fed and their own communication. If the market got it wrong, then somehow the Fed got their communication
Well,
wrong.
we're looking to the speakers, but then we're also looking at the data, right? So which one is kind of having conflicting signals? Is it how they're interpreting
it? It's together. It's the data and their interpretation of the data that you have to do. That's why we presented this nuance analysis there, which is that data into what? Into the brains and the minds and the outlooks of the Fed folks, and then out with policy.
Right. So then when it comes to that data, Lizanne, we're looking to CPI and PPI this week. If you were in the camp that you want to see rather than later, what do you need to see? Is sticky okay? Is it reaccelerating?
No, I don't think sticky is okay, at least not in terms of a green light for the Fed to cut. I agree with Steve. I mean, the market was way over its skis, and the Fed wasn't providing the right information. I think they were, and they were pushing back on the notion of a pivot as soon as March with 6 or 7 rate cuts. That just didn't make any sense based on the data. And what I find interesting is the parlor game of will it be June, will it be July, how many, is often not expressed with because, and then fill in the blank, because we'll see a rolling over again in CPI or PPI or PCE or, core services X housing. I think it's a function of the data. The Fed did express some hope, at least, maybe confidence, that the recent uptick, especially in things like the 3-month annualized change, had a lot of seasonal components to it. But this is sort of the test case because we're past the point where you can continue to blame seasonal. So if you don't see a rolling over in inflation, I think that is very supportive of the Fed staying in pause mode. And I wouldn't be surprised if you heard some of that rhetoric.
As Lizanne always done, she really put her finger on the issue of separates the hawks and the doves here, which is those who saw these January, February numbers less of a bump and more of a trend. That's what makes them more hawkish right now. Whereas some were saying, you know what, you got the January seasonal effect that kind of continues into February. And we're still confident, which, by the way, I want to say extends to even the hawks there. Their baseline forecast is their confidence that inflation comes down. And then we had like Tom Lee on this morning, and he's like, I am confident in the outlook for rate cuts because of my personal or my company's outlook on inflation. If that's where you're at, then go ahead and trade it.
Okay, let's take the other side of that, right? He's optimistic, and Jamie Dimon is someone else who has talked about the economy recently. He tends to have a more pessimistic view, but he kind of reiterated that again in his JP Morgan annual shareholders letter. What is he seeing that perhaps maybe Fed members are not on the economy and the possibility of a soft landing? Lizanne?
Well, so I think that there are, tiny little cracks, even in the labor market data. Friday's report was pretty much positive across the board, but you could quibble with other indicators within the labor market outside of the jobs report, like the increase in layoff announcements, the increase in multiple job holders. So I think the concern may be that those tiny little cracks start to widen out and that some of the leading indicators like layoff announcements work this time as a tell of what is yet to come down the pike. I haven't read the Jamie Dimon note, so I don't know specifically what he was focusing on, but anybody that has a weaker economic outlook, it's usually because they believe there will be a faltering in the labor market.
Lizanne, we're going to have to go real quick, but could you give us the Charles Schwab view and or your view about inflation? Are you confident inflation is coming down?
Generally, but not in a straight line. And I think it may be a stretch to get it to the actual 2% target anytime soon.
Lizanne, Steve, thank you very much for being with us.
Thanks for letting me do that little bit of reporting.
Of course,
right there
anytime,
with Lizanne.
anytime. Take a look. We're going to make this actionable now. Take a look at the CNBC Magnificent 7 Index. You know who those names are. Up more than 70% in 1 year. AI, of course, one of the main catalysts here. But my next guest is focusing on names beyond big tech. For the next leg of AI growth, he has arranged them into 3 separate categories: AI enablers, supporters, and users. And he brings a top value pick in each. Joining me now for more is Aaron Dunn, co-head of value equity at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Aaron, thanks for being with us. What is a value pick? How do you determine that? Is it a more reasonable valuation? Because we've seen sort of the valuations in the AI space just kind of go to the moon over the last year.
Yeah, our team really focuses on intrinsic value. So we look at what's a really an undervalued stock or an undervalued company in the marketplace. That's how we define value. It's not relative value. And I think, when you're looking at some of the growth rates, they're pretty eye-popping for a lot of these stocks. But we really focus on, for our clients, is finding opportunity in the market that has been overlooked, in our opinion. And as you said, there's a couple of buckets. I put some ideas in here, and we can talk about those.
Yeah, please do, because a lot of the focus, at least in this early stage, has been on chips or the semiconductors, seen as the picks and shovels of the AI shift. Where else are you looking?
Yeah, so in the enabler side, that's what I would we'll start there. And I think Micron is one that we've held actually for quite a while. And the reason we initially entered Micron was because you have a consolidated memory chip business. It's an old commodity business, as most tech people would suggest. But when you have a consolidated industry, you start to have better pricing power. And what's really occurred with that, you had a down cycle. And the one reason we really liked it was the balance sheet was exceptional, right? They entered the downturn with net cash on the balance sheet. So that gives us a buffer of safety. What has happened for Micron, though, is with NVIDIA's GPU development, they've also developed a high bandwidth memory, HBM. So this gives, it sits right along next to the GPU. They've got a really good position with NVIDIA as a partner in that. That also allows 30% energy efficiency savings. NVIDIA talked about that as well when they had their most recent developer conference. And so in our view, there's a lot here to like about Micron. And if you go back to the kind of 2021, 2020 period, there was a real shortage of memory chips.
Right.
And we really had a pinch. We feel like you're back at that point also. So there's a couple things going on with Micron that we think you still get a really nice valuation and a lot of upside.
Let me ask you about another name, Snowflake. It feels kind of controversial for, let's call it, AI enthusiasts right now. It was seen sort of as maybe this earlier play, a lot of data analytics, but others have pointed out slowing growth, been slower to embrace AI in terms of M&A activity. It's sort of abrupt CEO transition. Where are you on this name?
Yeah, so Snowflake's not one we hold or we invest in, so I don't really want to speak to that as an investor. I'll just say, I think there's a lot of places here within, the spaces we operate where there's a lot of opportunity. And we do look for management changes and stuff, as you mentioned with Snowflake. And I think that's a key way to create value for our clients. But, I think just focusing on the rest of the value chain within AI gives us plenty of opportunity.
Tell me about the AI supporters. You say that they're the least understood area today and perhaps some of the best opportunities.
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about it. And I think when I say supporters, I'm thinking utilities. Utilities were the worst relative performance in 40 years last year as a sector. It's off to a slow start again this year relative to the market. But it's actually very interesting. The compound annual growth rate of electricity demand for many decades prior to the 2000 period was 4% plus, and then we entered this period of really flat demand. What we're seeing with AI today is a reemergence of growth within the utility sector. So how do these hyperscalers develop and provide or get the electricity they need to develop these data centers? And that's going to be through the utility sector. You saw a nuclear deal that Amazon did to secure some nuclear power. That's considered green, or it's more increasingly being considered green energy. So we would look at a company like NextEra, clear leader in renewable development, got a lot of competitive advantages across the sector for helping municipal utilities across the country and their own pipeline, frankly, to develop renewables to supply to data centers. We think that's extremely interesting.
Thank you so much for your picks. Certainly, the shift is going to require a lot of compute power. Thanks for being with us, Aaron Dunn. Still ahead, we are sticking with AI from value investing to venture capital. The former CEO of Amazon's One Medical joins us with how he's finding the next generation of healthcare innovation. But first, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says she's keeping everything on the table, including tariffs, if China doesn't slow its government subsidies. Our Sarah Eisen sat down with her today and joins us next with what the visit means for U.S.-China relations. The Exchange is back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Will.com.
Welcome back to The Exchange. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is wrapping up her second trip to China since taking the position, meeting with a number of Chinese officials. She also sat down with our own Sarah Eisen for an exclusive interview. Sarah is in Beijing. It's late night there, Sarah. I know you've been on air all day. Institute. Derek, thanks for being with us. You're skeptical of this trip. You say that the U.S. does need to maintain communication, but, and I'm reading from your notes here, the U.S. doesn't need 2 trips in 9 months by the Treasury Secretary. Why do you take that view?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what has happened in the last 9 months that the U.S. and China need to have face-to-face talks with the same person over? Nothing is the quick answer to that question. Secretary Yellen would say we need to talk about overcapacity. Overcapacity is a 20-year issue in China. There's nothing the U.S. is going to say to them that they don't already know. And, adding to that, overcapacity.
Do you think that there's actual concessions to be won from China?
Check mic, check mic. All right, we good now? I had to unplug it. I don't know what happened. It was clicking on my side. I didn't know that was me. Yeah, I was talking about Meta, or not Meta, but Amazon. I was talking about Amazon short. I was talking all kinds of shit, or all kinds of stuff, and so what? I don't know. I forget where I was at. But yeah, I was talking about how I was talking about how you can't beat the bang for the buck, and I was actually looking to see what if the prices came back down a little bit, because I felt like they have. Like this here, cams, everything. You can walk away with this for 30 grand. This exact car. You might have to go to California, I think, to pick it up. I don't know where he's at. It's a nice toy. Let's listen. Hopefully it's not too loud. I don't know how raspy this thing is or not. The guy could probably stand away from it a little bit. So, what would you rather have? You know what I mean? That's what I think. It's like, I was never into like Subarus and stuff like that. So I was saying that I've had 4 S4s. My first one had 2 Teal 770 turbos, just over 600 horses, and it wasn't good daily driving. It wasn't reliable. It was, but it wasn't. It was just, how do I explain it? It's just too much. It's too much going on between the lines, between the inlets blowing off, which isn't a big deal, but it's a hassle when you're driving, and transmission, rear. So, you could walk away with this for 30 grand, right? I think it's a really nice daily to have, nice and fun. I think this person's looking for 32K or best offer. I would imagine he wants 29 to 30 to 28 in that area. I'm sure he wants 30 flat. He wants whatever he can get, but I don't know how many miles are on this. But so yeah, what I was saying beforehand when I didn't know the mic was messed up was that I almost pulled the trigger on one. I almost pulled the trigger on a Z06. I was torn between it and a duplex. And I kind of am like kicking myself in the ass I didn't put in an offer for that duplex. And then these went sky high. Like these went up 20 grand. Like this was going for 45, 48 to 50 grand for a Grand Sport. Like it was nuts. These were stupid expensive. Like this is a pick me up all day long. I would be surprised if this is still sitting for sale. I don't know if there's any lights. I haven't read it or anything. Like this is a sick, for 30 grand. This is sick. This is a nice ride. I would scoop this up all day long. Look, sold. I knew it. I knew it would be sold, guys. There ain't no way you're going to tell me this here, carbon fiber trim, the duck wing and just cams, everything you're looking for, a nice ride for 30 grand. Not sure if there are lights or anything on it, but it doesn't matter because this is sold. Whoever walked away with this one got a pretty nice deal. I think this is the best one I've seen so far as pricing and what it's what it's offering. So that's actually where I need to go to is the C7s. So I just got bored and kind of wanted to see where the market was. Wait, that is a Z. Like even these are coming down. So it was a C6. I think it was a 2011. All right, let's see if we got. Let's see if we got some small caps and stuff going on. But yeah, I ended up. I don't know. I missed an opportunity. I didn't miss the opportunity because I did put my money to work in other places. It's just again, it was just crazy. At least I don't feel tired like I was this morning, man. I got fucking screwed yesterday. I got really screwed yesterday by taking melatonin and not falling asleep. All right, let me put this up. Where are we? What time is it? Let me go grab something to drink. It's 1:30. Files a last minute appeal as he. This whole thing is fucking ridiculous. Here's one in Maryland. Want to buy. Dude, if Amazon ends up falling out of bed now and doesn't give us that bounce back, that's going to be pretty messed up. I kind of like it for the short. I know a lot of people have been playing this long for the past couple weeks. I think their day might be done. I mean, for a little bit. I really do. I don't see why we can't get this thing back down here to 182. And I'm kind of thinking I should start getting on it now. I don't know if it's going to... I need to bounce back, though. I just need her to bounce back just a little bit. It's not going to. That sucks. And then it'll come in tomorrow with a gap down. Got a nice increase in volume there during the lunchtime. Like, I think Amazon's coming down, guys. Anybody wants a trade idea? There's another one right there. I think you're going to be able to take Amazon right back down to 182. That would be the target. 182 is the target. That's what I'd go for. And I will be going for this if we get a bounce back. So I took Tesla this morning. That was a really nice trade. That's another one I'm still waiting on. I'm still waiting on the follow through. I'm still waiting on the follow through here. Here we go. Here we go. What is that? That is 180. 180. So I took yeah, I'm still on Tesla, right? Yeah.
Fed Goolsbee said Fed lender of last resort system functioning well. Economy was on golden path in 2023. Economy remains strong. Jobs data
I took
confirmed that.
that right there.
How long to be restrictive on monetary
Right,
policy.
literally at the
Fed Goolsbee
95-cent entry, 116 exit. Might have been 120. So it was a really nice trade for me this morning. Still waiting for the market to set up. The market has, you know, so far everything's worked out. Let's look at Reddit because I have not looked at Reddit yet. Still just hanging out. Everything's just hanging out. Like, everything is, like, waiting to set up. And when this time comes, I'm striking. I'm telling you guys, like, I don't know what happened to me February and March. I don't know. I don't know if it was gravity, the earth was spinning a little bit faster, a little bit slower. I don't know. But I'm back on my shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm back on my shit, and it's on. So, Reddit might be a buy right here. Reddit just might be. Man, I was hoping to get short Reddit, though. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I think, look at that volume. I still even think with that volume that I wouldn't know what to do. Do I short Amazon? Like, I can't mix. No, I can't hedge that.
Goolsbee said undeniable that many are upset with the economy, sees breakdown between data and consumer mood.
What the hell did Goolsbee just say? Hold on. I gotta put this up. Just give me 1 second, guys. I got a cheat code and everything. I want to get my stream on, just in case I have something wrong. Oh shit! Hold on. But 3. So guys, don't forget the eclipse. Depending on where you're at, 2:30, 3 o'clock for me. I'm on the East Coast, northbound. Hard knocks of Philly, streets of Philly, right? You know, right next to Westchester. You know where you come in high and you leave gay. Aramingo Ave, Ghost. You know, they say we had the best dope in the country. Zombieland, Philadelphia. Yeah, so that's going to happen around 3:30 or 3:20 is got it. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, cheat code. If I spin it, if I like pause it, spin it, hit it, like I know what I'm doing. So I don't have to have an app, right? You got to have the app to be able to have picture in picture, this, that, the third. Cheat code it. Just like I cheat code a lot of things in life. Just hit them with the cheat code. Your car won't start. cheat code it.
Problem statements where there is a significant gap between what people want.
Let me log in real quick.
If you look at the combination with One Medical and Amazon, One Medical had a membership subscription program.
I was really happy today when I logged in. I was really happy. I was like, hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I didn't want to do it right in the mic, but I had a really nice week last week. I had a really nice week. I know. I would imagine. I think that would actually be best. I have a pair of polarized fishing glasses I was going to use, but I don't even know where they are. Like, so they broke on me a couple weeks ago. Here's the other piece. I haven't glued it back on yet. Like, these are my favorite pair of glasses, bro, and I don't even think they sell them anymore. So I'm like, fuck, what am I going to do? I'm going to have to find another pair, but it won't be the same. It won't be the same. Let me make sure it's not behind here or something. Because, like, I did something dumb with it. Look at, and wouldn't you know it? I knew it. Because I said to myself, you're going to forget it. You put it there, you're going to forget it. You're going to be looking for them for 2 weeks, and you're not going to find it for a month. So I have to, they still work. You can't notice that they're broke either. Fucking carries around $1,200, but got $20 broken glasses. Tell me how that works. Tell me if you ain't white, bro. So yeah, you can't tell. Can't tell. Even though I need to get a haircut and shave because I was working this weekend. Yeah, so that's all I'm using. And I'm going to look right in that bad boy. I'm actually going to see right now, see if they're close. I was thinking about trying to take you guys out there with me, but this is it's a USB port. And I don't know, I don't have a USB port to take you guys out with me to keep it on. Like, I don't have like an extension to like throw into my phone or something. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna walk out real quick and go see if I can see it. Give me 1 second. I should be able to see it right here. Yeah, it's right above me and it's cloudy. Fuck. Give me 1 second.
Only weeks left to get waived installation and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibatterymodel.com or call 800-991-1794. That's 800-991-1794. Call now.
What's the greatest invention of all time? New hands-free Skechers slip-ins. You just slip in and they're on. It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching your shoes. Then the heel pillow technology keeps your foot comfy and secure. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Another troubling headline for Boeing this weekend after a Southwest plane lost its engine cover on takeoff. Phil LeBeau is here with the very latest.
I got a glimpse of it. The moon's almost there. One huge ass cloud blocking it. One huge cloud. Huge. But it was passing pretty quick and there was a hole. I looked through the hole and the moon is like, it's almost there. So the moon is almost there. I actually wish I had a welding helmet. That would be sick. You know what? I actually might have one, bro.
Southwest Maintenance is investigating, and while this is a Boeing 737-800, keep in mind that this was delivered in 2015.
That's actually pretty cool. It's pretty crazy. Maybe it's a good thing that that doesn't happen all the time, because if it did, we'd be like, oh, it's just the moon in line with the sun. So
This is not considered a Boeing manufacturing issue. So keep in mind, as you take a look at shares of Southwest, the executive pay, which came out in their proxy statement last week,
I'm trying to see if they. Do you see?
Bob Jordan and other executives next year. How are things happening, or what is the status of things when it comes to safety as well as quality controls there? Also, don't forget with regard to Boeing, we get the Q1 orders and deliveries tomorrow. Do not expect strong numbers given the fact that they
It's literally, guys, like right above us, like right above the camera. That's a shame. It's almost there. At least where I'm at. It's almost there. See? Okay, see, that's from Mexico. So look. CNBC is talking about it. See, me, the moon is what, like, it's like, here's the sun and here's the moon. They're like separated. Or not separated. You guys know what I'm saying. Like, it's not time yet. It's going to be a little bit.
Q1 orders and deliveries tomorrow. Do not
But that's
expect strong
probably the
numbers given
best
fact
idea
they
that
have
I've heard, and I've not
dramatically
heard
slowed
anybody
down
say
production
that.
for the 737.
To use a welding helmet. It's pretty funny. Let's look at the scanners. I'm sure the liquidity in the markets probably will slow up. They already are starting to, and it looks like they came in during lunchtime to do whatever they were going to do for this, what's going on. Man, this morning was rough, guys. For real. It was rough. Rough. So Amazon's just going to break the level. I don't know why, but it feels like we're not going to get that short opportunity on Amazon. You gotta be kidding me. That sucks. So I was hoping to see if we could get, look, hopefully it doesn't now. If Amazon can just bounce to like VWAP, I think I want to try and take a short on Amazon. I think you're looking at a failed breakout here. Right, there's your wedge. And I'm kind of curious if that's not going to hold. And I really think it's time. I do. I think it's time. You guys can see here. That was a mean rejection with that volume. You got above it. They did it again. They held it. Here we are one more time. Volume coming in. I wouldn't be surprised tomorrow you come in with a gap down. And I'm looking for like 182. So, yeah, they're talking about it now.
Fiber.
Whoa, sorry, guys.
Welcome back to the exchange. We are gearing up for the first total solar eclipse visible in the U.S. since 2017. NASA estimates that 31.6 million people live within that roughly 100-mile wide path of totality, and an additional 150 million people live within 200 miles. In North America, the path of totality, it starts in Mexico and will travel through Texas, Oklahoma,
Sorry, I
Arkansas,
didn't see your
Missouri,
guys'
Illinois, Kentucky,
comments.
Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New York. And
All right.
once it hits New England, it enters Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine before crossing into Canada. Joining me now to
154.
discuss the significance of today is renowned theoretical physicist and author Brian Greene, who is the director of the Columbia Center for Theoretical Physics. Thank you so much for being with us, Professor Greene.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Explain to us what we are about to see.
Well, it's one of the amazing cosmic phenomenon that we can observe with the naked eye. You're going to see the moon move in front of the sun, blocking out the sun, and in that way, giving us darkness during the day. If you're in the path of totality, you're going to be able to see planets during the day. You're going to potentially see a comet if you look out there. But more importantly, you're going to have this
Yo, that's
sense of
sick.
connection to
That's cool.
the powerful forces that are governing how things evolve in the universe.
Yeah, a huge moment. Well, we do have our own Jack Stebbins, producer on The Exchange, who is there also. And Jack, you're on the ground in Burlington, Vermont. What is the atmosphere there? Are people getting excited?
I wonder if they have the same, if they can see the
Very
same.
excited. We've got apparently 30 to 60,000 people coming to Burlington, according to the Chamber of Commerce, which for a population of about 48,000 a year, we could see the population almost double to come see the eclipse and see what Dr. Green's talked about as a connection, to the universe. So everyone's got their eclipse glasses, they're ready, and the Chamber of Commerce tells me it could bring in anywhere between $12 and $50 million in tourism.
Wow.
That's
And I know
cool.
hotel
That
rooms
they'll
are
be
sold
like
out,
completely
Airbnb
black.
occupancy rates,
There's going to be just
they
like a
are
big
up.
shadow that goes
Professor
through,
Greene, let me come back
and
to you. I
people
noticed that
will
Jack is
experience
wearing
like
his
darkness.
eclipse
That's so
glasses on his
cool.
shirt. I don't know if those are
That is cool.
official, Jack. I know here around Englewood Cliffs, CNBC headquarters,
I
there's
wonder
people
if
who have made their
I wonder if
own,
we'll be able to
purchased
see
them
the
on
shadow
Amazon.
from like a
What do we need
distance.
to know
I'm sure it's
about
too far
viewing
from
this
me,
event?
but
Be careful. You've really got to have the right glasses to ensure that when you're looking at this wonderful spectacle that you don't damage your eye, you don't damage your retina. And there are places out there that are selling glasses that you really have to be careful about. So just make sure that they're certified. If they are, you're in great shape. And if you're in the path of totality, you can take those glasses off during those 3 minutes or so of total eclipse and just take it in with the naked eye.
Jack, what do you got? Certified glasses? I hope so. Be careful with your eyes.
Tesla
I
might be.
believe they are. I can put them on, but I'm not sure I'll be able to see you. But it does seem like they should be certified, and we'll be listening to make sure we put them back on once totality starts to end.
Jack, I see a scene behind you just off that balcony. So you're obviously in the path of totality. When does that happen? And will the crowds get even bigger as we approach that moment?
Yeah, they should. So we're going to see coverage start around 2:15. We're looking right now at Lake Champlain and the waterfront park behind me. So around 2:15, we'll start to see coverage, and it'll slowly get darker. Our totality hits around 3:26 p.m., and everyone is going to gather. There's live music happening. There are food vendors everywhere. It's expected to be a lot of fun.
And Brian, sort of last word for you. Is there anything that folks want to specifically look for? You said that it's going to be like nighttime in the middle of the day. Can you actually see all the constellations because it's a different time of the day?
You can certainly see the brighter stars, and you should be able to see a handful of planets, but you should also look for what's known as Bailey's beads if it happens.
Yeah,
in this
like
one,
war.
where
That's what I
little
was thinking.
streams of light
He said it brings
passing
us
through
together.
the deep ruts and valleys on
Like
the
the
moon's
few things
surface.
do in life. And
So
I
you
said,
have
yeah,
to
like
really
war.
be looking at the right moment to see that. But if you can, it's like
War will bring
diamonds
us
shining
together.
through the rough there. So that's a spectacular thing to look for.
And then maybe just put into perspective how
Sorry,
rare
sometimes I just say what the hell's
eclipses
what
happen a few
my
times
thoughts.
a year.
Sometimes I
Eclipses somewhere
just say
on
my
Earth,
thoughts, and I
perhaps
should
every
probably not
18
say them.
months, but at any given location on the Earth, it's only every few centuries. So if you want to see an eclipse where you are right now, if you're in the path of totality, you're going to have to wait a few hundred years to see that again. So it is a wondrous event, and it is something to really cherish because this experience brings us all together in a way that few things do in our world.
A lot of folks are making that pilgrimage to see it, as Jack has told us. Brian Greene and our own Jack Stebbins. Thank you, Jack. Remember to wear those glasses, those certified glasses. As we look to Power Lunch, markets are flattish. Got earnings coming up. Power Lunch is next. I'll join Ty.
Which is crazy that we have earnings already. Like, it just felt like we just got out of earnings. So, I've been waiting for this time to get short Tesla. Doesn't feel like it's time yet, but it's close. And again, I'm just talking a pullback on this thing. I mean, it's got. I don't know. So it's just. Okay, let me see if there's anything with like relative strength today. Let's go look at the heat map if I can find it. I didn't look at Coinbase. I didn't go back to Coinbase. I didn't. So Tesla's leading today. Tesla EPAM. I've never heard of that. I don't know why I haven't heard of EPAM systems. That's crazy. Catfish, CTSH.
The road to opportunity is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies to unique solutions from our team of mobility experts. Because we believe the more ways we all have to move forward, the further we'll all go.
AAGR, African Agriculture Holdings, another penny stock, getting some volume here now.
Another. Okay. So there's something else that's some. I don't know. I don't know what it was called that was getting some volume here. NYMD, I think, is what he was just talking about. NYMD, yeah. Is it MindMed? I feel like this is MindMed.
Treasury in China today with some tough words for China, saying it needs to change its policies on industry and the economy, and we'll get into more on what she wants China to do or not do coming up.
Plus, everyone, not just Tyler, is talking about the solar eclipse today, and lots of people are traveling to get a better look. We'll tell you about the hot spots, which aren't normally vacation destinations. But first, let's get a quick check on the markets. And we've seen them fairly flat today after a more volatile last week. You can see the Dow Industrials up about 0.1%, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ Composite up a similar amount. Shares of Tesla, though, they are surging. Let's see, what are they up? Nearly 6%. Elon Musk teasing a Tesla robotaxi, tweeting that it would be unveiled on August 8th.
Gold and Bitcoin both rallying today. Gold hitting an all-time high, just shy of $2,400, and Bitcoin rallying back to above 72,000 now at 71,699. We begin though with today's trip to China by Secretary of Treasury Janet Yellen. Our Sarah Eisen in Beijing and sat down with the secretary for an exclusive interview, and Sarah joins us now. Sarah, some tough words, but also a sense that maybe the relationship bilaterally is in a better place than it has been in some time.
Hi, good to see you, Tyler, from Beijing. And yes, the Treasury Secretary did say, undeniably, she said it's in a better place, that relationship, than where it was a year ago. Look, she's made all the front pages of all the state media newspapers since she's been here, and she's been on the ground in China for 4 days. Here's today's paper, and the headline reads, U.S. Finance Secretary visits China, reiterates no decoupling. And part of the message was that in our interview, our exclusive interview, she did say she does not want to discourage American companies from investing in China, didn't want to discourage investing in even production and manufacturing, even though we've seen some factories and some companies pull out of China. But she did have this harsh message, which she was scolding them for, flooding the world with cheap green technology products.
We saw it. We don't need you to tell us.
Panels. We talked about it, and I asked her why it was such a problem and how it works.
Some of the techniques that they use, subsidizing their firms very heavily, and then supporting them even when they're losing money, when demand is weak relative to this great capacity to supply products like solar panels. Prices just plummet, and it can drive our firms out of business. And this is something that's unacceptable from the U.S. point of view, and many of our allies feel the same way. So I think that they understand it. It's been part of their industrial strategy. It reflects the importance that they attach to advanced manufacturing. It also reflects a shortage of demand in their economy, so that they're investing heavily in manufactured goods that can be exported. And these are things that really can lead to trade tensions going forward, which we would like to avoid.
Well, I was going to ask if you actually expect them to do anything about it. Already there was a headline today that the commerce minister in China said that those accusations are groundless.
Well, I do think that they understand where we're coming from, and they have agreed to continue an intensive dialogue on this issue. I think they understand it's important, and they do have tools that they could use, perhaps that would take a while to have an effect.
Like export restrictions?
Well, I'm not thinking so much of export restrictions as some shifts in their macroeconomic policy and a reduction in the amount of particularly local government subsidies to firms in these industries.
Sorry, guys.
I asked if we could see tariffs on some of those products.
I know it's getting boring today. I'm sorry.
Is on the table, but she's clearly hoping that they change to focus more on
just one of them
consumption and
days.
manufacturing. And here's a
I
good
need
way
to
to
make
put it
something
all
to
in
eat.
perspective. If you look, the Atlantic Council broke down the growth in EV exports from China over the last 3 years. They have surged
I can tell
1,500%.
that they're here. They're coming to pick
It's
up
real.
Biden, so that
And
was a
the
fighter
solar
jet
industry is an
this
early
morning. I can hear
example
them coming
of how
from the
damaging
distance.
it can be for industries around the globe, including China. If you look at two big China solar producers, their stocks have underperformed the entire market. They're down double digits this year. I'm talking about Longi and Trina. All sorts of worries about overcapacity, putting pressure on prices, and just manufacturing solar panels where there isn't enough global demand. This glut is weighing on these companies. And that's what Secretary Yellen said as well. It hurts the Chinese companies and economy, and not just potentially threatens the U.S. companies. As far as EVs, guys,
What a
I
day,
saw
man. It's been-
firsthand just how popular they are here. About a third of new car sales in China are EVs, and these dealerships and showrooms are all over the place in fancy malls surrounded by Western brands. I even went into one of the new robocars, it's called. It's a collaboration between Geely and Baidu. It's a self-driving car.
Yeah, how cheap does it feel?
It talks, you talk to it, it talks to you. I didn't drive it, obviously, but got into it. And look, you know, at $30,000 as a starting price, it's why so many American and European automakers feel threatened by this. And it was cool. And I have to say, I was asked earlier about the quality. It didn't look cheap. It didn't feel cheap. It was very fancy. And I think this is what Yellen and others are so worried about. In particular, EVs, but also solar panels and just these low prices.
I know it's late.
Companies struggle to compete.
But
Sarah, is there or is there not legitimacy in the Chinese
Luxury-
rejoinder to American accusations that they're being protectionist and subsidizing their own industries? That we in effect do the same thing.
It's not a
We had
solid built
subsidies
car.
on EV purchases for a long time,
You
and
know.
probably still do, for all I know. There are billions of dollars flowing to semiconductor
there's a difference between
manufacturers.
taking off your 6-inch tires and your cheap material A-arms or swing, whatever you want to call them, and just the material that the parts are made out of. I looked at that and I saw cheap. I don't know what she's talking about. If you ever been in a Hyundai and seen the parts versus like something that has really nice parts, you know, there's a reason why it's only 30. You know, currencies have a lot to play with that, but you know, You're gonna get what you pay for, I promise you. I promise. I'm sure the batteries won't last long. There will be problems. There'll be something. Something will pop up.
Sense that's right, that it's a difference in method, it's a difference in means, and it's a difference in scale of what China's doing compared with what the U.S. does. But I appreciate you taking the question. Sarah Eisen, terrific interview, and we'll see you when you get back. Thanks a lot.
DXCM here. It's a Investors Business Daily Buy, Investors Business Daily Swing Trader Buy, Delta X-Ray Charlie Michael.
Let's bring in DeWarwick McNeil, Managing Director and Senior Policy Analyst at Longview Global. He's also a CNBC contributor.
All right. So, I'm gonna go throw some tuna fish on some bread that I made yesterday, and have something to eat. But Reddit. This is my watch list. Tesla, Goldman Sachs. I'm not really watching Goldman Sachs right now. It's not really doing anything. There's no real reason to watch it. But, I have it on my list. In case the Dow starts to lead, I was looking at Goldman Sachs. It's a Dow name, financial name. They do have earnings, I think, next Tuesday or next Monday. But, yeah. So, Tesla, Apple. All right, Apple 169 long, target 172, 173, 174. I'm going to go walk outside with a tuna fish sandwich and watch this. See if I can't watch this moon stuff happen. Because, it's the little things in life. Man, I need to get a haircut this afternoon, like for real. Man, Apple's still making a new low. Like, I can't get over that. I can't believe Apple's still making a new low. Microsoft. So, Apple, Microsoft, AMD, Reddit, Taiwan Semiconductor. I don't really have it on my list. But I did say 145, 146 rejection. And we were looking for like a $4 to $6 move. Let's see what happened there. TSM. That's a nice rejection. Up at 146, 145.80. Okay, 143. Look, that's our target. That was our target. Bada bing, bada boom. That's the first take. The goal would be to try to take this thing to the gap fill, and I wonder if we might get it. Keep an eye. Listen, if you guys see the SPY and the Qs start to sell off a little bit, see if semiconductors, like Taiwan Semiconductors, they might try very soon to sell off. They may try to fill the gap and pull back. This is a... I know you guys probably can't see this, but, on average, it'll do like this candle here, 37, we'll say 42, 47, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 6, 5, 40. So that's $5. So this thing usually moves like $4.50 to $6.50, roughly. You could expect $5, right? A little bit below, a little above, $1 below, $1.02 above. So that's why I thought Taiwan Semiconductor would be a nice short. 146. That would take you to like 140 area, 141, and look at that. that gap fill and that low from Friday is down there at 140. So I thought that would be, that could be a really nice trade there. That would be a really nice trade.
How do you see that? Yeah, I see it exactly the way Sarah sees it, the same way the secretary laid this issue out. But that's not to dismiss their concerns about IRA, Tyler. You know, many of our allies have issues with the IRA, and the Chinese have been pretty impressive the way they've tried to handle this. On the one hand, there's been a carrot and sticks approach. On the
Let's see here. Let's go over here.
Would you? I asked Sarah, and that is whether how much legitimacy there is to the Chinese rejoinder that, by gosh, you guys subsidize your businesses too. And Sarah pointed out that it's a question of scale, it's a question of method, it's a question of industrial policy. How do you see that?
Yeah, I see it exactly the way Sarah sees it, the same way the secretary laid this issue out. But that's not to dismiss their concerns about IRA, Tyler. You know, many of our allies have issues with the IRA, and the Chinese have been pretty impressive the way they've tried to handle this. On the one hand, there's been a carrots and sticks approach. On the carrot side, they say we're going to have this balanced growth dialogue.
If you can get
a
bounce,
I don't think
you may
the
not get
balanced
it.
growth dialogue would do much to change China's behavior here. But they've also filed a case with the WTO saying precisely this, that this
All right,
is
what I'll do
policy,
is
and we would like to see the U.S. change
I'm gonna
their
take this.
behavior. So, look, I think there's some legitimacy to that argument, but scale, scope, degree to which it happens, and the actual lack of
I'm gonna look to see if we can take this. Doesn't seem like it wants to get up to 144 or get up to VWAP.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you.
The volume's pretty
One
nice
part of
too.
the plan to keep the United States more
I
competitive
just feel
with
like
China is spending billions of dollars
oh, wow,
to
this was
revitalize
playing
the
the
chip
whole time,
manufacturing
and
industry in the U.S. Today, we're learning of another
didn't
$6
work.
billion being spent. Megan Casella has those details for us. Sounds a little twist, though. It's not an American company.
Short on
It's not.
Taiwan
Hey, Deirdre, so the
Semiconductor.
latest winner of that CHIPS Act money is actually Taiwan Semiconductor. They'll be receiving $6.5 billion in grants and up to $5 billion in loans from the Commerce Department.
I get they want to do this stuff, that's cool and all, but we're getting ready to go into a slowdown. Like, this is not a problem just right now. I don't know. I guess they're gonna just make a shitload of them. Got me up all night.
Making this in America at scale. So it's good for our economy, but quite frankly, it's good for our national security.
Now, the goal with all of these awards, and TSMC's is the 5th so far, is to make the U.S. less dependent on China and other countries for these chips. U.S. officials want to move quickly here, but TSMC and Intel, some suppliers...
All right, guys, I'm going to walk outside real quick, see what's going on.
...announced delays because of labor issues. So while there's $50 million
and I'll be right
included
back
in this grant money for workforce training specifically, it's still an open question whether TSMC will be able to meet their goal of having all 3 fabs up and running in Arizona by the end of the decade. Guys?
And Megan, there's only really 3 main players globally, right, who have the ability to manufacture these high-end chips. It's Samsung, it's TSMC, and it's Intel. Where does this leave Intel and their ability to really develop a new business for them and compete against a Samsung and TSMC, which have well-capitalized and years of R&D experience?
Absolutely. This is a challenge for Intel. Even though Intel, we've already seen, got a really sizable award from the CHIPS Act already, they are going to be competing now to be doing this on U.S. soil. TSMC is doing this at scale in a huge way in Taiwan. If they're able to successfully bring that over to the United States to use some U.S. workers and some immigrants as well, then that's really something that's going to challenge Intel and say, we're the dominant player already overseas. We're now maybe going to be the dominant player in the U.S., and that just makes it much more difficult for Intel to really get a foothold here.
Right. I suppose the government says as long as it's in our territory, though, it's a win. Megan, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Coming up, the Fed's hesitance to hike rates, fueling some fear in the market. Now with the makings of a pullback in place, has the character of this market changed, or are the bulls still in charge? Plus, Further ahead, a moment in the sun, the eclipse capturing consumers' complete attention, as well as some of their wallets. We will discuss when Power Lunch returns.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Stocks basically flat today after a bit of a rough week last week. So was that just a brief pullback in a continued market rally, or has something actually changed? Mike Santoli's been pondering this question and joins us from the New York Stock Exchange. Mike, what do you say?
Well, Tyler, in terms of magnitude, not much has changed. It was about a 2% decline in the S&P 500 from peak to closing low last week. That's really nothing after a 28% ramp. However, it was the first 2% decline that we have seen along this rally since October. And the other piece of it is we've gone the longest stretch between making new record highs as we have since January when we first clicked to a new high. Now, it's only been a week and a half, so we're talking about, slicing the story pretty thinly here. But there are reasons to wonder about this because we have potentially some pent-up capacity for volatility. We do have Treasury yields and oil prices both threatening to break out of the top end of these sort of comfortable ranges that they've been in since December. Of course, we are also dealing with slightly less favorable seasonal patterns, especially in election years. When we've had a 10% rally through the first quarter, as we did this year in the S&P, it's always meant that ultimately there were higher prices by the end of the year, but in no case did you avoid a 5% or 4% plus pullback along the way, all of which is to say you should expect perhaps a little more of a two-way market here. Earnings are going to come through pretty soon. We'll see if that's the test. Inflation is obviously by very good reason for it to be front and center because the Fed told you that even if the economy is good, they're going to be cutting rates at some point this year if inflation cooperates. So if they're not cutting rates, yeah, it might mean the economy's strong, but it also probably means inflation has been stickier. So it feels like it's just a little bit of a trickier backdrop for those reasons.
You know, I think back to there is no alternative era in investing when it was the only place you could really make money was in equities. And now that feels different to me. You can actually make money in bonds. You can make money. A 4.4% yield on a 10-year and what you can get in a CD is not bad. And gold is at a record high. And Bitcoin is back at 71,000. So there are alternatives.
Well, there certainly are alternatives. There's no doubt about that. I've always been of the mind, though, that even when we were saying there is no alternative back in the 2010s, investors didn't really behave that way. It wasn't as if they were shoveling money into stocks at a massive rate. Only 2013 did they really do that. And it was a matter of the market went up and it kind of did your allocation for you in stocks. But the broader point stands. I mean, you do actually have different pieces of the portfolio doing work for you right now if you are diversified. All that said, $150 billion in net new money into equity funds so far this year. So when the market goes up 20%, people don't want to hear about 4% in bonds.
No, absolutely. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
Our next guest says she wouldn't be surprised to see a flat market or even a pullback, but she's quick to point out that the Fed's no cuts or less cuts scenario is due to a strong economy, which is a good thing. Let's bring in Stephanie Link, Chief Investment Strategist and Portfolio Manager at Hightower and a CNBC contributor. Stephanie, as we go into earnings season, what do we have to see? Obviously beats, but forward guidance as well. Is that what's going to sort of provide the next leg if interest rate cuts are uncertain now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the market is digesting the cuts, right? Is it 0? Is it 1, 2, or 3? Personally, I do not think it's going to have a material impact, even if they did 3, on the economy. When we just raised interest rates over the last 18 months by 550 basis points. So 75 basis points of cuts isn't going to do anything, but psychologically, certainly that would be positive. But again, the reason that they're actually being a little more hesitant on cutting rates is really because of the growth that you mentioned. We're going to grow 2.5% in GDP, or something close to that in the first quarter. We just grew 3.4% all of last year. And at the same time, I know inflation is stubborn at 3.5%, but we're down from 9.1% from the peak. So we've absolutely made progress. So we have to all wait and see. We're all data dependent, but the economy is growing for the right reasons. The consumer is doing well. The job market over the last 12 months, we've seen 250,000 on average jobs produced. That's very healthy. Wages are up 4%. If you want to switch to another job, you're getting 10%. Manufacturing, you guys just did a great segment on all the onshoring and supply chains and manufacturing initiatives on the fiscal side. That's leading to better ISMs. We're just starting to see better ISMs, and new orders are going up as well. And then lastly, housing is bottoming. I mean, we were all watching housing last year, which saw a recession last year, but yet the stocks did quite well. But we're now starting to see the results in permits and starts doing better. So you add it all up, yeah, earnings I think are going to be just fine, 8-9%. Are expectations high? Yeah, they're high. But I do think you're going to see not only top line better, but margin expansion. And you're seeing a broadening out into other sectors doing just as well in terms of earnings delivering. So I think you continue to have this broader market. Lots to be excited about.
Well, Stephanie, what about some of the other stuff kind of just under the surface that Mike and some of our other guests have been pointing to? Higher oil prices, gold at record highs, some of the geopolitical tensions. And Jamie Dimon's shareholder letter this morning, he was a lot more cautious.
Yeah, well, so there's plenty to worry about. Absolutely. I definitely give you that, Deirdre. But what happens is, like, I worry when I don't worry, because that means I'm being complacent. I always want to know what's out there that could actually surprise us. We kind of know all of this stuff as of now. And yeah, sure, certainly energy bothers me a bit. And I actually do think maybe the headline on energy for CPI on Wednesday could come in a little hotter because of that. So, but the core number, I think, is going to show some progress, and I think that'll be encouraging. Geopolitics, I don't have an edge on that at all, but that's been with us for a couple years now. And we're able to see last year 26% growth in the market, and year to date 9 to 10% this year. So, yeah, a lot to worry about, but a lot that's going well. And if we do see a pullback, I want to be a buyer.
You like banks, some of which report later this week, more broadly financials. Why and which ones?
Yeah, so it'll be really interesting on Friday. We get JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, and I do think the numbers are going to be good. I do think you're going to see better net interest income for both companies. You're going to see much better controls on expenses as well. And you're going to see capital markets inflect, I think. And that's just at the beginning, Tyler. So JP is a little expensive for me. It always is. It should be because they are best in class. But I think if you can get Wells Fargo at 1.1, 1.2 times book value, that's very interesting. Doug Braunstein on the board. He came from JP Morgan. That's sort of interesting. But I own Bank of America because it's the cheapest of the three at 1.1 times and book. And I do think they're going to benefit from better wealth management, better capital markets, better expense control. In fact, I do think they're going to continue to take share in capital markets. And then Morgan Stanley I own, we have a new CEO we have to get through. But I do think the valuation, especially relative to Goldman Sachs, has narrowed pretty substantially.
They have a nice sort of annuity business in their wealth management area. Stephanie Link, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And ahead on the program, the race to clean up the toilet paper industry in today's Clean Start. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Stocks are flattish today, but bond yields are moving higher ahead of some key data that come out later this week. Rick Santelli joins us now from Chicago with more. Rick?
Yes, and it isn't only data, Tyler. Starting tomorrow, we have 119 billion in supply, 58 billion threes, 39 billion tens, 22 billion 30s, and will make a big difference, especially with the CPI, PPI presence amongst the supply. If you look at the last three sessions, what should jump out at you when you see 2s, 10s, and 30s there is that this is the second consecutive staircase session where we're trading higher than the previous day's high yields. Now, granted, we reversed a little bit on the longest maturities like 20 and 30-year bonds, but that is a very aggressive formation, and we continue to hover at the high yield closes, not only for 2024, but going back towards the end of November. And if we look at the difference between tens and boons, it is really carving out a spot about 200 basis points. Our tens are 2% higher than European tens.
Well,
this is something to pay
it
close
is.
attention to. These are the widest.
Fuck, I wish I
bases
could have
we've
brought you
seen
guys
since
with me. I could have
October
actually went
last
live
year.
on my
And
phone. I didn't
finally,
even
the
think
dollar
about
yen.
that.
Yes, we can't continue to look at this without
I might die without
knowing
seeing
that
it.
the constant lower
It's so
value
bright.
of the yen, of course, is going to figure prominently into that export economy. But at a
I'll
time
give it
where
a
they're
couple
going to be
minutes,
snugging
but
up rates, we are now
every
in the
100 years
14th,
looks like I'm going to be missing out on it.
consecutive session where the dollar yen is
I'll
closed
chalk it up
above
to one thing that I will
151.
not
Those are
see
levels
in
we
my
haven't
life.
done since
Excuse me.
1990. These are 34 years since we've had this many closes at that level, and it will continue to be something big in terms of Bank of Japan's influence on all the other major central banks. Deidre, back to you.
Rick
Okay,
Zatelli,
so
thank you very much.
see, I thought that
Let's
you
get over
guys.
now to
Oh,
Bertha Coombs for
okay. I'm
CNBC
sorry.
News Update.
My AirPod
Hey,
wasn't
Deirdre.
in.
President Biden is in Madison, Wisconsin this afternoon to announce sweeping plans to provide student debt relief for an estimated 30 million Americans. Proposals are aimed at canceling runaway interest for those who are eligible for certain forgiveness programs and people experiencing hardships that prevent them from making payments. The Supreme Court struck down the president's original plan to cancel up to $20,000 in debt for about 43 million eligible borrowers. Hamas has reportedly rejected the latest Israeli
You hear
ceasefire
that?
proposal in Gaza.
They have rejected the proposal for a ceasefire in Gaza. So next time you get your little 12-year-old kids in college talking free Palestine, motherfucker, Palestine could have just freed themselves. All right, it's not like people are coming to the negotiation table. So stop being a little sheep. Actually, you do what you want. Who am I to say what you should and shouldn't do? But just know, it looks funny. That's all I'm gonna say. Just like me. And you don't want to be like me. Anyway, 2. Yeah, it's really bright out there to see the sun. But we'll see what the afternoon brings us. I'll probably just walk outside, like look out front to see if I can see anything or whatever, and that's all I can do. It is really bright though, that's for sure. I figured my glasses would do a better job at looking into the sun. I thought I'd be able to just like straight up look into the sun, but I guess the glasses weren't all that they said that they were. So, but yeah, I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking for a reversal to see if we can get this gap fill. I would like to see the markets pull back. That is a lower high. We might start right now. We might start cranking it. Let's see if we can start cranking it to the downside on the SPY, guys. Let's see if we can start doing it. Doing a damn thing right here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. I'm not worried about every little tick. Actually, let me look. So, all right. All right. So, shit. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that in the mic. It might go higher. That's funny. It just might go higher. All right. I'm just watching something real quick. How are you today? How was your weekend? I hope it was good. The vibe is timing. I had a pretty nice trade here on Tesla. I don't know if my camera's shaking. It's because I was shaking my leg and my monitor is going like this. So it's going good. But look, I want to see if, like, I don't think we're just going to fall right here, but I wouldn't put it past it. You know, the volume is really low. The vibe is time. Tomorrow. Like, between everything that I'm looking at, between ARM, Tesla, AMD, it's like time. Because, like, Tesla, I would like to take it down to this gap fill. And I want to see if the SPY starts to roll over. Even though Tesla's been doing the complete opposite. Literally, when the markets have pulled back, Tesla's been rallying. Believe it or not. Market's been going higher. Tesla's been going lower. But I would like to try and get this gap fill down here at 166. And I'm kind of like Amazon also. Like, if Amazon bounces, let me not get ahead of myself here. But yeah, that's the vibes. The vibes is time. Time. Like, it's almost there. Like, the setup is from what I can see, a lot of things are setting up at like this roughly the same time, whether that be tomorrow or Wednesday. They're setting up, you know, and I'm kind of curious if some people don't get kind of you know, taken back from the move, where it does something different than they expect it to do. Like Tesla, I'm expecting us to go up, but I think we can come down before we go up, right? But like Amazon, I believe this is a good opportunity short. Like Tesla, I'm looking to try to get to VWAP. Get me a bounce to like 186, and I want to try to take it down to 182. All right, 182 is where I'm looking to take Amazon. That would be a nice pullback. It should bounce here. It should, but it's like not. So that's showing me the weakness. And if it doesn't bounce, then there's nothing I can do with it. Because I'm not going to get short right here. And the minute I get short, it flips and reverses. But yeah, I'm looking at, TSM with like everything. Man, I don't know. I'm just happy. Man. We had a really good trade today on Tesla. I feel like I have fixed whatever the heck was going on in the month of February and the beginning of March. You know, so it was a good feeling. Just as soon as I logged in to one of my accounts today, my E-Trade account that I've been trading on, I'm just like, it was already a good start to the day because it showed me, you know, how well I did last week. So, but how about yourself? How's your day going? And how is your weekend and all that fun stuff? What are you watching? How about that? What are you watching today? What are you thinking about the markets? Nice. Good shit. Good stuff. Good stuff. So I was gonna have a watch list last night again, though I didn't because of it was kind of a busy weekend. Hopefully tonight I get a haircut, I get cleaned up, I shave, and I do that, and then I can get some of these like all these lines I have, like all these levels I have here. So like these dotted lines, right? These dotted lines are entries and exits. They're supposed to be. But let's see what the end of the day brings. It's 250 right now. I'm not sure. I'll take anything because I am not trying to ruin what the good that I did this morning. But I am watching the SPY to see if it tries to pull back. I am. It also wouldn't surprise me if it bounces. Let's see here. CXAI. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to trade any small caps. I mean, I could. Yeah, CXAI, I would watch out. Unless you get a nice end of day volume, I think it's about done. I mean, I don't know if it is or not. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't know. Like, that's the wrong thing to say. Like, because it obviously wasn't done here on lower volume, so. The thing is with this one is that it's above the 200 day. It's above all its major moving averages, and it's getting ready to come into that $7 level in the resistance. Like, yeah. I mean, it's solid right now. I mean, it's got some strength with it. Okay, Turkey. Yeah, my cat's coming in here yelling at me. She wants to be fed. She's like, man, Dad, you gotta feed me. I'm hungry again. I'm really hoping I can see this moon thing. Like, I was able to see the moon close to the sun, but, I didn't take anything else. I made some really good money on Tesla. I was not effing that up. I was not effing that up, Chris. Like, unless we see, like, unless I have, like, unless I get Tesla to, like, pull back like I would like it to, I just feel like we're not getting the momentum. Like, it might start now, but you know what I mean? I'm not messing that one up. I got paid really nicely. Yeah, well, I would watch $7 also. I would watch $7. That you have a nice resistance zone at $7. I mean, yeah, but that's all. It's just like everything I look at, like Reddit, RDDT. It looks like it needs a little time to break. It looks like it. Man, I did not take this long. I should have taken this long when I called it out. Fuck. Now this looks nice, guys, for a long. Like, when I say long, I mean like $48. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh, man. Come on. Come on. And look, here it goes. What'd you do? Yeah, what'd you do, bro? Did you just try to go after something when it wasn't time? Too much? Can't force it. I know we Kind of had that last week. Oh, that's not as bad as losing your account, bro. Oh, you're good. I just did that like a couple minutes ago. Chris, you be alright. I was just doing it too. It's all good. Just blinds you for a little bit. You'll be alright. You got your money, right? So you're good. You're good. I'm dead serious, too. I'm just kidding. But I'm also serious at the same time. You'll be alright. I'm getting ready to go look at the sun myself. You'll be alright. I mean, you can't, like, just try to, like... you can't just, like... force, like, you know, keep them eyes open and looking at the sun, but, you know, listen, at least where I'm at, it's bright. It's really bright. It's hard. I can't even look at it with polarized glasses. I didn't even go out in the garage and see the, nah, seriously, bro. I've looked at the sun since I was a kid. You'll be fine. Trust me. Like, the first part of that sentence says everything. You were reading shit online. It's all good, man. I'm telling you. You'll be alright, I promise. If you're not, the eye doctor will hook you up. But you'll be alright. I'm not joking. You should be okay. Unless you do something crazy, like I say. Unless you're out there, like, physically opening your eyes and looking at the sun. You know, you should be okay. You should be alright. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you were doing and not doing. You know? Yeah, they'd be alright. I'm about to go look myself here in a couple minutes. And I wonder if this is why we got all this volume at lunchtime. Was because, like, all these, like, some of these people are going to be driving to Connecticut and stuff like that to go see this. Well, no, Vermont. Vermont's where it's at. They're not, I don't know. I just found it kind of odd that, like, if you look, like, a lot of, really anywhere, like, there was some decent volume at lunchtime today. Not so much in Tesla. And maybe it's just a Reddit thing. I don't know. Maybe it's just a Reddit thing. I'm gonna go check it out though real quick. I'll be right back.
Done. All right, we've only got about 2 minutes left in the show. Several more stories you need to know about. Let's see if any can eclipse what has come before. JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon highlighting AI as the first topic of his annual shareholder letter, closely watched, saying it's going to have as profound an impact on society as the printing press, electricity, and computers. Obviously, time will tell here. I wouldn't bet against it.
You know, he says that they now have more than 2,000 AI and machine learning employees. Those are not cheap. Everyone's looking for those in Silicon Valley.
Probably nowhere will it be more important. I mean, maybe more important in medical and healthcare, but in banking and finance, it's going to be a huge deal.
Meanwhile, the White House announcing a new student debt relief program that aims to provide relief for millions of borrowers. If finalized, the proposal would mostly affect those with so-called runaway interest or balances that ballooned due to unpaid interest, as well as borrowers who have been paying down loans for 20 or more years.
Well, this is obviously one that's going to be interesting to watch legally because the prior attempts to get rid of student debt did not fly with the Supreme Court. And South Carolina winning the women's basketball title, completing an undefeated season, in the process knocking off Caitlin Clark.
Yeah,
Iowa.
I just,
Next up
it looks pretty cool. You can see a quarter of it. I have like a big cloud So, like, as it opens up a little bit, it makes it a little easier to look at, which is pretty cool. And shout out to South Carolina, man. That's crazy. They won every single game.
You said you were gripped by that game.
It's pretty
it was really
sick.
good. It was a really terrific game and really fun to watch. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Stay on the path of totality.
All right, welcome to Closing
Yeah,
Time.
that's
Scott
what I was
Walker
gonna
live
say.
from
Basic,
Post
I
9
got
here at the New York Stock Exchange. This make or break hour begins.
I got like a
Make it or
quarter
break it week for the
where I'm
rally
at.
as rates continue to rise. Stocks remain unsettled.
It's
Never
3
mind
o'clock.
earnings,
Let's
which
see
are
what
about to
happens here. I'm
begin
wondering
as
if I
well.
should
We'll
try
ask
for a
our experts
Reddit
over this
long
final stretch what is
real
really at
quick,
stake
but it
this
doesn't
week,
look like
including
there's any
billionaire investor Mark
continuation or
Lazary.
volume.
He'll join me in
An
just a
arm.
few. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go and regulation looks like this. The story really continues to be about that backup in yields. Take a look. 442 is where we currently
See,
stand
arm's not moving
on the
either.
10-year. Well, that's putting pressure on the major averages today. No real conviction either way for the Dow, S&P, and Nas. Big week gets going. It's going to be a big one. There's your look at the major averages. Now, yes, we are green across the board, not decidedly so, but we'll take it given what's happening with yields, PPI, CPI, earnings, all in the days ahead. We are watching tech, as always. Meta and Amazon, a couple of bright spots today, both hitting new highs today. Meta then turning negative. It's down about 1%. Amazon is still in the green. It takes us to our talk of the tape.
I mean, yeah, so, like, it can fuck your eyes up, but you gotta, like, you know what I'm saying, physically torture your eyes and, like, try to keep them open and be looking at it for a little bit. I mean, everybody's different, you know, I can't, you know, say anything, but, you know.
Because growth is improving as well, and yes, there's also an improvement or deterioration, I should say, in
Anastasia. I haven't seen her in a while.
better earnings expectations, we can shake that off. So I think if the moves are somewhat
It's actually, it has been a minute since Anastasia's been on the panel. Okay, so the Qs are coming back up to the 20-day moving average.
In his new note, where he says, he asks this question,
Let's
which
see
I think
here.
is the most relevant question of any right now. When do higher rates begin to bite?
Yep.
And he suggests a move towards 480 is where things could get tricky.
Yeah, I think the move right now has been more about the pickup in economic growth. It has been about stronger payrolls, it has been about stronger manufacturing, and therefore the Fed pushing back the rate cut expectations. But to the extent that the move starts being driven by inflation expectations, so of course we've got CPI on Wednesday, and if that's a surprise and that continues
All right,
to reprice
20-day.
inflation expectations higher, I think that's where it becomes dangerous for stocks.
Are you still optimistic about the overall direction for the market and the economy? Right, Jamie Dimon's out talking in his letter about sort of, we have this foregone conclusion almost the markets do that it's going to be a soft landing, where he says markets are pricing in 70 to 80% chance of that. I believe he says, quote, the odds are a lot lower than that.
I'm still in the soft landing camp, but I actually think that the last several weeks or months of data has really reinvigorated the no landing camp. And so we wrote this piece last week about an uptick in manufacturing. I actually think that's a really big story for the rest of the year, is we're starting to see an uptick in the U.S., China, global manufacturing, new orders components.
Bro, why is my stuff shaking around like
early
this?
innings of what is typically a 9-month uptick in manufacturing. So if that's the
What
case,
did you
then
do,
have
girlfriend?
a lot of cyclical momentum that develops in the economy. And Scott, this used to be a one-engine economy with the U.S. consumer really supporting the globe and supporting all the industries. But now if that broadens out and you can have industrials and materials and energy participate, I think that's what gives me confidence on the economic front.
Do we need rate cuts or not? If we need them, how soon do we need
Okay,
them?
we're
Maybe
flat.
Not, maybe not for the broader market, and that's really the question that we had to ask ourselves last week is, you know, can the market still be okay without the rate cuts? I think the answer is yes, because of course, Scott, I look to the earnings picture, and earnings for the S&P expected to be up about 11%. We're looking at the earnings revisions, and the net earnings revisions have flipped into positive
Yo, the
territory.
markets have literally
And I
not
suspect as
moved
the year progresses, and if we're right
at
on
all.
manufacturing, we'll see the cyclical
I mean, at
earnings
least
uptick
the
as well. So if that's the case,
the
then maybe you
indexes.
don't actually need rate cuts, especially if the consumer is able to function.
I
with
cannot
them.
wait to
The
get a fucking
caveat that I
haircut.
would have to
Like,
that is,
it's fucking
not
bothering
everybody
the shit
needs a
out of me. I
rate
can't
cut
stop
except
touching
if
my
you're in an
face.
interest rate sensitive sector. So if you're in real estate, if you're in
let's see
housing, if
here.
you're in unprofitable
What am I
tech,
doing?
I think it does get painful.
What am I
if-
doing?
If your stock happens to be in the Russell,
What am I doing?
you probably
Yes.
need a rate cut.
Yeah, And this is an interesting
Yeah, they are.
story because
They
typically
are.
when manufacturing picks up, when you have the cyclical momentum, you have small caps that typically outperform the S&P by 5 percentage points, except for I don't want to make the call on small caps right now because 40% of small cap exposure to that is actually floating rate. So if the Fed doesn't cut rates, the leverage does still become prohibitive for these small
So
caps.
square this for me, because, in, let's say, late October, right, the bottom, before we started this incredible rally, and we set new records for stocks, we did that, one would think, on the expectation and the anticipation and the discounting of future rate cuts, okay?
Yes.
The economy was good. Here we are, and we're saying, well, never mind that. We can still go up, and we don't even need the
That's
rate
a nice
cuts
hold
that we thought we
on
needed,
the
that we
20
thought
day.
sent this rally into motion in the first place. How do we square that?
So you almost had this perfect relay race because you're right. In October, we were expecting rate cuts, and that's what's going to support the economy eventually. But instead, what happened is the economy was able to find enough momentum to actually start to re-accelerate. If you look at the city surprise index,
Look at the IWM. The IWM is nicely above.
close to 3%.
It's nicely above Friday's high. The Dow is still below it. QQQ. The close. Okay, so the Qs are barely. IWM, SPY, Qs, and then the Dow. It's so weird. I'm gonna go look at this sun again real quick.
I should say, though, as I ask you that, not exactly the Fed chair. And that's important.
No, I think the Fed chair still is sort of in the middle, usually gauging his committee, guides his committee. I think what's happened, Scott, is first the dots leaned hawkish and then the rhetoric leaned hawkish. And I think that what we're hearing is the reflection of this movement of
I'll be right back. Yeah, you be alright, bro.
You had people give up the idea that maybe you
if
would
not,
do more than 3 cuts, and
sue
then you
'em.
just barely hung on to the median
Sue
of
'em.
3 cuts.
Like, yo, y'all told me to stand outside on the TV every day. Y'all told me to stand outside. Sue 'em. Fuck, man. I got indigestion from that tuna fish sandwich. It was really good, but this sucks. This sucks being bored. Like, I feel like I'm like I want to do something here, but I really want to wait for this Tesla pullback, and it might start it now. I might end up doing that. I might end up
Logan talking a lot about
going after Tesla.
To inflation, and there's Bostic, who on our air not
I just
too long
don't
ago,
think it's
Scott,
time.
talked about the idea of 1 cut in the 4th quarter.
Oh, I mean,
Sorry to keep
how far we've
flipping
come, though, right?
the.
If we are declaring that a hawk now, as part of the Fed, is a
Sorry, I don't mean to keep flipping the screen, but
that's a long way from where we were before. Because I think our greatest worry, and maybe it still is in the backdrop of, well, what if we have to do another hike? And I don't hear that entering into the debate at all, at least now.
Well, Bowman is the one person who talks regularly about the idea that if inflation does not behave, the Fed could reverse course. It has a low probability in our Fed surveys, but you're looking right now, Scott, at the Fed rate cut probabilities, and you know what 50% is. Well, in some places it's just a toss of a coin. So right now we're even money on the idea of cutting rates at all in June. July slipping a little bit. And then if you look at the January 2025 Fed funds contract, which, as you know, is the measure of the market's gauge of how many cuts all year, and you'll see we're trading, at 2.7, 2.6, 25 basis points cuts with the 0.6 there. So there's 471, almost at the high. If you went back on this chart to September or October, that's when it was around 480, which is where they think the rate cuts will be. So that would be 50 or 60 basis points of cuts if we got that high. So, yeah, it's slipping away right now. I just want to add to what Anastasia was saying, 100% right looking at the CPI. But as you know, months, the PPI has become to the CPI because what fills in and tells us about the PCE, the Fed's preferred inflation indicator. You're out of excuses if you've been for January and February. You don't have those excuses for March. So this is really or the telltale sign or the you want to use. It's the one that matters.
That's why we've been calling this, and we did at the top of our program today. Yes, it's the make, but is likely to make it or break it week in some respects for this rally. You stay with me, Steve. We underestimated listening closely enough to the more hard on the Federal Reserve Board.
I think we should, because one thing that really caught my attention, investors really talking and saying the risks are now such that it might be riskier to cut too late. So that's something. Inflation is still the trend and that has not flipped. So I think that does set up some, you know, to Steve's point, an uptick in ISM prices paid. We had this inflation, but are we now going to the next several months where we can have an uptick in goods inflation? So the Fed is going to pay attention to that. And, you know, my answer to that is I don't think it derails the whole disinflation story because goods represent about 12% of the CPI. Energy is about another 7%. But given the hawkish rhetoric from the Fed, I could see the markets being concerned about it.
The other thing, too, Steve, I would assume is that the Fed doesn't want to see rates back up too much and put it in a more difficult spot.
I think that's right. I want to just add one thing to what Anastasia was saying and what I had said earlier. I don't think that, I don't know, rogues list of Fed mugshots we put up there, I don't feel like these are ideological hawks. I feel like this is their read of the data. And I feel like if you go back and look at the history of these folks, they have been dovish when it came to cutting rates to zero. So I don't feel like we're dealing with, you remember before we'd had what felt like ideological hawks on the Fed.
Kashkari was as dovish as you would find anywhere in the world.
Excellent point. And I think this is just Neil's read of the data right now, his sense of where we are. I don't feel like in his core, he's a hawk who wants to keep rates higher than they need to be. And in answer to the question you had to Anastasia earlier about, do we need a cut? Well, yeah, if rates are higher than they need to be, then it would be nice and I think effective and useful to reduce them if indeed you're putting too much restraint on the economy. Look, if the economy wants to run and doing so would not be inflationary, then by all means, let's let it go.
I hear you. Love your insight as always, Steve. Thank you.
Thanks,
Steve
Scott.
Leisman, our senior economics correspondent. Let's bring in Jordan Jackson now of JP Morgan Asset Management into the conversation. It's good to see you as well. Welcome. I'm going to ask you the question that Pasquarello is asking people. When do higher rates begin to bite? What would your answer be to that?
I think when we start flirting with around 5%, that's when you'll start to see rates really begin to bite. But look, I've been arguing since the beginning of the year that we're probably going to see 4.5% on the U.S. 10-year before we get down to 4%. You know, as has been talked about on the show already, June, July, pretty much a coin flip on where they go again. If the markets continue to skew towards 1 to 2 cuts and fully price in 2 cuts or 1.5 cuts, you'll probably see the 10-year hit 4.5%. That being said, so long as the narrative is still around cutting rates and not hiking rates, I think the market can continue to grind higher.
Okay, so Jordan, you got a day today when you got Chris Harvey over at Wells Fargo. He bumps his target on the S&P to 55.35. Now, in fairness, I mean, it was 46.25, so he had to move it up, but he also had the choice not to move it up that much. He did not do that. Adam Parker, frequent guest on this program, gives 3 reasons for the resilience of the rally, in which he says accommodative Fed, right? That's to your point. Gross margin expansion and earnings growth for several years. Remember, we're coming off of 3 consecutive periods of bad earnings. We expect the tide to turn this quarter.
That's exactly right. And when you look over, this has really been a micro market, right? The market is now caring about earnings. We've seen earnings be the driving component of stock price appreciation this year, not so much valuations. And then I think when you look underneath the hood, right, obviously last year, if you teased out the Mag 7 earnings growth, earnings were negative for the rest of the market. When you actually forecast out to the fourth quarter of this year, so fourth quarter 2024 over fourth quarter 2023, Obviously, comps are going to be a bit favorable, but the rest of the market is expecting about earnings growth of around 15% by the time you hit to the fourth quarter, whereas, again, the Mag 7, or let's call them the Fab 5, so to speak, are actually going to be converging down to that number. So I think this is an earnings, a backdrop in which earnings are playing catch-up, which is really important, and again, very, very supportive for stocks in this environment.
So Anastasia, earnings expectations have come in as time has gone on, right? We're 10% growth for this quarter. Now we're looking for 4 to 5. Are we going to be that good? And if we're just that good, is that okay?
Yeah, well, I think the bar has been reset lower, and I actually do like that going into the earnings season. First of all, you're right. Several weeks ago, we were looking at 5% earnings growth expected for this quarter. Now, as you mentioned, it's closer to 3%. But the other thing that's really interesting is the number of negative pre-announcements going into the quarter is really above the 5 or 10-year average. So I like the fact that the bar has been reset. What I also like, to go back to the manufacturing story, is the reason I keep talking about it is because while it's only 20% of the GDP, it's 50% of earnings are tied to the goods and the manufacturing story. And so if we could have that uptick, if we can have the upwards earnings revisions, and we have sectors from industrials to materials to financials to energy begin to benefit from that.
Well, they have already. I mean, the broadening of the market was legit, which started in March. The question, Jordan, is does the broadening story continue, and is it believable even in a market of backed up rates?
I think it does. And the fact is, obviously, as we continue to move through the year, first quarter reporters, earnings reports are going to be important. Remember, markets are forward looking, right? So as we start to look ahead towards 2025, markets are still calling for about 11% EPS growth this year, but tagging on an additional 13% EPS growth for 2025. So as you start to get into the forward PE, next 12 months, 2025 earnings start to get more and more important. The fact that you're getting that broader breadth of positive earnings growth expectations feeding through into some of the 2025 numbers, that gives me support and confidence.
So let me ask you this now, Anastasia, because I've just gotten a note passed to me, or a section of a note from Marko Kolanovic, JP Morgan, okay? He's been broadly negative U.S. equities for as long as I can remember, okay? And I mean, tongue in cheek, but we're talking like at least a year, okay? So his new mention says that he sees opportunities in utilities, okay, and real estate. It's notable, it's not like broad bullishness, but it's notable considering he has urged people for a while to stay away from U.S. equities.
Well, I don't know.
Are we finally getting some inklings of opportunity in places that we may not realize, like utilities, okay? You say, well, yields are backed up. Why would I want utilities? Because you're going to go the yield. But if you think yields are going to come down, then utilities are maybe a place to be. And then real estate, quote, is of interest too.
That's right. Well, the call on utilities doesn't scream bullish to me necessarily, because I think for utilities to do well, one of the things that would need to happen is yields need to be materially lower. But as we're just talking about, higher economic growth and also potentially higher inflation sort of goes the other way. You may make a case when it comes to utilities is that the demand for energy, the demand for the build out of the electricity grid, and the demand for wind and solar, that actually can bode well for some of those utilities. And if you get that coupled with lower yields, that's a positive story. Look, on real estate, Scott, I actually talked about this on your show, the halftime report, about that being one of the top contrarian trades for this year. If we get to the point where the Fed does actually cut interest rates, I think real estate is one of the biggest beneficiary sectors. And by the way, we were talking about the concerns about CPI, maybe not having the rate cuts, but the Fed actually looks at core PCE, which we get later in the month. If we do get a print that's below 2.8%, is inching towards 2.5%, I still do think the Fed does cut rates. If they do, real estate is that contrarian trade.
It was really helping.
Jordan, lastly, you like utilities as well.
Fuck. Right there, right where the plus sign is. It's blue, it's green, it's pink, but outside it looked like it was like a gray spot. See if it goes away.
Meantime, shares of video game publisher Take-Two Interactive, they're up 2% after Citi analysts upgraded the stock from neutral to the expected growth is coming from the next Grand Theft Auto game, which Take-Two announced will launch in 2025. The analysts here expect the new GTA to drive nearly $3 billion in bookings for Take-Two, Scott.
We'll see you in a little bit. Steve Kovac, thank you very much. We're just getting started here. Up next, billionaire investor Mark Lazary of Avenue Capital is back with us. He's going to break down the Fed's
Fuck.
move, where he is finding
I'm seeing a circle.
opportunities in the markets right now and beyond. We are live from the New York Stock Exchange. You're watching Closing Bell on CNBC.
That might be it for me today, guys. I don't see anything happening the last few minutes. Fuck, man. I hope I don't see this circle for... Damn. I hope I didn't get got too, Chris. All right. It's a beautiful day out today, though. I will say that. Dude, this monitor is moving around way too much. Way too much. I cannot wait to take a shower and get a haircut later on. If you guys need anything, just want to chat or whatever. No, I do. I got glasses right here, but you know, I didn't have clouds, and then I did, but it was just like, I don't know. I can't explain it. It was pretty powerful. I mean, it's still going on. It's just like, it got to the point where I don't have any clouds anymore, and that shit is so bright. Like, and I'm okay. I'm good. I'm good. Like, I was seeing gray for a while. Like, I'm still seeing the dots and shit. I'm good. I got a picture. It'll last longer. The clouds really helped to see it. I was able to get a good look with the clouds because it's shining so bright that it would just go through the clouds and you would be able to see it. And I just have polarized glasses. Nah, I'll be alright. I'll be okay. I'll just go eat a couple carrots and I'll be okay. Is that what you saw? Did you see like gray? Like a gray circle? It looked like a gray spot. I don't see it. I just see one. I still see it. Like if I look at the chat, I still see it. I still see it. If I look over here, I see it's getting smaller though. It's like green, red, turquoise, like bluish. Like there's one there. Like yeah, it's just one dot. One. It's not going away. I mean, it is, but it isn't. I'm going to make it go away. Yeah. No, I'm going to be alright. I'm going to be alright. Trust and believe that. Listen, I've been throwing out the car at 80 miles an hour through the sunroof. I've had open heart surgery. My left lung's collapsed. A whole lot more things. I'm going to be alright. I'll be alright. I'm gonna be alright. It will be annoying. Let's just hope that it does go away. It should go away. I would just give it a little while. Did you use like polarized glasses, or did you go out and go get some like the whatchamacallits? It probably doesn't. Yeah, I was looking. Yeah, I was a looker. I wanted to see it. It only comes around every, like, this type of stuff, 100 years or so. Yeah, I'm a look. I want to see that.
Just simply because we're lending money around 12 to 15%.
Still, because direct lending is still
It's specialty lending. It's people who need money.
is still a critical part of your investing strategy.
Yeah, it's continued. It's actually going extremely strong in Europe because there's more issues. Less here in the United States, but Europe and Asia, people need capital.
It feels like it's more, that space I feel like has exploded almost more than any other.
It has.
And there's so many players. Does that impact you at all? Is it more competitive?
It is more competitive. That part has changed. But you got to remember, the biggest competitors were banks, right? So that's who we were competing, and their cost of capital was far, far lower than ours. So now if I'm competing against an Ares or an Apollo or anybody else, their cost of capital is roughly the same as mine, maybe a little bit lower. So you're still able to compete, and there's quite a bit to do for all of us. For me, we're just trying to do smaller deals because you're not going to have as much competition.
Are there any concerns about too much of that activity? In preparation for you coming on, I saw an IMF blog, okay? It said private credit warranted a closer watch. It called it opaque with limited oversight and vulnerabilities. What would your response to that be?
Well, I think what ends up happening is regulators want to know everything. And I don't blame them because the more they know, the more there's a belief they can protect the economy. Here, they don't know who we're lending money to. Whereas they could go into a bank because the bank's regulated and they know where the banks lend at what rate. So I think that's what the fear is, or the concern, is that when there's a problem, there's going to be less that a regulator can do because they've got less control over the economy.
Is that a legitimate concern?
Honestly, at the end of the day, I don't think so. We're going to lend based on the fact that we think we're going to get our money back plus our interest. Right? We're not doing anything stupid, and I don't think any of the other firms are.
I'm not thinking about you guys doing it. Of course, you're not doing anything stupid, but what if you're lending money to, firms who ultimately they won't be able to pay the money back if the economy turns south or if interest rates go much higher?
I hope so. Then we'll get control of those companies.
That's why you're always one step ahead, Lasry. You're always thinking about that. Do you think there's going to be more issues like that are advantageous for you?
I think there will be. I think there is a lot of capital out there. There are issues with the economy. People say that the economy is doing great, and I think it is. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the cost of that capital has gone up for companies. So because of that, you're going to have more issues. The Fed's only going to lower rates when they see we're going into recession, right? So
really, you think that?
Yeah.
You don't think that they'll just be able to do it because inflation's going to come closer to target, and we know they're going to cut before it gets there anyway?
Yeah, but if inflation is level, why would you lower rates? And the economy's doing strong. You're not going to lower rates unless there's an issue.
Well, you could lower rates so that
you're going to
people like Mark Lasry don't get to take advantage of all of these distressed opportunities that might be caused if they.
Sorry, I didn't mean to just roll out. I just had to grab. Come on. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Fuck.
Pricing in a 70 to 80% chance of a soft landing. I believe the odds are a lot lower than that. What do you think?
Look, I don't like betting against Jamie. He sees a ton of data, right? He sees everything. He's lending money. I think Jamie's probably right, but at the end of the day, I'd love to have the information that he has, from the seat that he's at. We just, we don't see things as much or as well as he can, just simply because we're not lending to as many people. We don't have all the consumer information that he has from sort of all the credit card info. So Jamie's got a pretty good seat, and I think he's done a really good job over the last couple of years.
he said interest rates could soar to 8% or more in coming years, that they're prepared for a broad range of outcomes. Does that sound outlandish?
I think that's crazy that like some people are going to be able to have a shadow from it. I went to school and I remember they gave us all glass and the whole school went outside. Today it was lit. Yeah, it happens a few times, but you know, when it gets like, I guess when it covers it. Yeah, I just have one. I don't know. Hopefully it goes away. It probably doesn't help going from a monitor to that. Like, yeah, I can't look. I just don't have. Yeah, the majority of it was like that for myself too. It's really hard to see. And I feel like, man, I want to look so bad, bro. I want to look so bad, but like I sat there for like 10 minutes watching it. And then like, you know, because there were clouds, and it made it a lot easier to look and it's just like gray. Yeah, for sure. I'll have to go look in the garage, see if I have some, but chicken sounds good though. I wonder if because when I walked out earlier, it was on the left-hand side of the sun. And then now when I look at it, it's like the right part of the sun is covered. So I feel like it's already pretty much passed for me. I don't know. Just sucks, man. I should have went. No, I'm good. No, I'm alright. I think it was just because it was just a change. It was definitely, there was definitely, like, a lot of, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of UV rays, I guess. When I was looking at it, like, I didn't know if it was, like, I don't know. It was weird. I can't explain it. I know. I feel. I don't know, man. I feel like, I might be done for the day. Because I want to go I got some stuff I want to get done. Like, Tesla's not moving. And I don't see anything really other than, like, nothing's really moving. Well, today was a success. I came out pre-market. I said, I just want to stick to my plan. I want to stick to my plan, and that's exactly what I did. And I got paid. I got paid today. It was a nice day. Really nice day today. Yeah, I'm with you, bro. I'm out of here too, man. You guys have a great rest of y'all's afternoon. If I decide to do a watch list, which I might, which I think I am leaning that way. I know I've said it before and I never did it. I'll have it posted in a couple hours. I'll see you guys.